Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Juta Padakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavangshan Sri Rupam Chakrajatam
Hare Krishna. Welcome to Bhaktivedanta Manor World Gita Day, the celebration of Sri. Hare Krishna. Welcome to Bhaktivedanta Manor, celebration of World Gita Day, the recitation of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita on the most auspicious day of Gita Jayanti. Gita Jayanti is a very significant day. It marks the anniversary of Krishna speaking the Gita to Arjuna. It also marks the beginning of the battle of Kurukshetra. The battle of Kurukshetra was the battle to establish dharma, righteousness in society. Draupadi and the others, they thought, what would be the appropriate day to begin such a task? And they chose this day of Mokshada Ekadashi. Moksha means liberation. This Mokshada Ekadashi is also known as Vaikuntha Ekadashi, the day where liberation becomes very easy. So we are very fortunate today to have with us, leading our program, leading our recitation, His Grace Sutapa Prabhu and His Grace Radha Govinda Prabhu. Both these personalities are Maharathis in their fields of service and seva. Radha Govinda Prabhu is a master not only in the Gita, but he is a master in mechatronics. In 2009, Radha Govinda Prabhu joined the Hare Krishna Mandir, Watford, and decided to dedicate his life in becoming a master of the Bhagavad Gita. Radha Govinda Prabhu comes from India, and in the last 10 years, he has been a celibate monk. Only recently, he has been married, so congratulations on that as well. Radha Govinda Prabhu in Bhaktivedanta Manor, he serves in various capacities. He serves mainly in leading the front of Western outreach and preaching. He has established the program of Krishna Wisdom. He is a teacher at the school of Bhakti, school prior known as the College of Vedic Studies. So we're really looking forward. Radha Govinda Prabhu will be reading and leading our recitation. He's an expert in reciting Sanskrit verses. So he will be leading us in that. Then we have our leader of the ashram, leader of the monks at Bhaktivedanta Manor, His Grace Sutapa Prabhu. Sutapa Prabhu is known as the homegrown monk, coming from Wembley. Sutapa Prabhu, he used to have a passion for cricket. You must be able to relate with that. But today, Sutapa Prabhu has a great passion for the Bhagavad Gita, a great passion for teaching and preaching the Bhagavad Gita. When Sutapa Prabhu graduated from UCL at the tender age of 21 years old, he decided to dedicate his life to Krishna consciousness and become a monk. So for the last 20 years, Sutapa Prabhu has been a resident monk at Bhaktivedanta Manor, a brahmachari. He is serving in so many fields. Sutapa Prabhu doesn't need an introduction, but he's a writer. I'm sure you've seen his books, In Essence. Tattva is his blog, so please, you can check that out as well. He is inspiring, teaching, he's a mentor. He is foremost for me. He's my senior god brother, so I'm very proud to be under his guidance as well. So they will be leading us today through the recitation of the Gita. I'm sure, I hope all of you are very much looking forward to this. I definitely am, for sure. My name is Vaishnava. I will be leading in reciting and offering oblations into the fire. Today we offer oblations on behalf of everyone at Bhaktivedanta Manor. We offer oblations on behalf of all of you. We offer oblations on behalf of all those who have come forward to assist and help in this project of World Gita Day. 3 types of readers are there of the Bhagavad Gita. We have some other notable mentions, like some people read the Gita only to teach others. Yeah? Parents are sometimes guilty of this. We read the Gita only so we can teach the children, but for us, we don't always follow. There are some who read the Gita to find fault in the Gita. Manmana bhava mad bhakto. Krishna is saying, worship me, think of me, become my devotee, offer obeisances unto me. What type of God is that? So proud. Some read to find fault. But overall, 3 main categories. The first is the as it is category, where people have the Gita on their shelf and they leave it as it is. Yes, I'm knowing, I have Gita. My grandfather gave me Gita, I have. So that is the first category. The second category of the readers of the Bhagavad Gita are those who read the Gita and they treat the Gita just like a spare wheel in the car. When I have a puncture, when life is going in the wrong direction, when I'm low, then I open the Gita to find solace. The third type of reader of the Gita is the reader that keeps the Gita always in the forefront and treats the Gita like the steering wheel of life. Every day, getting nourished, taking shelter of the Gita and reading the messages of the Gita. So it is very clear that we want to today learn on how we can also make the Bhagavad Gita our steering wheel. So we will now perform something called the Sankalpa. Sankalpa means making a declaration, making a presentation to the Supreme Lord on why and we are performing this ceremony today. So Sankalpa has 3 aspects. Firstly, we offer respects to our seniors, seeking blessings from them. The second is a declaration to the gods that we are here gathered at Bhaktivedanta Manor and we will be performing this recitation from this holy land of the home of Radha Gokulananda. The third aspect of the Sankalpa is where we express our heart's desire. What is it that you want to obtain from reciting this Gita today? What is it you want as Ashirvad from this offering? So we will perform this. I request you to please first fold your hands to your chest. Before we perform the Sankalpa, we will chant the Mangalacharan for invoking auspiciousness. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakayah Chakshurunmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kada Mahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Gurau Shri Yutha Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate गोपेश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमोस्तुते। तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। वंशाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्यः च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। नमो ॐ विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामी इति नामिने। नमस्ते सारस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवाधि पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे. Once again, if you please hold your hands to your chest, we now perform the sankalpa. ओम श्री विष्णु 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 श्रीमद्भागवत महापुरुषस्य विष्णुरज्ञाय प्रवर्तमानस्य ब्राह्मणोन्नति प्रार्थे श्री श्वेतवरह कल्पे वैवस्वत मन्वन्तरे अष्टविंशतितमे कलियुगे कलियुगस्य प्रथम चरणे जम्बुद्वीपे भारतवर्ष विलायत देशे वोटफोर्ड ग्रामे श्री श्री भक्तिवेदांत मैनर धामे मार्गशीर्ष मासे शुक्लपक्ष मोक्षद एकादशी शुभतिथौ अद्य भरणी नक्षत्र शिवयोग धनुराशि स्थित भास्कर मेष राशि स्थित चंद्र शिशिर ऋतौ अद्य शुक्रवासर अमुक गोत्र उत्पन्न अच्युत गोत्र अमुक नाम वैष्णव सार्वभौमदास. You can all pronounce your names. ओम श्रीमद् भगवद गीता श्री श्री कृष्ण अर्जुन संवाद ज्ञान विज्ञान फल प्राप्त्यार्थे. So this is, we want to, by reciting the Gita today, be able to get the benefit of reciting the conversation between Krishna and Arjuna. Om Sarva Vaishnava Gaudiya Sampradaya Acharya Kripa Prasad Praptyarthe. We want to be able to get the blessings of all our predecessor Gaudiya Vaishnava Acharyas. Om Jagadguru Srila Abhay Charanarvind Prabhupada Charana Prityarthe Kripa Praptyarthe. Love and affection towards the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada and the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. Om Mama Diksha Guru Prasada Praptyarthe. Many of you will be initiated. So we pray to get the blessings of our Diksha Gurus. Om Sarva Samsara Deha Roga Sukshma Deha Roga Hrid Roga Mochana Vakra Krishna Prasada Prapti Siddhyarthe. This year, 2020, has been very difficult for many of us. So we pray to offer this offering to relieve the world of difficulties to the body, difficulties to the mind, difficulties to the heart, and also to cast the blessings of Sri Krishna onto the entire world. Om Vayam Gita Jayanti Mahagyan Yagya Shubha Karmaham Karishyamahe. Om Tat Sat. Before we go further, we will now have a small video of blessings, a small video of inspiration and direction from our very dear temple president at Bhaktivedanta Manor, Her Grace Vishakha Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you all for joining us on this most auspicious occasion, the anniversary of the day that Bhagavan Sri Krishna spoke the immortal Bhagavad Gita to his friend and disciple Arjuna on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, just prior to a great fratricidal war. The Bhagavad Gita is accepted as one of the most brilliant stars in the horizon of the spiritual sky. It has been read and revered over millennia by great thinkers, and it is still being read and followed today. The Gita offers life-changing direction to those who sincerely follow its principles, principles that are profound and practical, relevant and revolutionary, deeply fulfilling and factual. The founder and teacher of the Hare Krishna movement, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, translated the Bhagavad Gita from the original Sanskrit to English and gave elaborate purports to its 700 verses based on the authorized teachings of previous exalted teachers, along with his own realizations. Srila Prabhupada's Gita is called Bhagavad Gita as it is. The phrase as it is means that Srila Prabhupada did not change the meaning of the original text, but rather made that meaning accessible to us without change. Srila Prabhupada writes, "Our Krishna consciousness movement is genuine, historically authorized, natural, and transcendental due to its being based on Bhagavad Gita as it is. The original father of this movement is Lord Krishna himself, since it was started a very long time ago, but is coming down to human society by disciplic succession." Srila Prabhupada continues, "If personally I have any credit in this matter, it is only that I have tried to present Bhagavad Gita as it is, without any adulteration. Before my presentation of Bhagavad Gita as it is, almost all the English editions of Bhagavad Gita were introduced to fulfill someone's personal ambition. But our attempt is presenting Bhagavad Gita as it is to give the mission of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. Our business is to present the will of Krishna, not that of any mundane speculator. One has to understand the Lord as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as he was directly understood by Arjuna, Lord Krishna's first disciple. Such understanding of Bhagavad Gita is really profitable and authorized for the welfare of human society in fulfilling the mission of life. Everyone should know how God or Krishna is great, and everyone should know the factual position of the living entities. This knowledge constitutes a great science, and each and every living being has to hear it for his own interest." End quote. Today I feel especially fortunate, for I'm speaking to you from Srila Prabhupada's rooms at beautiful Bhaktivedanta Manor near London. Here in this very room, as he did on his travels throughout the world, Srila Prabhupada would sit and translate in the very early hours of each morning. And here, at Bhaktivedanta Manor, Srila Prabhupada installed the gorgeous deities of Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda. Prabhupada encouraged his followers to make Bhaktivedanta Manor a community where everyone from every nationality can understand and experience genuine and joyous spirituality. When this pandemic has finally passed, we invite you all to please come and visit us at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. So we have now some words of homage and words of gratitude to the Gita by Rajesh Agarwal. Rajesh Agarwal ji is the Honorable Deputy Mayor of London for Business and Enterprise. We will now hear from him about the Bhagavad Gita.
Hare Krishna. My name is Rajesh Agrawal and I'm the Deputy Mayor of London. First of all, gratitude to ISKCON for inviting me on this double auspicious occasion of Gita Jayanti and Christmas. Today is the Shukla Ekadashi, 11th day of waxing moon, and we are here to celebrate the revelation of the Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna by Krishna himself. The Bhagavad Gita is easily the best known of Hindu scriptures. Bhagavad means God, the divine, and Gita means song. The Bhagavad Gita is the song of God. This is so beautiful. It is not called a commandment, it is not called a sermon, but a song. And considering it was revealed by Krishna, the flute player himself, the word song is certainly the most appropriate. Scholars may debate about when the Gita was first composed as text. But the fact is, it is as relevant to the society today as it has always been, perhaps even more. As Srila Prabhupada says in the preface of the Bhagavad Gita, as it is, people in general, especially in this age of Kali, are smitten by the external energy of Krishna, and they wrongly think that by advancement of material comforts, every person will be happy. This is so true. Today, we see more scientific advancement, more knowledge, and more material comforts than ever before. Yet, we see anguish, despair, hopelessness, and meaninglessness all around. This year has particularly been hard for billions of people around the world as we face the biggest health and economic crisis caused by COVID-19. We have also seen rise of the politics of hate and division. At such a time, the Bhagavad Gita shows us the way. It explains the 5 basic truths: Ishvara, Jiva, Prakriti, Samay, and Karma. It also tells you that there is no one path, but you can achieve self-realization through knowledge, work, or love and devotion. Gyan, Karma, and Bhakti Yoga. It reveals you the 3 gunas, Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva, and how you can improve the quality of your life. This is my copy of the Bhagavad Gita. It has been with me since I was a little boy. Of the 700 shlokas, each one is a gem. But my favorite one is the verse 47 from chapter 2. Karmanye vadhika raste ma phaleshu kadachana ma karmafal hetu bhurma te sango astu karmani. Translation: you have a right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself to be the cause of the results of your activities, and never be attached to not doing your duty. Bhagavad Gita is truly timeless, and I feel blessed to be able to join you today. Finally, I would also thank ISKCON for everything that they are doing for our communities, including distributing 5,000 hot vegetarian meals to hungry homeless people in an electric van throughout central London through their Food for Life initiatives. Once again, I wish you all a very happy Gita Jayanti, safe and Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Hare Krishna and a warm welcome to Bhaktivedanta Manor for today's most auspicious occasion of Gita Jayanti. We are coming to you from the Manor Haveli. In a normal year, we would have 1,000 of you in this room, and together with an amazing energy, we'd all be reciting the verses of the Bhagavad Gita. As we all know, this is not a normal year. 2020 has been an unprecedented time in world history, and we don't have 1,000 of you here at the Haveli. But by the grace of modern technology, Facebook and YouTube, we have over 1,000 of you online, I'm told, who are with us with your hearts and minds to go through the Bhagavad Gita today with great love and devotion. So a warm welcome to everyone. And before we embark on today's beautiful journey of the Bhagavad Gita, we'll offer our respects to our spiritual teachers, to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, and to all the great saints in our tradition who so gracefully delivered the words of Krishna and brought them into the reality of our lives so that we can benefit from those words and try to live them. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Once there was a man who made a resolution, a determination within his heart that he would climb to the peaks of the Himalayan mountains. So as he set off on his journey, he arrived at the foothills of the Himalayas and he checked into his hotel room in preparation for his next day's expedition. As he woke up the next morning, he put his mountaineering equipment on, his mountaineering gear. He came to the ground floor of the hotel, and as he walked outside of the door, he opened the door and walked outside, he saw that there was a huge snowstorm. The temperature had dropped considerably. There were blocks all the way as he looked towards the peaks of the mountain, and practically he saw nobody in sight. He looked back at the hotel receptionist and then looked back at the door and continued walking towards the door. The receptionist looked at him and said, "Where are you going? How do you think you'll be able to reach the peaks of the Himalayan mountains in such conditions, with such obstacles, with such difficulties along the way?" This man looked back at the receptionist and said, "My heart has already reached the peak. And therefore, for my body to reach the peak will be very easy." And with those prophetic words, he stepped out and indeed navigated all the difficulties and reached the peak of the Himalayan mountains. It's a beautiful story, a story that I think about again and again and again. It's a story which tells us that if we have an inner determination, if we have an inner desire, if we are convinced about what we want to achieve, then there is no external obstacle, impediment, or issue that can block us from achieving what we want to achieve. The Bhagavad Gita is an incredible book because it tells us the most amazing journey we can go on, the most exciting journey. Perhaps the Bhagavad Gita outlines to us the most important journey we are meant to go on in our life. And that is the journey to the peaks of spiritual happiness. And when we reach the peak of spiritual happiness that the Bhagavad Gita takes us on, at the peak we come face to face with God. We come face to face with Krishna. What could be a more exciting, a more adventurous, a more amazing journey to go on than the journey towards the peaks of spiritual perfection with Krishna? In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna tells us that if we implant this desire to reach the peak of spiritual perfection, if we implant that desire deep within our heart, then nothing can stop us. There can be no obstacle, impediment, no reason or excuse that could ever arise that could stop us from reaching. 2020 has been a challenging year. There have been many obstacles, impediments. This year in Gita Jayanti, we want to focus on how there is no impediment, there is no excuse for not going on this beautiful journey that the Bhagavad Gita invites us to go on. In the next 5 hours, we will embark on this journey. I will be trying to share with you the top 18 excuses that individuals may come up with in their life to prove to others that they shouldn't practice spirituality. And what I'll try to share with you is how Krishna ingeniously in the Bhagavad Gita refutes every single one of those excuses. In 18 chapters, Krishna leaves us with no more excuses. And that will be the theme of this year's Gita Jayanti. As a preparation, many of you are logged onto Facebook and you're logged onto YouTube. And I'll ask you, in the next few minutes, please, in the chat section, write some comments and tell us, what do you think are the top excuses that we could conceivably come up with in our lives to justify not practicing spirituality with our heart? And as you write those down, I will be looking at them, and I'm sure in the next 18 chapters, we'll be learning how Krishna refutes every single one of them. Someone once said to me, if you're good at making excuses, then you'll never be good at anything else in your life. And therefore, by the end of today, we want to conclude the Gita realizing there's no excuse, and 2021 is the year in which our spiritual journey must go forward. So let us now go forward and let us begin our recitation of the Bhagavad Gita, and I'll hand over to His Grace Radha Govinda Prabhu, who will be taking us through the Gita Mahatmya and then on to chapter 1. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So a few days ago, I was asked to recite the Bhagavad Gita here at Gita Jayanti today, such an auspicious day. Also made more auspicious because it's Christmas, and I know all of you are celebrating, and it's amazing that you've taken the time out to recite the Bhagavad Gita. And I was thinking why they asked me. There are so many other qualified, extremely qualified Vaishnavas. But with the instruction also comes the mercy. So once you make a decision, you want to do it, then you have the mercy of all the Vaishnavas, all the Acharyas, of Srila Prabhupada, and also of Sri Krishna to perform this humongous task that lies ahead of us. So I'm very glad that you're all joining us today here in reciting this Bhagavad Gita. It is said that Krishna's words are like a mango. So if you take a mango, whether you bite it from one side or the other side, it's sweet. And whether I bite it or you bite it, a mango is always sweet. So just like that, Krishna's words are full of nectar. So today we'll try and embark on this nectar, and we'll begin with the Gita Mahatmya. In the Gita Mahatmya, it is explained how Lord Shiva explains, and he tells us about all the benefits of chanting the Bhagavad Gita, and he also gives us a lot of blessings. And I'll recite a couple of translations before we start, just so we know what Lord Shiva is telling us. So one of the verses, Lord Shiva says that by drinking the Ganges water, he says one may cleanse oneself daily by taking a bath or even in the Ganges. But he says by reciting Bhagavad Gita, all the dirt of material life is altogether vanquished. And he explains how all the Upanishads are like a cow, and the milker of the cow is Lord Sri Krishna, the son of Nanda. Arjuna is like a calf, and the beautiful nectar of the Gita is the milk. And the fortunate devotees of fine intellect are the drinkers and enjoyers of that milk. So we'll try and relish this today, and we'll chant the entire Bhagavad Gita. We'll start with the Gita Mahatmya on your screen, You should be able to see the verses come along. We'll start at a fairly okay pace, and we might speed up later on. It is said Krishna recited the Bhagavad Gita in 45 minutes, and I have no idea how, because it'll be really fast. But at least if we can manage it in a few hours, that'll be a good achievement for us. So now we'll recite the Gita Mahatmya. So if you all can please follow along. Gita Shastramidam Punyam Ya Pathet Prayata Puman Vishnu Padam Avapnoti Bhaya Shokadi Varjitaha Gita Dhyayana Shilasya Pranayama Parasya Cha Naiva Shanti Hi Papani Purva Janma Kritani Cha Maline Mochanam Pumsham Jalasnanam Dine Dine Sakrit Gita Amritasnanam Samsara Malanashanam Gita Sugita Kartavya Kimmanyai Shastra Vistare Yasvayam Padmanabhasya Mukha Padmad Vinishrita Bharatamrita Sarvasvam Vishnu Vaktrad Vinishritam Gita Gangodakam Pitva Punarjanma Na Vidyate Sarvopanishado Gavo Dugdha Gopalanandanaha Partho Vatsa Sudhir Bhokta Dugdham Gitamritam Mahat Ekam Shastram Devaki Putra Gitam Eko Devo Devaki Putra Eva Eko Mantrastasya Namani Yani Karma Pyekam Tasya Devasya Seva. So we'll now start with chapter 1 of the Bhagavad Gita. There are some... Okay, so we are going to start very soon, in a minute, with the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 1 recitation. Now, in the Bhagavad Gita, all the chapters are different types of yogas. Okay? Every single chapter of Bhagavad Gita is a yoga, and in these, through going through different yogas, we understand how one can slowly increase in their devotion to Lord Shri Krishna and become fully engaged in understanding the glories of Shri Krishna. So, in different chapters, there are different yogas. So, the first chapter is called the Yoga of Arjuna's Dejection, and the Sanskrit name is Arjuna Vishad Yoga. So Arjuna initially is very dejected. He wants to fight, okay? So he's on the battlefield, and on the battlefield, just before the fight is about to begin, he tells Krishna that I don't want to fight. So it may sound like a very interesting thing. Hang on, we're here in the middle of the battlefield. We're ready to start fighting, but now you're saying that you don't want to fight. The most important warrior in the army of the Pandavas is saying that they don't want to fight. So it is very confusing, and we're all in a state of confusion generally. As Vaishnava Prabhu was just explaining how you can treat Bhagavad Gita as a spare wheel in your car and leave it in the back. That's where the spare wheel lies. It lies in the back, and it never comes out until there is a puncture or there's something wrong with your wheel. That's when the wheel comes out. So we can treat Bhagavad Gita as a spare wheel, but at the same time, if we are very interested in our own welfare, self-interest, then we'll have Bhagavad Gita in front of us as a steering wheel. So that is how we want to take the Bhagavad Gita, by having it in front of us as a steering wheel, and let the Bhagavad Gita guide us in everything that we do, rather than bring the Bhagavad Gita out only when we need to. So this is very, very important. Maybe. Okay. So very soon we'll begin the recitation. I think there's some technical difficulties, so they're just trying to fix them. So I'll just waffle on, and I'll share a few things that I know from the Bhagavad Gita. Now, as we progress to the Bhagavad Gita, there are different yogas explained, and everything is arranged in the form of what is called a yoga ladder. Okay? So at the topmost part of the yoga ladder, we have what is called bhakti yoga. And Krishna explains that one may practice different types of yoga, but the practice of bhakti yoga is the topmost form of yoga. And that's why the Bhagavad Gita is the part of bhakti yoga is sandwiched right in between the Bhagavad Gita. Because everyone's had a sandwich. If you ever look at a sandwich, then the most important part is not the bread. The most important part is what's in the middle. So just like that, one may think that why is the most important yoga of bhakti yoga in the middle of the Bhagavad Gita? But that's because it's the most important part, okay? And it always needs to be in the middle. But then as we carry on with the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna explains that some of them may not be able to practice bhakti yoga completely as selfless devotion. And so for them, Krishna explains there is another alternative. He says, at least try to offer everything unto me. All work that you do it for me. Okay? Everything that you do in your life, he says, do it for me. And this is also very, very important. And he says, but some of you may not also be able to do this. And this is in chapter 12, where Krishna explains that if you can't even offer everything to me, he says, at least offer something to me. Okay? And this is at least something we can do. And one of the verses Krishna explains is that even if one offers a fruit, a leaf, a flower, anything, any small thing, then he will accept it out of love. So we should always try to offer something to Krishna. Devotional service is not a passive sentiment. That is why bhakti in many, many traditions is translated as love. It's translated as devotion. But Srila Prabhupada translated bhakti as devotional service. He said, everything has to be accompanied by some form of service. You have to do something. It is action. One has to do something practical. If one loves somebody, just like you may love somebody, everybody loves somebody, so you may want to do something practical for them. You can't just say, I love you, but when they say, can you pass me a glass of water, you go, get it yourself. So love is always practical, and that's why Prabhupada translated it as devotional service. So any amount of bhakti, we should try and offer something. And then Krishna explains that if one can't even offer something, then at least one should try to move forward with the cultivation of knowledge. One should at least cultivate some knowledge. And if one can't cultivate knowledge, then one should practice some meditation. So all these different forms are there, meditation, knowledge, but the topmost is bhakti yoga. So we will now recite chapter 1 of the Bhagavad Gita, like I explained. It is called Arjuna Vishad Yoga. So the verses should now be on the screen, and please follow along. I'm not an expert either, but together we can all chant the Bhagavad Gita together and get the blessings of Krishna. Okay. Dhritarashtra uvacha dharmashetre kurukshetre samavetaayuyutsavah mamaka pandavaschaiva kimma kurvata sanjaya. Sanjaya uvacha Trishtva tu pandavanekam vyudham duryodhanastada acharyam upasangamya raja vachanam abravit pashyaitam panduputranam acharya mahatim chamum vyudham drupadaputrena tava shishyena dhimata atra shura maheshvasha bhimarjuna samayudhi yuyudhano viratascha drupadascha maharatha Trishtaketuschekitana kashirajascha viryavan purujit kunti bhojascha shaibyascha narapungavaha yudhamanyuscha vikranta uttamojascha viryavan saubhadro draupadeyascha sarva eva maharatha अस्माकं तु विशिष्टाये तान् निबोध द्विजोत्तम नायका मम सैन्यस्य संज्ञार्थं तान् ब्रवीमि ते भवान् भीष्मश्च कर्णश्च कृपश्च समितिं जयः अश्वत्थामा विकर्णश्च सौमदत्तिस्तथैव च अन्ये च बहवः शूरा मदर्थे त्यक्त्वा नानाशास्त्रप्रहारणा सर्वे युद्धविशारदा अपर्याप्तं तदस्माकं बलं भीष्माभिरक्षितं पर्याप्तं त्विदमेतेषां बलं भीमाभिरक्षितम् अयनेषु च सर्वेषु यथा भागम् अवस्थिताः भीष्माम् एवाभिरक्षन्तु भवन्तः सर्व एव हि तस्य सञ्जायनं हर्षं कुरु वृद्धपितामहः सिंहनादं विनद्योच्चे शङ्खं दद्मो प्रतापवान् तथा शङ्खश्च भैर्यश्च पनवानकगोमुखा सहसैवाभ्यहन्यन्त स शब्दस्तुमुलोऽभवात् ततः श्वेतैर्हयैर्युक्ते महती स्यादने स्थितो माधव पाण्डवश्चैव दिव्यो शङ्खो प्रदद्मतुः पाञ्चजन्यं ऋषिकेशो देवदत्तं धनञ्जयः पौण्ड्रं दद्मो महाशङ्खं भीमकर्णवृकोदरः अनन्तविजयं राजा कुन्तिपुत्रो युधिष्ठिरः नकुलसहदेवश्च सुघोषमणिपुष्पको काश्यश्च परमेश्वास शिखण्डी च महारथः धृष्टद्युम्नो विराटश्च सात्यकिश्चापराजितः द्रुपदो द्रौपदेयश्च सर्वश पृथिवीपते सौभद्रश्च महाबाहु शङ्खान् दद्मु पृथक् पृथक् सघोषो दातराष्ट्राणां हृदयानि व्यदारयात् नाभश्चा पृथिवीं चैव तुमुलोऽभ्यानुनादयान् अथ व्यवस्थितान् दृष्ट्वा धातराष्ट्रान् कपिध्वज प्रवृत्ते शास्त्रसम्पाते धनुरुद्यम्य पाण्डव ऋषिकेशं तदा वाक्यम् इदम् आहि महीपते अर्जुन उवाच सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये रथं स्थापयमेच्युता यावदेतान् निरीक्षेऽहं योद्धुकामन्नवस्थितान् कैर्मया सह योद्धव्यम् अस्मि रणः समुद्यमे योत्स्यमानामवेक्षेऽहं य एतेऽत्र समागता धार्तराष्ट्रास्य दुर्बुद्धेर्युद्धे प्रियचिकीर्षवः सञ्जय उवाच एवं मुक्तो ऋषिकेशो गुडाकेशेन भारत सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये स्थापयित्वा रथोत्तमम् भीष्मद्रोणप्रमुक्ताः सर्वेषां च महीक्षिताम् उवाच पार्थ पश्यैतान् समवेतान् कुरुनिति तत्र पश्यात् स्थितान् पार्थ पित्रान् अथ पितामहान् आचार्यान् मातुलान् भ्रात्रान् पुत्रान् पौत्रां सखींस्तथा स्वासुरान् सुहृदश्चैव सेनयोरुभयोरपि तान् समीक्ष्यास कौन्तेय सर्वान् बन्धूनवस्थितान् कृपया परयाविष्टो विषीदन् इदमब्रवीत् अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेमं स्वजनं कृष्ण युयुत्सुं समुपस्थितं सीदन्ति मम गात्राणि मुखं च परिशुष्यति वेपथुश्च शरीरे मे रोमहर्षस्तजायते गाण्डीवं श्रंसते हस्तात् त्वक्चैव परिदह्यते न च शक्नोम्यवस्थातुं भ्रमतीव च मे मनः निमित्तानि च पश्यामि विपरीतानि केशव न मे श्रेयोऽनुपश्यामि हत्वा स्वजनमाहवे न काङ्क्षे विजयं कृष्ण न च राज्यं सुखानि च किं नो राज्येन गोविन्द किं भोगैर्जीवितेन वा येषाम् अर्थे काङ्क्षितां नो राज्यं भोगा सुखानि च त इमे व्यस्थिता युद्धे प्राणां त्यक्त्वा धनानि च आचार्य पितरा पुत्रस्तथैव च पितामहः मातुलः श्वशुरः पौत्रः श्यालसम्बन्धिनस्तथा एतान्न हन्तुमिच्छामि ज्ञातोऽपि मधुसूदन अपि त्रैलोक्यराज्यस्य हेतो किं नु मही कृते
निहत्य धातराष्ट्रान्न का प्रीति स्यात् जनार्दन पापं मेवाश्रयेदस्मान् हत्वैतानाततायिनः तस्मान्नार्ह वयं हन्तुं धातराष्ट्रान् सबान्धवान् स्वजनं हि कथं हत्वा सुखिनः श्याम माधव यद्यप्येतेन पश्यन्ति लोभोपहत चेतसः कुलक्षय कृतं दोषं मित्रद्रोहे च पातकम् कथं न ज्ञेयम् अस्माभिः पापादस्मान् निवर्तितुं कुलक्षय कृतं दोषं प्रपश्यद्भिर्जनार्दन कुलक्षये प्रणश्यन्ति कुलधर्म सनातनः धर्मे नष्टे कुलं कृत्स्नम् अधर्मो विभवत्युत अधर्माभिभवात् कृष्ण प्रदुष्यन्ति कुलस्त्रियः स्त्रीषु दुष्टाशु वार्ष्णेया जायते वर्णशङ्करः शङ्करो नरकायैव कुलज्ञानं कुलस्य च पतन्ति पितरो येषां लुप्तपिण्डोदकक्रियः दोषेरेकैर्कुलज्ञानं वर्णशङ्करकारकै उत्साद्यन्ते जातिधर्मा कुलधर्मश्च शाश्वताः उत्सन्ना कुलधर्माणां मनुष्याणां जनार्दन नरके नियतं वासो भवतीत्यनुशुश्रुमा अहो बता महत्पापं कर्तुं व्यविसिते वयं यद्राज्यसुखलोभेन हन्तुं स्वजनमुद्यताः यदि मामप्रतीकारम् अशस्त्रं शस्त्रपाणयः धातराष्ट्रारणे हन्युस्तान्मे क्षेमतरं भवेत् सञ्जय उवाच एवं मुक्त्वार्जुनः सङ्ख्ये रथोपस्थ उपविशत् विसृज सशरं चापं शोकसंविघ्नमानसः ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुनसंवादे अर्जुनविषादयोगो नाम प्रथमोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Thank you all for your comments in YouTube and Facebook. We are monitoring everything. Sunil Gupta says, a lack of time, and Bhaskar Patel says, too many other things to do. Yes, thank you to both of you. This is perhaps one of the most common excuses that people have. They say, I can't practice spirituality because my life is hectic. My life is demanding. There's so many things I have to attend to. Once a person came to me and he said, are you married? I said, no. He said, do you have a job? I said, no. He said, do you have a household and bills to pay? I said, no. He said, do you have children? I said, no. He said, therefore, because you've said no to every one of these questions, you have yes when it comes to time. That was quite a good argument. I wasn't sure how to respond, but then I looked back at him and said, was Arjun married? Yes. Did Arjun have a family? Yes. Did Arjun have a household to run? Yes. Did Arjun have a career and a job and a duty to perform in the world? Yes. Did Arjun have time for spirituality? Yes. In the first chapter of the Gita, we systematically see how this excuse of not having time just doesn't stand up. There are 640 million soldiers on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. They are arranged like pieces on a chessboard. There are millions of soldiers, there are millions of fighters, animals, there are thousands of chariots. The atmosphere is like fever pitch, adrenaline is running. The conches are blowing and the sound of all the conches is deafening. And in the midst of all of that is Arjun, who is probably the most important person on the whole battlefield. So many expectations, so much pressure on him. Everything, all eyes are on Arjun because he is the supreme archer. And in the middle of all of that intensity, what does Arjun say to Krishna? Senayor ubayor madhye ratam stapaya mechuta yavadetam niriksheham yodhukamanavastitan. Arjun, in the middle of this intensity, says to Krishna, Senayor ubayor madhye ratam stapaya mechuta. Krishna, take my chariot to the middle of the battlefield so that I can spend some time reflecting on what is just about to happen. Can any of us say we have a more intense, more chaotic, more demanding situation than Arjun? We can't. And therefore, the excuse of not having time is not an excuse that's acceptable. In our life today, I want to share with you a super important mantra. In life, it's not about having time. It's about making time. If you were to embark on a journey to Scotland in your car and someone asked you, did you go to the petrol station to fill up fuel? And you looked at them and said, I didn't have time. Imagine you were about to walk into an exam, and as you were walking in, someone asked you, did you revise? And you say, I didn't have time. Imagine you took a pizza out of the freezer and you were just about to eat it, and someone said, did you put that in the oven to heat it up? And you look at them and say, I didn't have time. In each of these situations, the person would look at you and think you're crazy. These things are so important that it's not a question of having time. It's a question of making time is absolutely necessary. Before we decide our goals in life, our direction, what we want to invest time, energy, and resource into, what our cherished aspirations are, first we need to understand what is life about. For that, we need to make time to read spiritual books. We need to make time to associate with spiritual people. And we need to make time to ask spiritual questions. And more importantly, hear the answers that come back. In 2021, we want you all, myself included, to ensure that we have time for spirituality. Life is fast, life is hectic, and life is not going to get any slower. At the moment, we're in lockdown. And maybe when the world opens up, we'll be going at double speed, double pace. But today, on the day of Gita Jayanti, on the eve of 2021, a new year, let us make a resolution that we will make time for spirituality just as Arjun made time for spirituality. Otherwise, our life, what direction is it leading in? I leave you with a quote by Dalai Lama, who was once asked, what amazes you most about people? And you know his answer? He said, people sacrifice their wealth, sacrifice their health to get wealth. Then later on, they spend that wealth to get their health back. People are so much thinking about the future that they neither live in the present nor the future. People live as though they'll never die, and they die as though they've never lived. Let us make sure we don't die as though we've never really lived. Let us make sure we don't die without really fulfilling our deepest aspiration and deepest calling of the heart. And in order to ensure that that doesn't happen, we have to make time. Arjun made time. There's no excuse for us not to make time. And with that, I'll hand over to Radha Govinda to take us into the second chapter of the Bhagavad Gita.
Hare Krishna. So in chapter 2, there's also a different kind of verse. It's a slightly longer verse, a different meter, and therefore it has a different tune. So these will come and go as we recite, but I think in time you'll be able to pick up which one's a different meter and which one's the normal meter. Chapter 2 is called The Yoga of Analysis, Sankhya Yoga. Sanjaya Uvacha Tam Tatha Kripaya Vishtam Ashru Purna Kulekshanam Vishiddhanta Nidam Vakyam Uvacha Madhusudanaha Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Kutastva Kashmalam Idam Vishame Samupastitam Anarya Jushtam Asvargyam Akirti Karamarjuna Klaibyam Asma Gama Partha Naitattvayupapadyate Kshudram Hridaya Daurbalyam Tyaktva Parantapa Arjuna Uvacha Katham Bhishmam Maham Sankhye Dronam Cha Madhusudana Ishubhi Pratiyotsyami Pujarha Varisudana Gurun Nahatva Hi Mahanubhavan Shreyo Bhoktum Bhakshamapi Haloke Hatvartha Kamam Stu Gurun Nihaiva Bunji Abhogan Rudira Pradigdan Na Chaitad Vidma Kataran Nogariyo Yadva Jayema Yadiva Na Jayu Yaneva Hatva Na Jiji Vishamas Tevastita Pramukhe Dharta Rashtra Karpanya Dosho Pahata Subhavaha Prichhami Tvam Dharma Sammudha Cheta Yachreyasya Nishchitam Bruhi Tanme Shishyasteham Shadhimam Tvam Prapannam Nahi Prapashyami Mamapanudyad Yacho Kamucho Shanam Indriyanam Avapya Bhuma Vasapatnam Riddham Rajyam Suranam Apichadipatyam Sanjaya Uvacha Evam Muktva Rishikesham Gudakesha Parantapa Na Yotsya iti Govindam Uktva Tushnim Babhuvaha Tam Uvacha Rishikesha Prahasan Iva Bharata Senayor Ubhayor Madhye Vishidantam Idam Vachaha Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Ashocyanan Vashochastvam Pragyavadamscha Bhashase Gatasu Nagatasumscha Nanushochanti Panditaha Natvevaham Jatunasam Natvam Neme Janadipa Na Chaiva Na Bhavishyama Sarve Vayam Ataparam Dehinosmin Yatha Dehe Kaumaram Yovanam Jara Tatha Dehantara Praptir Dhirastatra Namuhyati Matra Sparshastu Kaunteya Sitoshna Sukha Dukkhada Agama Paino Nityas Tam Stitikshasva Bharata Yam hi na vathayantyate Purusham Purusharshabha Sama Dukkha Sukham Dhiram Somritatvaya Kalpate Nasato Vidyate Bhavo Na Bhavo Vidyate Sataha Ubayorapi Drashtontas Tvanayos Tattvadarshibhihi Avinashi tu tadvidhi Yena sarvam idam tatam Vinasham avyayasyasya Na kaschit kartum arhati Antavanta ime deha Nityasyokta sharirinaha Anasino prameyasya Tasmad yudhyasva bharata
य एनं वेत्ति हन्तारं यश्चैनं मन्यते हतम् उभौ तौ न विजानीतो नायं हन्ति न हन्यते न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचिन् नायं भूत्वा भविता वा न भूयः अजो नित्यः शाश्वतोऽयं पुराणो न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे वेदाविनाशिनां नित्यं य एनम् अजमव्ययं कथं स पुरुषः पार्थ कं घातयति हन्तिकम् वासांसि जीर्णानि यथा विहाय नवानि गृह्णाति नरोपराणि तथा शरीराणि विहाय जीर्णानि अन्यानि संयाति नवानि देहि नैनं छिन्दन्ति शस्त्राणि नैनं दहति पावकः न चैनं क्लेदयन्त्यापो न शोषयति मारुतः अच्छेद्योऽयम् अदाह्योऽयम् अक्लेद्यो शोष्य एव च नित्यः सर्वगतस्थाणुरचलोऽयं सनातनः अव्यक्तोऽयम् अचिन्त्योऽयम् अविकार्योऽयमुच्यते तस्मादेवं विदित्वैनं नानुशोचितुमर्हसि अथ चैनं नित्यजातं नित्यं व्यामनसायतं तथापि त्वं महाबाहो नैनं शोचितुमर्हसि जातस्य हि ध्रुवो मृत्युर्ध्रुवं जन्म मृतस्य च तस्मादपरिहार्येऽर्थे न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि अव्यक्तादीनि भूतानि व्यक्तमध्यानि भारत अव्यक्तनिधनान्येव तत्र का परिदेवना आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कश्चिदेनम् आश्चर्यवद्वदति तथैव चान्यः आश्चर्यवच्चैनमन्यः शृणोति श्रुत्वाप्यनमेनं वेद केवचित् देहि नित्यम् अवध्योऽयं देहे सर्वस्य भारत तस्मात् सर्वाणि भूतानि न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि स्वधर्मम् अपि चावेक्ष्य न विकम्पितुमर्हसि धर्माद्धियुद्धात् श्रेयोऽन्यात् क्षत्रियस्य न विद्यते यद्रच्छया चोपपन्नं स्वर्गद्वारम् अपावृतं सुखिनः क्षत्रिया पार्थ लभन्ते युद्धमीदृशम् अथ चेत्त्वम् इमां धर्म्यं सङ्ग्रामं न करिष्यसि तथा स्वधर्मं कीर्तिं च हित्वा पापमवाप्स्यसि अकीर्तिं चापि भूतानि कथयिष्यन्ति ते व्ययाम् सम्बन्धावितस्य चाकीर्तिर्मरणाद् अतिरिच्यते भयाद्रणाद् उपरतं मंस्यते त्वां महारथः येषं च त्वं बहुमतो भूत्वा यायसि लाघवम् अवाच्यवादांश्च बहुं वदिष्यन्ति तवाहितः निन्दन्तस्तव सामर्थ्यं ततो दुःखतरं नु किम् हतो वा प्राप्स्यसि स्वर्गं जित्वा वा भोक्ष्यसे महिं तस्मादुत्तिष्ठ कौन्तेय युद्धाय कृतनिश्चयः सुखदुःखे समे कृत्वा लाभालाभो जयाजयो ततो युद्धाय युज्यस्व नैवं पापमवाप्स्यसि एषा ते विहिता संख्ये बुद्धिर्योगे त्विमां शृणु बुद्ध्या युक्तो यया पार्थ कर्मबन्धं प्रहास्यसि नेहाभिक्रमनाशोऽस्ति प्रत्यवायो न विद्यते स्वल्पमप्यस्य धर्मस्य त्रायते महतो भयात् व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धिरेकेह कुरु नन्दन बहुशाखा ह्यनन्ताश्च बुद्धयो व्यवसायिनाम् यामिमां पुष्पितां वाचं प्रवद्यन्त्यविपश्चितः वेदवादरता पार्थ नान्यदस्तीति वादिनः कामात्मान स्वर्गपरा जन्मकर्म फलप्रदं क्रियाविशेषबहुलां भोगैश्वर्यगतिं प्रति भोगैश्वर्यप्रसक्तानां तयापहृतचेतसां व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धिः समाधो न विधीयते त्रैगुण्यविषया वेदा निस्त्रैगुण्यो भवार्जुन निर्द्वन्द्वो नित्यसत्त्वस्थो निर्योगक्षेम आत्मवान् यावान् अर्थ उदपाने सर्वतः सम्प्लुतोदके तावान् सर्वेषु वेदेषु ब्राह्मणस्य विजानतः कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्मफलहेतुर्भुर्मा ते सङ्गोऽस्त्वकर्मणि योगस्थ कुरु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा धनञ्जय सिद्ध्यसिद्ध्यो समो भूत्वा समत्वं योग उच्यते दूरे नाह्यवरं कर्म बुद्धियोगात् धनञ्जय बुद्धौ शरणमन्विच्छ कृपणा फलहेतवः बुद्धियुक्तो जहातीह उभे सुकृतदिष्कृते तस्माद्योगाय युज्यस्व योगकर्मसु कौशलम् कर्मजं बुद्धियुक्ता हि फलं त्यक्त्वा मनीषिणः जन्मबन्धविनिर्मुक्ता पदं गच्छन्त्यनामयम् यदा ते मोहकलिलं बुद्धिर्व्यतितरिष्यति तदा गन्तासि निर्वेदं श्रोतव्यस्य श्रुतस्य च श्रुतिविपरिपन्ना ते यदा स्थास्यति निश्चला समाधाव अचला बुद्धिस्तदा योगम् अवाप्स्यसि अर्जुन उवाच स्थितप्रज्ञस्य का भाषा समाधिस्थस्य केशव स्थितधि किं प्रभाषेत किम् आसीत व्रजेत किम् श्रीभगवानुवाच प्रजहाति यदा कामान् सर्वान् पार्थमनोगतान् आत्मन्येवात्मना तुष्टः स्थितप्रज्ञस्तदोच्यते दुःखेष्वनुद्विग्नमना सुखेषु विगतस्पृहः वीतरागभयक्रोधः स्थितधीर्मुनिरुच्यते यः सर्वत्रानभिष्णेहस्तत्तत्प्राप्य शुभाशुभं नाभिनिन्दन्ति न द्वेष्टि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता यदा संहरते चायं कूर्मोऽङ्गानिव सर्वशः इन्द्रियानिन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता विषया विनिवर्तन्ते निराहारस्य देहिनः रसवर्जं रसोऽप्यस्य परं दृष्ट्वा निवर्तते यततो हि अपि कौन्तेय पुरुषस्य विपश्चितः इन्द्रियाणि प्रमाथीनि हरन्ति प्रसभं मनः तानि सर्वाणि संयम्य युक्तासीत मत्परः वशे हि यस्येन्द्रियाणि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता ध्यायतो विषयान् पुंसा सङ्गस्तेषुपजायते सङ्गात् सञ्जायते कामः कामात् क्रोधोऽभिजायते क्रोधात् भवति सम्मोहः सम्मोहात् स्मृतिविभ्रमः स्मृतिभ्रंशात् बुद्धिनाशो बुद्धिनाशात् प्रणश्यति रागद्वेषविमुक्तैस्तु विषयानिन्द्रियैश्चरान् आत्मवश्यैर्विधेयात्मा प्रसादम् अधिगच्छति प्रसादे सर्वदुःखानां हानिरस्योपजायते प्रसन्नचेतसो ह्यासु बुद्धिः पर्यवतिष्ठते नास्ति बुद्धिरयुक्तस्य न चायुक्तस्य भावना न चाभावयतः शान्तिरशान्तस्य कुतः सुखम् इन्द्रियाणां हि चरतां यन्मनोनुविधीयते तदस्य हरति प्रज्ञां वायुर्नावमिवाम्भसि तस्माद्यस्य महाबाहो निग्रहीतानि सर्वशः इन्द्रियानिन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता यानीशा सर्वभूतानां तस्यां जागृति संयमी यस्यां जागृति भूतानि सा निशा पश्यतो मुनः अपूर्यमानम् अचलप्रतिष्ठं समुद्रमाप प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत् कामयं प्रविशन्ति सर्वे स शान्तिमाप्नोति न कामकामी विहाय कामान्यः सर्वान् पुमांश्चरति निःस्पृहः निर्ममो निरहङ्कारः स शान्तिम् अधिगच्छति एषा ब्राह्मी स्थितिः पार्थ नैनं प्राप्य विमुह्यति स्थित्वा स्यामन्तकालेऽपि ब्रह्मनिर्वाणमृच्छति ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण-अर्जुन-संवादे सांख्ययोगो नाम द्वितीयोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
Thank you, Radha Govinda Prabhu, for this wonderful recitation. We hope everyone at home has a cup of water with you, maybe slightly lukewarm water, to keep the vocal cords intact as we have many, many more verses to go. Before we continue, my humble request, so we have a humble request that every single person who is watching shares this broadcast with others. If you're on Facebook, it's very, very simple. You just hit the share, put it on your account so that everyone else can see it. Those who are on YouTube, you can also do a share. And many of you, I've heard, some of you may be on WhatsApp. So if you are on WhatsApp, then you can share the YouTube link, the Facebook link. We want the vibration of the Gita to go far and wide. The world is so much in need of this spiritual vibration of Krishna's words. So please, please, our humble request, Krishna has given you full license to do spiritual spamming today, so that we can get this knowledge far and wide. So please do that. We have just recited the second chapter of the Gita, and I really appreciate Ketan Agarwal's comment. He gives one of the main excuses people give. Ketan says, people say, I know this already. The Good Society who are commenting on YouTube say, I already know it, therefore I can't learn anything more. Yes, thank you for these comments. This is one of the main excuses we hear again and again and again. People tell us, I grew up with the Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita has been in my home for generations. I grew up coming to the temple. I know about Krishna. One person even told me, no, I've read the entire Gita. I've even read the 19th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. Of course, I had to later on tell him that there are only 18 chapters in the book. In this way, people give this excuse saying that they already know it. This is nothing new for me. For a moment, I want you to consider Arjun. Arjun grew up in a family of immaculate piety. Arjun grew up in a family in which he had complete observance of all religiosity. Arjun, throughout his whole life, followed dharma. But what does Arjun come to Krishna and say in the second chapter of the Gita? Karpanya dosho pahata svabhava prachami tvam dharma shamudachetaha yachreyashan nishchitam bruhitan me shishyaste ham sadhimam tvam prapannam. Arjun, who is so qualified, who is such an incredible person, comes to Krishna and says, Krishna, I'm confused. I thought I knew, but I don't know. Krishna, Shishyasteham sadhimam tvam prapannam. Krishna, now I become your humble disciple. I come to humbly learn from you. Please, Krishna, you instruct me. Arjun comes in front of Krishna in a mood of humility. Without humility, there is no knowledge whatsoever. In colloquial English, when someone is proud, we say they're full of it. And when someone is full of it, it means there's no room for anything new to go in. How can we say we know it all when Arjun said, I don't know it all? If you imagine all the knowledge of the world to be a circle, then one section of that circle is what you know you know. Another small section of that circle is what you know you don't know. But friends, shall I tell you something amazing? The biggest part of the circle of knowledge is the section you don't know what you don't know. There are so many things in this world that we don't know about. And when we open a book like the Bhagavad Gita, we begin to gain gems of wisdom, universal insights. We begin to gain knowledge which tells us about a bright future, which opens up many opportunities, which makes us think about life in a different way. But we'll never be able to access that knowledge of what we don't know if we don't have the humility to say, I don't know. And therefore, so many people may say they know the Bhagavad Gita, but what I tell them is that you may know about the Bhagavad Gita. That doesn't mean you know the Gita. You may know about Krishna, but that doesn't mean you know Krishna. What I often tell to these people is that when you learn a little bit, you think you know a lot. And when you actually learn a lot, then you realize, I don't know anything at all. Because humility naturally comes in the heart of someone who realizes there's so much more to learn. And therefore, if you ever come across a person who says, I already know, then try to share this with them. That Arjun didn't know, even though Arjun was so qualified. That mistake of thinking that we already know. Remember, learning is a lifelong mission. And therefore, we want to continue learning. And for that, we have to realize we don't know everything. So we'll continue on with the 3rd chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. And just a reminder to everyone that please share this broadcast with as many people as possible, so that as many people as possible can benefit from the transcendental vibration of Krishna's immortal words in the Bhagavad Gita. Over to Radha Govinda.
Hare Krishna. I hope that you're all getting into the recitation now. We are going to try and speed up a little bit. Otherwise, unlike Krishna who finished in 45 minutes, he'll be here till 8 p.m. So we're going to speed up a little bit. This is chapter 3, the yoga of action, karma yoga. Arjuna uvacha jyayasi chet karmanaste mata buddhir janardana tat kim karmani ghore mam niyojayasi keshava vyamrisheneva vakyena buddhim mohaya shivame tadekam vada nishchitya yena shreyo hamapnuyam. Shri Bhagavan uvacha kim lokesmin vividhanishta pura prokta maya nagha jnana yogena sankhyanam karma yogena yoginam na karmanam anarambham naishkarmyam purushoshnate na cha sannyasana deva siddhim samadhigacchati na hi kasyit shanam api jatu tishthatya karma krit karyate yavasha karma sarva prakriti jairgunai karmendriyani samyamya ya aste manasa smaran indriyarthan vimudhatma mithyacharasa uchyate yastva indriyani manasa niyamya rabaterjuna karmendriyai karma yogam asakta savishishyate niyatam kuru karmatvam karma jyayo hya karmanah sharira yatra pichate na prasiddhyeda karmanah यज्ञार्थात् कर्मणो नत्र लोकोऽयं कर्म बन्धनः
तदर्थं कर्म कौन्तेय मुक्तसङ्गसमाचर सह यज्ञ प्रजसृष्ट्वा पुरोवाच प्रजापतिः अनेन प्रसविष्येध्वम् एषवोस्त्विष्टकामधुक् देवान् भावयतानेन ते देव भावयन्तु वः परस्परं भावयन्तः श्रेयपरम् अवाप्स्यथ इष्टान् भोगान् हि वो देवा दास्यन्ते यज्ञभाविता तैर्दत्तानप्रदायैभ्यो यो भुङ्क्तेस्तेन एव सः यज्ञशिष्टाशिनः सन्तो मुच्यन्ते सर्वकिल्बिषै भुञ्जते ते त्वगं पापा ये पचन्त्यात्मकारणात् अन्नाद् भवन्ति भूतानि पर्जन्याद् अन्नसम्भवः यज्ञाद् भवति पर्जन्यो यज्ञकर्मसमुद्भवः कर्म ब्रह्मोद्भवं विद्धि ब्रह्माक्षरसमुद्भवं तस्मात् सर्वगतं ब्रह्म नित्यं यज्ञे प्रतिष्ठितम् एवं प्रवर्तितं चक्रं नानुवर्तयति हयः अघायुरिन्द्रियारामो मोघं पार्थ स जीवति यस्त्व आत्मरतिरेव स्याद् आत्मतृप्तश्च मानवः आत्मन्येवाच सन्तुष्टस्तस्य कार्यं न विद्यते नैव तस्य कृतेनार्थो न कृतेनेह कश्चन न चास्य सर्वभूतेषु कश्चिदर्थव्यपाश्रयः तस्मादसक्तः सततं कार्यं कर्म समाचर असक्तो ह्याचरन् कर्म परम् आप्नोति पुरुषः कर्मणैव हि संसिद्धिम् आस्थिता जनकादयः लोकसङ्ग्रहम् एवापि सम्पश्यन् कर्तुमर्हसि यद्यद् आचरति श्रेष्ठस्तद् एवेतरो जनः स यत्प्रमाणं कुरुते लोकस्तद् अनुवर्तते न मे पार्थास्ति कर्तव्यं त्रिषु लोकेषु किञ्चन नानवप्तम् अवाप्तव्यं वर्त एव च कर्मणि यदि ह्यहं न वर्तेयं जातु कर्मण्यतन्द्रितः मम वर्त्मानुवर्तन्ते मानुष पार्थ सर्वशः उत्सीदेयुरिमे लोका न कुर्यां कर्म चेदहं शङ्करस्य सकर्ता चाम् उपहन्यामि मा प्रजा शक्तकर्मण्यविद्वांसो यथा कुर्वन्ति भारत कुर्याद्विद्वांस्तथा सक्तश्चिकीर्षुर्लोकसङ्ग्रहम् न बुद्धिभेदं जनयेद् अज्ञानं कर्मसङ्गिनां जोषयेत् सर्वकर्माणि विद्वान् युक्तसमाचरन् प्रकृते क्रियमाणानि गुणैः कर्माणि सर्वशः अहङ्कारविमूढात्मा कर्ताहमिति मन्यते तत्त्ववित्तु महाबाहो गुणकर्मविभागयो गुणागुणेषु वर्तन्ता इति मत्वा न सज्जते प्रकृतेर्गुणसम्मूढा सज्जन्ते गुणकर्मसु तान् कृत्स्नाविदो मन्दान् कृत्स्नाविन्न विचालयेत् मयि सर्वाणि कर्माणि सन्न्यास्याध्यात्मचेतसा निराशीर्निर्ममो भूत्वा युध्यस्व विगतज्वरः ये मिमतम् इदं नित्यम् अनुतिष्ठन्ति मानवः श्रद्धवन्तो न सूयन्तो मुच्यन्ते तेऽपि कर्मभिः ये त्वेतदभ्यसूयन्तो नानुतिष्ठन्ति मे मतं सर्वज्ञानविमूढांस्तान् विद्धि नष्टान् चेतसः सदृशं चेष्टते स्वास्य प्रकृतेर्ज्ञानवानपि प्रकृतिं यान्ति भूतानि निग्रह किं करिष्यति इन्द्रियस्येन्द्रियस्यार्थे रागद्वेषो व्यवस्थितो तयोर्नवशम् आगच्छेत् तौ हि अस्य परिपन्थिनो श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणो स्वरधर्मात् स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वधर्मे निधनं श्रेय परधर्मो भयावहः अर्जुन उवाच अथ केन प्रयुक्तोऽयं पापं चरति पुरुषः अनिच्छन् अपि वर्ष्णेय बलाद् इव नियोजितः श्रीभगवानुवाच काम एष क्रोध एष रजोगुणसमुद्भवः महाशनो महापाप्मा विद्येनमिह वैरिणं धूमेनाव्रियते वह्निर्यथादर्शो मलेन च यथोल्बेनावृतो गर्भस्तथा तेनेदमावृतम् आवृतं ज्ञानमेतेन ज्ञानिनो नित्यवैरिणा कामरूपेण कौन्तेय दुष्पुरेणानलेन च इन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धिरस्याधिष्ठानमुच्यते एतैर्विमोहयत्येष ज्ञानमावृत्य देहिनम् तस्मात् त्वम् इन्द्रियाण्यादो नियम्य भरतर्षभा पाप्मानं प्रजह्येनं ज्ञानविज्ञाननाशनम् इन्द्रियाणि पराण्याहुरिन्द्रियेभ्यः परं मनः मनसस्तु परा बुद्धिर्यो बुद्धे परतस्तु सः एवं बुद्धे परं बुद्ध्वा संस्तभ्यात्मानमात्मना जहि शत्रुं महाबाहो कामरूपं दुराशदम् ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे कर्मयोगो नाम तृतीयोऽध्यायः।
Hare Krishna,
कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
We're looking at more excuses that we can come up with. Harish Patel says, a common excuse, I have to look after my wife and children. I'm doing my karma first. Dinesh Diwan says, I have involvement in worldly activities. Narinda says, practicing the Bhagavad Gita is more difficult than marriage. I don't know, I can't confirm that, but I'll take your word for it. Yes, this is perhaps the next main excuse that many people come up with. They say, I have so many duties, so many responsibilities, so many roles that I have to play in my life. Let me do all of these things first. Let me tie up all of the different worldly things I have to do. I gotta earn a little bit more so that I can have some in the bank account for my children. I've got the last few things that I have to tie up in my business. I got a few more payments left on my mortgage, and once I tie all of these things up, once I've fulfilled all of these responsibilities, then I will practice spiritual life. It's interesting that in chapter 3 of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna completely refutes this idea by encouraging each one of us to live a life of integration. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna explains to Arjuna, Tasmad sarveshu kaleshu mamanu smarayudhyacha mayarpita mano buddhir mame vaisyasya samsayaha. Very interestingly, Krishna says your worldly duties and your spiritual duties don't go in a sequence, but rather they go side by side. Krishna says to Arjuna, Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu, at all times, Arjuna, Ma manusmara, remember me, remember your spiritual goal. Yudhyacha, and at the same time do your duty in this world of fighting. Arjuna has many things to balance in his life, and sometimes, actually all of the time, we have many things that we have to balance in our lives. We're playing multiple roles. Some of you are playing the role of a father, a mother. Some of you are children. Some of you have duties in your career. You have so many different responsibilities and so many roles, and sometimes it can feel like they're all in conflict. Arjuna wasn't any different. He also had many dharmas. Arjuna had a kula dharma, a duty to his family. Arjuna had a Kshatriya dharma. He had a duty as a warrior. Arjuna had a Pati dharma. He had a duty as a husband. But Krishna looked at Arjuna and he reminded him, Yes, you have a Kula Dharma. Yes, you have a Kshatriya Dharma. Yes, you have a Raja Dharma. But never forget that you also have a Sanatan Dharma, and those have to go side by side. When we do these two things side by side, you actually live the most successful life. Krishna is not saying don't be a good husband. Krishna is saying be a spiritual husband. Krishna is not saying don't be a good king. Krishna is saying be a spiritual king. Krishna is not saying don't be a father. Krishna is saying be a spiritual father. And therefore, this idea that I have to fulfill all of my responsibilities and then later on I can do my Sanatan Dharma is not something which is endorsed by Krishna or recommended in any way, shape or form. Once the great sage Narad Muni, who's a great devotee, a great renunciate, was traveling across the universe, and he came into the presence of Vishnu and he asked Vishnu, who is the greatest devotee? Vishnu pointed out a poor farmer and he said, he is the greatest devotee. Narad Muni was shocked. He said, there are so many sannyasis, there are so many renunciates, there are so many who have given everything up to serve you. How will you say that this poor farmer is the greatest devotee? Vishnu looked at Narad and he said, I'll explain to you, but first I want to give you a task. Here is a bowl and it's full of oil, and it was full to the brim. Vishnu looked at Narad and he said, I know you're traveling across the universe. I want you to continue traveling across the universe, but I want you to carry this bowl full of oil with you and make sure you don't drop one little bit of oil on the ground. Narad Muni took up the task. He held the bowl very carefully, balancing it with all his attention, with all his concentration, and he began traversing the universe. He went around the 3 worlds and came back into Vishnu's presence, and Vishnu said, very good, I can see you haven't spilt one drop of oil. And then he looked at Narad Muni and he said, while you were traveling across the universe, were you chanting Narayan's names? Narad Muni thought for a moment and he said, no, it was difficult to chant Narayan's names because I was doing your work. You gave me a work that required so much attention, that required so much concentration, that required so much balance. How could I, at the same time, chant Narayan's names? Vishnu then looked at the farmer and he said, you see that farmer? He also has many things to balance. He has a family life to balance. He has his job to balance. He has so many other responsibilities to balance. But while doing all of these duties, look at his mouth. And Narad looked and he was chanting Krishna's names. And Vishnu said, therefore I told you, he's the greatest devotee because he's learnt how to do all of his dharmas side by side. And this, dear friends, is the challenge for 2021. Try to begin to live an integrated life where we fulfill all of our material responsibilities and our spiritual responsibilities side by side, because really they should complement and nourish each other. And it only requires some ingenious thinking. So in chapter 3, Krishna reassures us, don't give the excuse that you have too many duties to fulfill, because all duties can, should, and are recommended to be fulfilled side by side. And with that, we'll hand over to Radha Govinda Prabhu for chapter number 4.
chapter number 4. I just want to say that you might be hearing some beautiful harmonium in the background, a beautiful melody. That's not my beautiful voice, and that's not a pre-recorded voice, but that is His Grace Prem Sankirtan Prabhu, who is sitting here with his harmonium, following along with social distancing, of course, but he's not on camera, but he's doing an amazing job, persevering throughout the whole 6 hours. We'll start with chapter 4 now, the Yoga of Knowledge, Jnana Yoga. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Imam vivasvate yogam proktavanaham avyayam vivasvan manave praha manurikshva kave bravit evam parampara praptam imam rajarshayo viduhu sakale nehamahata yogo nashta parantapa saevayam maya tedya yoga prokta puratanaha bhaktosi me sakha cheti rahasyam hyetaduttamam Arjuna uvacha aparam bhavato janma param janma vivasvataha katham etad vijaniyam tvam ado proktavaniti Shri Bhagavan uvacha bahuni me vyatitani janmani tavacharjuna tanyaham veda sarvani natvam vetha parantapa ajopi san avyayatma bhutanam ishvaropi san Prakritim swamadhisthaya sambhavamyatmamayaya yada yada hi dharmasya glanir-bhavati bharata abhyuthanam dharmasya tadatmanam srijamyaham paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkritam dharma sansthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge janma karma cha me divyam evam yo veti tatvatah Tyaktva deham punarjanma neiti mameti sorjuna Vitaraga bhaya krodha manmana mamupashrita Bahavo jnana tapasa putamad bhavamagata Ye yatha mam prapadyante tamstateva bhajamyaham Mama vartmanu vartante manushya partha sarvashaha Kankshanta karmanam siddhim yajanta iha devata Kshipram hi manushe loke siddhir bhavati karmaja Chaturvarnyam maya shrishtam guna karma vibhagashaha Tasya kartaram hapimam vidya kartaram avyayam Na mam karmani limpanti na me karma phale spraha Iti mam yo bijanati karma birna sabhadyate Evam gyatva kritam karma purvair api manukshvihi Kuru kameva tasmatvam purvai kuru taram kritam Kim karma kima karmeti kavayopyatra mohitaha Tatte karma pravakshyami yagyatva mokshase shubhat Karmano hi api bodhavyam bodhavyam cha vikarmanaha Akarmanascha bodhavyam gahana karmano gatahi Karmanya karmaya pashyed akarmani cha karmayah Sabuddhiman manushyeshu sayukta kritsna karma krit Yasya sarve samarambha kama sankalpa varjita Jnanagni dagdha karmanam tam anu pandita buddha Tyaktva karma phalasangam nitya tripto nirashrayah Karmanya bhi pravrutopi naiva kinchit karoti saha Nirashiryata chittatma tyakta sarva parigraha Shariram kevalam karma kurvannapnoti kilbisham Yadrachalabha santushto dvandvatito vimatsaraha Samasiddhava cha kritvapi na nibadhyate Gatasangasya muktasya jnanavasthita chetasaha Yagyaya charata karma samagram praviliyate Brahmarpanam brahmahavir brahmagno brahmanahutam Brahmaiva tena gantavyam brahma karma samadhina Devam eva pare yagyam yogina paryupasate Brahmagnava pare yagyam yagye naivopajuvati Shrotraadinindriyanyanye samyamagnishu juvati Shabdadin vishayananya indriyagnishu juvati सर्वानिन्द्रियकर्माणि प्राणकर्माणि चापरे आत्मसंयम्य योगानो जुवति ज्ञानदीपिते द्रव्ययज्ञस्तपो यज्ञ योगयज्ञस्तथा परे स्वाध्याय ज्ञानयज्ञश्च यतयः संशिता व्रतः अपाने जुवति प्राणं प्राणे पानं तथा परे प्राणापानगतिरुद्ध्वा प्राणायामापरायणः अपरे नियताहार प्राणान् प्राणेषु जुवति सर्वेप्येते यज्ञविदो यज्ञक्षपितकल्मषः यज्ञशिष्टामृतो भुजो यान्ति ब्रह्म सनातनम् नायं लोकोऽस्त्यवज्ञस्य कुतोऽन्यः कुरु सत्तमा एवं बहुविधा यज्ञा वितता ब्रह्मणो मुखे कर्मजं विद्धितान् सर्वान् एवं ज्ञात्वा विमोक्ष्यसे श्रेयान् द्रव्यमयाद्यज्ञात् ज्ञानयज्ञः परन्तप सर्वं कर्माखिलं पार्थ ज्ञाने परिसमाप्यते तद्विद्धि प्रणिपातेन परिप्रश्नेन सेवया उपदेक्ष्यन्ति ते ज्ञानं ज्ञानिनस्तत्त्वदर्शिनः यज्ञात्वा न पुनर्मोहम् एवं यायसि पाण्डव येन भूत्यानि शेषानि द्रक्ष्यानात्मन्यथो मयि अपि चेदसि पापेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः पापकृत्तमः सर्वं ज्ञानप्लवेनैव वृजिनं सन्तरिष्यसि यथैधांसि संविद्धोऽग्निर्भस्मसात् कुरुतेऽर्जुन ज्ञानाग्निः सर्वकर्माणि भस्मसात् कुरुते तथा न हि ज्ञानेन सदृशं पवित्रम् इह विद्यते तत्स्वयं योगसंसिद्धः कालेनात्मनि विन्दति श्रद्धावा लभते ज्ञानं तत्परः संयतेन्द्रियः ज्ञानं लब्ध्वा परं शान्तिम् अचिरेणाधिगच्छति अज्ञाश्च श्रद्धानश्च संशयात्मा विनश्यति नायं लोकोऽस्ति न परो न सुखं संशयात्मनः योगसन्न्यस्तकर्माणां ज्ञानसञ्चिन्न संशयम् आत्मवन्तं न कर्माणि निबध्नन्ति धनञ्जय तस्मादज्ञानसम्भूतं हृत्स्थं ज्ञानासीनात्मनः चित्वैनं संशयं योगम् आतिष्ठोत्तिष्ठ भारत ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे ज्ञानयोगो नाम चतुर्थोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Thank you to all our viewers for sharing this broadcast. If you haven't already done it on Facebook, YouTube, and your WhatsApp groups, then please continue sharing this. And this is your way of sharing the Gita with as many people as possible. And thank you for your comments. We are looking at your comments, and if you would like to ask any questions, then do put them on the comments, and we'll try to raise those points. We're continuing with the excuses that we may come up with as we ascend on this spiritual journey. Usha Chotai says, the Bhagavad Gita is too complicated. And Jagruti Thana says, the Bhagavad Gita is difficult to read. Yes, this is one of the excuses that people often come up with. They say, I'm not intelligent enough to read the Bhagavad Gita. I don't know Sanskrit. I'm not a philosopher. I'm not someone who generally even reads books. I'm a very, very simple person. Sometimes when I hear all of this knowledge, it goes in one ear and it comes out of the other ear. Some people say, I'm old, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. So some people feel that the Bhagavad Gita, the spiritual journey, is not possible for them because they're not intelligent enough to understand the knowledge given by Krishna. In the 4th chapter, Krishna answers this reservation that we may well have. Krishna says to Arjuna, Sa evaya maya tedya yoga prokta puratana bhakto sime sakha cheti rahasyam hyatadutamam. Krishna looks at Arjuna and he says, Rahasyam, this knowledge is very, very confidential. But Arjuna, this confidential knowledge you can understand. Why? Bhakto sime sakha cheti. Because Arjuna, you are a bhakta, you are devoted. Sakha cheti, and you are very, very friendly towards me. Dear friends, this is the only qualification to understand the Gita. One does not need to be a scholar. One does not need to be a philosopher. One does not have to be an academic. One does not have to have 5 degrees and letters after their name. One simply has to have a sincere and willing heart. One must be a bhakta, a devotee, and one must be a sakha, a friend towards Krishna. The Bhagavad Gita is knowledge which is understood on the level of the heart, not on the level of the intellect. And therefore, when we have a desire to understand what Krishna is telling us, and when we desire to actually then take that knowledge and apply it in our life, then Krishna says, Dadami buddhi yogam tam, I will give you all the intelligence required. In the 4th chapter of the Gita, Krishna outlines how we should receive this knowledge. Tadvidi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninas tattvadarshina. Krishna says, this is how you can overcome your reservation that is too difficult to understand. First thing is, Tadvidi pranipatena. Submit and go towards a spiritual teacher and inquire from them in a humble spirit as to what is the meaning of the Bhagavad Gita. But you don't just have to be a passive hearer, Krishna says. Hear and then pariprashnena, present questions before that person and try to clarify your understanding. And then Krishna says, sevaya, do service. If you're humble and you listen, if you ask questions and deeply think about what you're hearing, and if at the same time you render service to Krishna and show that, yes, Krishna, I am devoted to you, I am a friend to you, then all the tattva, all the truth of spiritual knowledge will be revealed within your heart. The knowledge of the Bhagavad Gita, the knowledge of spiritual life is not just about acquiring more and more information. Sometimes people think knowledge in the spiritual sphere is linear, so you learn more and more and more. More verses, more stories, more information. However, learning in a spiritual sphere is not about a linear learning where you're learning more and more, but it's about a spiral learning. In spiritual life, we learn in a spiral. We hear the same verses. We hear the same stories. We hear the same insights of the great teachers over the ages. And as we hear these things again and again and again, we begin to actually get to the essence of knowledge. And the essence of the Bhagavad Gita is actually very, very simple. You are a spiritual being. God is the Supreme Spirit. And if you give your heart to Him in a selfless, unmotivated way, then not only will you rediscover your love for Krishna, you will rediscover your love for everyone around you, and you will rediscover your love for life. It's so simple. You may just miss it. And therefore, Don't be in any doubt or an anxiety that you're not intelligent enough to understand the Gita, because Krishna says it's rahasyam, it's very confidential. But because you're a devotee and because you're my friend, you will very easily be able to understand this knowledge. Therefore, I'm not intelligent enough is not an excuse for not going on the spiritual journey. Over to Radha Govinda for chapter number 5.
Chapter number 5, the Yoga of Renunciation, Sannyasa Yoga. Arjuna Uvacha Sannyasam karmanam Krishna punaryogam cha samsashi yachreya etayorekam tanme bruhi sunishchitam. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Sannyasa karma yogascha nishreyasya karavubho tayoscha karma sannyasat karmo yogo nishashyate. Geya sanitya sannyasi yo na dveshti na kankshati nirdvandvo hi mahabaho sukham panthat pramuchyate. Sankhya yogo prithak bala pravadanti na pandita ekam apyasitha samyag ubhayor vindate phalam. Yat sankhya prapya sthanam tad yogerapi gamyate ekam sankhyam cha yogyam cha ya pashyati sapashyati. Sannyasastu mahabaho dukkham aptum ayogatah yoga yukto munir brahma nachirena gacchati. Yoga yukto vishuddhatma vijitatma jitendriyah sarvabhutatma bhutatma kurvan api na lipyate. Naiva kinchit karomiti yukto manyeta tattvavid pashyan shrinvan sprishan jigran ashnan gachan swapan shwashan. Pralapan vishrajan granan unmishan nimishan napi indriyan indriyartheshu vartanta iti dharayan. Brahmanyadhaya karmani sangam tyaktva karoti yaha lipyatena sapapena padmapatram ivambhasa. Kayena manasa buddhya kevalerindriyerapi yogina karma kurvanti sangam tyaktatma shuddhaye. Yukta karma phalam tyaktva shantimapnoti naishtikim ayukta kamakarena phale sango nibaddhate. Sarva karmani manasa sannyasyaaste sukham vashi navadvare pure dehi naiva kurvan nakarayan. Na kartritvam na karmani lokasya srijati prabhu na karma phala samyogam svabhavastu pravartate. Nadatte kasyachit papam na chaiva sukritim vibhuhu ajnane navritam jnanam tena buhyanti jantavaha. Jnane na tu tadajnanam yesham nashinam atmanaha tesham adityaj jnanam prakashayati tatparam. Tadbuddhayastadaatmanas tannishthastadparayanaha gacchantya punaravrittam jnana nirdhuta kalmashaha. Vidya vinaya sampanne brahmane gavihastini shuni chaiva shvapake cha pandita samadarshinaha. Ihaiva terjita sargo yesham samye sthitam manaha nirdosham hi samam brahma tasmad brahmani te sthitaha. Na prarishyet priyam prapya nodvijet prapya cha priyam sthira buddhira sammudho brahmavid brahmani sthitaha. Bahya sparshe svashaktatma vindatyatmani tat sukham sa brahma yoga yuktatma sukham akshayam ashnute. Yehi samparsha jhabhoga dukkha yonaya evate adyantavanta konteya nateshu ramate buddha. Shaknoti haiva yashodum praksharira vimokshanat kamakrodhat bhavam vegam sayukta sa sukhi naraha. Yonta sukhontararamas tatha nirjyotirevayah sayogi brahma nirvanam brahma bhuto digacchati. Labhante brahma nirvanam rishayakshina kalmasha chinna dvaida yadatmana sarva bhuta hiterata. कामक्रोधविमुक्तानां यतीनां यतचेतसाम् अभीतो ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं वर्तन्ते विदितात्मनां स्पर्शान् कृत्वा बहिर्बाह्यं चक्षुश्चैवान्तरे भ्रुवोः प्राणापानो समो कृत्वा नाशाभ्यन्तरचारिणो यतेन्द्रियमनोबुद्धिर्मुनिर्मोक्षपरायणः विगतेच्छा भयक्रोधो य सदा मुक्त एव सः भोक्तारां यज्ञतपसां सर्वलोकमहेश्वरं सुहृदं सर्वभूतानां ज्ञात्वा मां शान्तिमृच्छति। ॐ तत्सद् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुनसंवादे संन्यासयोगो नाम पञ्चमोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे।
We don't all need to be told that this has been one of the most challenging years in perhaps the history of the world. A pandemic, a global crisis. Sometimes people come to me and say, this is all very nice, sitting down, reading a book, worshipping, praying, chanting. To be honest, I'd prefer to spend my time doing something practical to help the world. And this is one excuse that comes up again and again and again. What will this do? What will all of this spirituality do to solve the economic problems, to solve the environmental problems, to solve the social problems that we see in the world today? Rather than being selfish and just working on my own spirituality, I would rather prefer to do something to benefit and make the world a better place. Interestingly, in the 5th chapter, Krishna gives us a complete paradigm shift. In a beautiful verse in the 5th chapter, Krishna says, Vidya vinaya shampanne brahmane gavihastini sunicheva svapake cha pandita samadarshina. Krishna explains, if one gets vidya, which means knowledge, then naturally they will become vinaya, which means gentle and kind. Vidya vinaya sampanne, endowed with knowledge and kindness, one becomes a pandita, a greatly learned person. And what does a pandita have? Samadarshina, spiritual vision to see the equality of all living beings, the vision to see the spirit in everything. For a moment, what I want you all to consider is that all the problems we see in the world are due to a lack of spiritual vision. Do we have material vision or do we have spiritual vision? If we have material vision, we will exploit. If we have spiritual vision, we will nurture. If we have material vision, we will be all about taking. If we have spiritual vision, we'll be all about giving. If we have material vision, our whole life will be about enjoying. But if we have spiritual vision, our life will be about serving. If we have material vision, then every act we perform will be driven by selfishness. But when we have spiritual vision, we're impelled by selflessness. The biggest change we can make in the world is the change to give spiritual vision to as many individuals as possible. Because when there is spiritual vision in the world, then all of the problems we see in the world will disappear. If there was spiritual vision in the world, would you have racism, which is based on the temporary body? If there was spiritual vision in the world, would you have sexism, which is based on the temporary body? If there was spiritual wisdom in the world, would you have ageism, which is based on the temporary body? If you had spiritual vision in the world, would you have nationalism, which is based on the temporary body? I'll give you one more thought. If we had spiritual vision in this world, would we have speciesism, which is when we discriminate that this is an animal, this is a human, and therefore we can mistreat animals and treat humans fine? If we have that kind of discrimination, we end up in a world situation which we face at the moment. Coronavirus is zoonotic. It stems from animals, and particularly the mistreatment and disharmony we have with the animal kingdom. We may all want to run around and do something to try and solve the coronavirus pandemic, but if everyone was a little wise to have spiritual vision before, then we may not find ourselves in this mess in the first place. Therefore, our dear friends who say, I want to do something practical to help the world, Krishna says, do the most practical thing, which is in your own life, develop spiritual vision, and then try to give that spiritual vision to as many people as possible, because it's that spiritual vision which is ultimately going to create the most powerful, the most sustainable, and the most comprehensive solutions in the world today. It is great to have a passion to do something to help the world, but passion must have a compass of knowledge. Because when the passion to help the world meets with the compass of spiritual knowledge, then that passion plus the compass becomes compassion. And it is that compassion that we want each and every person to show in the world to really make the world a better place. So be in no doubt, by reading the Gita, by living the Gita, and by giving the Gita to as many people as possible, you are doing the greatest welfare work in the entire universe. And over to Radha Govinda for chapter number 6.
Chapter number 6, the yoga of meditation, Dhyana Yoga. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Anashrita karma phalam karyam karma karoti yaha sasannyasi sayogi cha narirnagnir na chakriyaha yam sannyasam iti prahur yogam tam vidhi pandava na hi sannyasta sankalpo yogi bhavati kaschana arurukshor muner yogam karma karanamuchyate yogarudhasya tasyaiva shama karanamuchyate yada hi nendriyarthesyu na katham sanusajjate sarva sankalpa sannyasi yogarudhastadochyate uddharedatmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet atmaiva yatmano bandhur atmaiva ripuratmanaha bandhuratmatmanastasya yenatmaivatmana jitaha anatmanastu shatrutve vartitatmaiva shatruvat jitatmana prashantasya paramatma samahita shitoshna sukhadukkeshu tatha manapamanayo jnana vijnana triptatma kutasto vijitendriyaha yukta ityuchyate yogi samaloshrasmakaranaha Suran mitrarudasina madhyastha dveshya bandhusu sadhushvapi cha papeshu samabuddhir vishishyate yogi yunjita satatam atmanam rahasi stitaha ekaki yata chittatma nirasira parigraha shuchau deshe pratisthapya sthiram asanam atmanaha natyuchritam nati nicham chailajina kushottaram तत्रैकाग्र्यं मनः कृत्वा यत चित्तेन्द्रियक्रियः
उपविश्यासने युञ्ज्याद् योगम् आत्मविशुद्धये समं कायशिरोग्रीवं धारयन् अचलं स्थिरः सम्प्रेक्ष्य नासिकाग्रं स्वं दिशश्चानवलोकयन् प्रशान्तात्मा विगतभिर्ब्रह्मचारी व्रते स्थितः मनः संयम्य मच्चित्तो युक्तासीत मत्परः युञ्जनेवं सदात्मानं योगी नियतमानसः शान्तिं निर्वाणपारमां मत्स्थां स्थाम् अधिगच्छति नात्यश्नातस्तु योगोऽस्ति न चैकान्तम् अनाश्नतः न चाति स्वप्नशीलस्य जागृतो नैव चार्जुन युक्ताहारविहारस्य युक्तचेतस्य कर्मसु युक्तस्वप्नावबोधस्य योगो भवति दुःखः यदा विनीयतं चित्तम् आत्मन्येवावतिष्ठते निःस्पृहः सर्वकामेभ्यो युक्त इत्युच्यते तदा यथा दीपो निवातस्थो नेङ्गते सोपमा स्मृता योगिनो यतचित्तस्य युञ्जतो योगमात्मनः यत्रो परमते चित्तं निरुद्धं योगसेवया यत्र चैवात्मनात्मानं पश्यन्नात्मनि तुष्टति सुखम् आत्यन्तिकं यत्तद् बुद्धिग्राह्यं मतीन्द्रियं वेत्ति यत्र न चैवायं स्थितश्चलति तत्त्वतः यं लब्ध्वा चापरं लाभं मन्यते नाधिकं ततः यस्मिन् स्थितो न दुःखेन गुरुणापि विचल्यते तं विद्या दुःखसंयोगा वियोगं योगसंज्ञितम् स निश्चयेन योक्तव्यो योगो निर्विण्णचेतसा सङ्कल्पप्रभवान् कामं त्यक्त्वा सर्वान् शेषतः मनस्यैवेन्द्रियग्रामं विनियम्य समन्ततः शनैः शनैरुपरमेत् बुद्ध्या धृतिगृहीतया आत्मसंस्थं मनः कृत्वा न किञ्चित् अपि चिन्तयेत् यतो यतो निश्चलति मनश्चञ्चलम् अस्थिरं ततस्ततो नियम्यैताद् आत्मन्येवावशं नयेत् प्रशान्तमनसं ह्येनं योगिनं सुखमुत्तमम् उपैति शान्तराजसं ब्रह्मभूतम् अकल्मषम् युञ्जनेवं सदात्मानं योगी विगतकल्मषः सुखेन ब्रह्मसम्पर्शम् अत्यन्तं सुखमाश्नुते सर्वभूतस्थमात्मानं सर्वभूतानि चात्मनि ईक्षते योगयुक्तात्मा सर्वत्र समदर्शनः यो मां पश्यति सर्वत्र सर्वं च मयि पश्यति तस्याहं न प्रणश्यामि स च मे न प्रणश्यति सर्वभूतस्थितं यो मां भजत्येकात्ममास्थितः सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि स योगी मयि वर्तते आत्मौपम्येन सर्वत्र समं पश्यति वोऽर्जुन सुखं या यदि या दुःखं स योगी परमो मतः अर्जुन उवाच योऽयं योगस्त्वया प्रोक्तः सम्येन मधुसूदन एतसाह्यं न पश्यामि चञ्चलत्वात् स्थितं स्थिरं चञ्चलं हि मनः कृष्ण प्रमाथि बलवान् दृढं तस्याहिं निग्रहं मन्ये वायोरिव सुदुष्करं श्रीभगवानुवाच असंशयं महाबाहो मनो दुर्निग्रहं चलम् अभ्यासेन तु कौन्तेय वैराग्येन च गृह्यते असंयत् आत्मना योगो दुष्प्राप्य इति मे मतिः वशत्माना तु यतता शक्य वक्तुम् उपायतः अर्जुन उवाच अयति श्रद्धयोपेतो योगात् चलति मानसः अप्राप्य योगसंसिद्धिं कामगतिं कृष्ण गच्छति कच्चिन्नो भयविभ्रष्टश्चिन्नाभ्रम् इव नाश्यति अप्रतिष्ठो महाबाहो विमूढो ब्राह्मणपथि एतान्मे संशयं कृष्ण चेतुम् अर्हस्य शेषतः त्वदन्य संशयस्यास्य चेत न ह्युपपद्यते श्रीभगवानुवाच पार्थ नैवेहनामुत्र विनाशस्तस्य विद्यते न हि कल्याणकृत् कश्चित् दुर्गतिं तात गच्छति प्राप्य पुण्यकृतं लोकान् उषित्वा शिश्वतः समः शुचीनां श्रीमतं गेहे योगभ्रष्टोऽभिजायते अथवा योगिनामेव कुले भवति धीमताम् एतद्धि दुर्लभतारं लोकलन्म यदीदृशम् तत्र तं बुद्धिसंयोगं लभते पौर्वदेहिकं यतते च ततो भूय संसिद्धो कुरु नन्दन पूर्वाभ्यासेन तेनैव ह्रियते ह्यवश्योऽपि सः जिज्ञासुरपि योगस्य शब्दब्रह्मातिवर्तते प्रयत्नाद्यतमानस्तु योगी संशुद्धकिल्बिषः अनेकजन्मः संसिद्धस्ततो यति परां गतिम् तपस्विभ्योऽधिको योगी ज्ञानिभ्योऽपि मतोऽधिकः कर्मिभ्यश्चाधिको योगी तस्माद्योगी भवार्जुन योगिनामपि सर्वेषां मद्गतेनान्तरात्मना श्रद्धावान् भजते यो मां समे युक्ततमो मतः ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे ध्यानयोगो नाम षष्ठोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Monica Srivastava has shared with us one of the excuses that people often come up with. She says, my mind is unsettled and not able to focus because of worries of my children. Yes, thank you for sharing, Monica. This is one of the main excuses people have. I'm too active. My mind is restless. My mind is always moving. If you ask me to do meditation, to be still, to do prayer, these things are not for me. I'm a very active person. I'm a very energetic person. I'm a person who can't just sit down and do nothing. Therefore, I don't think so spirituality is for me, at least not for me at this stage in my life. Lucky for you, Monica, and lucky for all of those of us that have this excuse that Krishna directly answers in the 6th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna talks all about the active mind that each one of us are battling with. Krishna says to Arjuna, Chanchalam himana Krishna pramati balavadridam tasyaham nigraham manye vayur iva sudushkaram. Arjuna looks at Krishna and says, Chanchalam himana Krishna. Krishna, my mind is always flickering. Pramati balavadridam. It's obstinate, stubborn, and very, very strong. Tasyaham nigraham manye. Krishna, to subdue my mind, to make it become still. Vayuriva sudushkaram. Krishna, I think you're asking me to do something which is more difficult than controlling the wind. An active, restless, constantly energetic mind and body is something that every single person is battling with. One cannot say, I'm too active and therefore I cannot meditate. One cannot say, when my energy, activeness, and restlessness comes down, then I'll meditate. It's as crazy as saying, when I become cured of my disease, then I'll go to the hospital. When I fulfill the demands of my stomach, then I'll go to the restaurant. Once I've got all of the knowledge I require, then I'll read the book. No, this doesn't make any logical sense whatsoever. The reason you go to the hospital is to get better. The reason you go to the restaurant is so that you can fill yourself up. And so the reason why you read books is so that you can become knowledgeable. And therefore, the reason why you meditate is so that you can find some peace, some stillness, and some genuine contemplation and reflection in your life, for this is absolutely necessary. So sometimes if someone comes to me and says, I'm too active, restless, and my life's so chaotic that I can't meditate even for 10 minutes, then I look at them and I say, then for you, you have to meditate for 20 minutes. Because this is absolutely necessary. Krishna is not saying our life shouldn't be active. Krishna is not saying our navigation through this world shouldn't be full of energy. That's all fine. But Krishna says you must also take some time to control your own mind. Therefore, when an archer shoots an arrow, the whole idea is to hit the target as quick and as powerfully as possible. It's all about activity. But what does the archer first do? First, the archer pulls back the arrow. Because when you pull back the arrow, then you can generate more power. You can adjust your aim, and you can release the arrow at the right time. So by all means, be active in the world. But by taking time to retreat and meditate, you actually end up being more powerful, more effective, and you make more impact in the world. And therefore, when Arjuna says to Krishna that, I think it's impossible, I can't control the mind, more difficult than to control the wind, Krishna replies and gives the solution, Asamsaya mahabaho manodurni graham chalam abhyasena tu konteya vairagyena chagriyate. Asamsaya mahabaho. Undoubtedly, Arjuna, what you are saying is true. Mano durni graham chalam, to control the mind is difficult. Abhyasena tu konteya vairagyena chagriyate. But if you do two things, you can control your mind. First thing is vairagya, detachment. Don't take your mind so seriously. Sometimes learn to ignore your mind, and by doing this, you quieten the mind. And second thing, abhyas, do spiritual practice, because by that you can remold the mind. So yes, Krishna says the mind is crazy, the mind is active, the mind is restless, but you must control it. And you do it by quieting the mind, and then by remolding the mind. And in this way, you will be able to focus. You will be able to generate real, deep, spiritual energy in your life. However, it is a discipline, and it requires discipline. So you all have been so disciplined for the last 6 chapters. You've been with us 100%. We begun with, I think, something like 700 people on Facebook and YouTube, and we are now reaching 1,500 individuals on Facebook and YouTube. So we'd like to thank all of you from the bottom of our hearts for tuning in. We are now going to give all of you a 10-minute break. Please do stretch your legs, take your eyes away from the screen, get a drink, a snack, and refresh yourself. And in 10 minutes, we will be back with you. And Radha Govinda will take us through chapter number 7 of the Bhagavad Gita as we continue on this journey, realizing there's no excuse, there's no barrier, there's no impediment, there's no issue in my life. Now I can just go for it and reach my spiritual perfection and spiritual happiness. So take a 10-minute break, and we look forward to joining you back in 10 minutes. And please again share this far and wide on all your social media platforms. Let's have this vibration go far and wide. Hare Krishna.
Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tvam Sadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivamsvadivam साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजना सहितं कृष्ण चैतन्य देवम् श्री राधा कृष्ण पदान् सागन ललिता श्री विशाखान्वितांश्च श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Thank you. I hope you're a little bit more at ease and ready for the second run of the recitations, the next 6 chapters. Before we start, I just wanted to share my great appreciation for all those devotees who've come forward to help us in our project of distributing this Gita, distributing the Bhagavad Gita far and wide. Every year we have a book marathon dedicated to Srila Prabhupada's books. Swami Prabhupada had great faith and great emphasis on the importance of this knowledge and it going out far and wide. We hear devotees far in the Amazon, far in the jungles of Africa have found that these books have made it there. So great potency is there in this book, in these books of Srila Prabhupada. So this year, celebrating World Gita Day, Gita Jayanti, all of ISKCON worldwide has come together in celebrating this occasion for the well-being of all the living entities. At Bhaktivedanta Manor, we have also been putting a lot of effort since, as I said, for the last 2 months, devotees have been thinking of ways in all the limitations we have this year in how to give out and share these books. We have had a sponsorship campaign called Live to Give. This year, it is with great pleasure that I announce we've had more than 1,200 devotees who have come forward, 1,200 individuals who have come forward to sponsor books. And with all that effort, we've got to more than 30,000 books that have been sponsored. So I think that's a big achievement. Our goal is 50,000. We'd started off with that goal, and we're really hoping that by the end of today, when you have the opportunity, as you sit reciting the Gita, to contemplate and also see how you can share the Gita by sponsoring some books. So when these books are sponsored, they're given out throughout the year in prisons, hospitals, to devotees, to students in schools and universities, in different libraries. And we have a small presentation to show you on just how these books land in different homes and in different venues and cast the light of transcendental knowledge. So if you can please have the presentation. We have something called the Gita Project, and we really look forward to your support.
We
Thank you.
place Srila Prabhupada's books in lots of different organisations, such as
The books are all sponsored and are given to the Gita Project by ISKCON London and Bhaktivedanta Manor. We label every single book so that organizations can communicate with us. Over the last few years, we have placed around 20,000 books every year.
you can help by calling to place, label, pack and deliver these books. If we place 27,000 books this marathon, the Gita Project will reach an important milestone of having placed 100,000 of Srila Prabhupada's books in many different organisations. So please join the Live to Give campaign and sponsor more books so that we can place them. Thank you.
So we really thank all of the devotees involved in this wonderful project of sharing the Bhagavad Gita far and wide. What we'd like to tell all of you today is that through all of these thousands of Gitas that have gone to prisons, hospitals, schools, universities, in all of these places, practically on a weekly basis, we receive letters from people who have connected with the Gita in these forums, sometimes prisoners, sometimes patients in a hospital, sometimes young people in a university who came across the Gita, and they're so grateful that they had the access to this knowledge, which really is made possible by all of you who come forward and very generously contribute to sponsoring the Bhagavad Gita. Today, as we recite the Gita, let us remember that when you give someone a book, you're not just giving them paper and ink. When you give someone a book like the Bhagavad Gita, you're giving them the opportunity of a whole new life. You're opening their eyes to what they're really actually looking for. And you open their hearts to receive the greatest spiritual treasure in the entire universe. So please, we request all of you that you continue your generosity. If you have not managed to sponsor some Bhagavad Gitas this Gita Jayanti, we encourage you that on this day, this very special day of Mokshada Ekadashi, when the Gita was spoken, that you log on to www.krishnatemple.com/Gita, and you can sponsor 1, 10, 100, 1,000, or 1,000,000. This year, the entire ISKCON world in this month of December is trying to distribute 2 million Bhagavad Gitas, which will really make a change to the world. So please be part of the effort. Whatever you can do is very much appreciated. And rest assured that whatever you do will go a long way to shaping the future of the world. Hare Krishna. We'll now continue with chapter number 7 of the Bhagavad Gita, recited by Radha Govinda Prabhu.
The Yoga of Wisdom, Vijnana Yoga. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Maya Saktamana Partha Yogam Yunjan Madashrayah Asamshayam Samagram Mam Yatha Gyasyasi Trachunu Jnanam Teham Savijnanam Idam Vakshyama Sheshatah Yagyatvaneha Bhuyonyaj Gyatavyam Avashishyate Manushyanam Sahasreshu Kaschid Yatati Siddhaye Yatatam Siddhanam Kaschin Mam Veti Tatvatah Bhumirapo Nalo Vayu Khammano Buddhirevacha Ahankara iti yamme bhinna prakritirashtadha Apareyam mitastvanyam prakritim viddhi me param Jiva bhutam mahabaho yayedam dharyate jagat Etadyonini bhutani sarvani tyupadaraya Aham kritsnasya jagatah prabhava pralayastatha Matta parataram nanyat kishchid anti jagatjaya Mai sarvam idam protam sutre manigana iva Rasoham apsu kaunteya prabhasmi shashisurayo Prabhava sarvavedeshu shabdakhe paurusham nishu Punyo gandha prithivyam cha tejaschasmi vibhavaso Jivanam sarvabhuteshu tapaschasmi tapasvishu Bijam mam sarvabhutanam vidhi partha sanatanam Buddhir buddhimatam asmi tejas tejasvinamaham Balam balavatam chaham kamaraga vivarjitam Dharma viruddha bhuteshu kamosmi bharatarshabha Ye chaiva satvika bhava rajasastamashaschaye Matta eveti tan viddhi natvaham teshu te mai Tribhir gunamayer bhaver ebhi sarvam idam jagat Mohitam nabhijanati mamebhya paramavyayam Devi hyesha gunamayi mama maya duratyaya Mamevaya prapadyante maya me tam tarantite Na mam dushkritino mudha prapadyante naradama Mayaya parita jnana asuram bhavamashrita Chaturvidha bhajante mam jana sukritinarjuna Artu jigyasirartharthi jnani cha bharatarshabha Tesham jnani nitya yukta eka bhaktir vishishyate Priyo hi jnani notyartham aham sa cha mama priyaha Udara sarva evete jnani tvatmaima me matam Asthita sahi yuktatma mameva nuttamam gatim Bahunam janmanam ante jnanavan mam prapadyate Vasudeva sarvam iti sa mahatma sudurlabha Kamaiste rita jnana prapadyante nyadevata Tam tam niyamamastaya prakritya niyatasvaya Yo yo yam yam tanum bhakta shraddhayarchitum ichchati Tasya tasya chalam shraddham tameva vidadhamyaham Sataya shraddhaya yuktas tasya radhanamihate Labate cha tata kaman mayaiva vihitam hitan Antavattu phalam tesham tadbhavatyalpamedasam Devan devo yajo yanti madbhakta yanti mamapi Avyaktam vyaktimapannam manyante mama buddhayah Param bhavam ajananto mama vyayam anuttamam Naham prakasha sarvasya yoga maya samavrita मूढोऽयं नाभिजानाति लोको मामजमव्ययम् वेदाहं समतीतानि वर्तमानानि चार्जुन भविष्यानि च भूतानि मां तु वेद न कश्चन इच्छाद्वेषसमुत्थेन द्वन्द्वमोहेन भारत सर्वभूतानि सम्मोहं सर्गे यान्ति परन्तप तेषां त्वन्त्वगतं पापं जनानां पुण्यकर्मणां ते द्वन्द्वमोहनिर्मुक्ता भजन्ते मां दृढव्रता जरामरणमोक्षाय मामाश्रित्य यतन्ति ये ते ब्रह्म यद्विदु कृत्स्नम् अध्यात्मं कर्म चाखिलं साधिभूतादिदैवं मां साधियज्ञां च ये विदुः प्रायेण कलपि च मां ते विदुर्युक्तचेतसः। ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे विज्ञानयोगो नाम सप्तमोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
In the comment section, Rita has given us one of the excuses that people give. They say, this is down to your own faith, it's your belief, but it doesn't relate to me. And this is a common excuse that people have. They say, spirituality, I don't follow spirituality and faith, I follow science and fact. I need experiments, I need evidence, I need empirical backup. I'm not a simple-hearted person who can just put faith in a book and then lead my life according to that. I need some hard evidence, and then I can put my heart into something. In the 7th chapter, Krishna reveals to Arjuna that this Bhagavad Gita is not a religion. This Bhagavad Gita is actually a spiritual science. And in the very first verse of the 7th chapter, entitled Knowledge of the Absolute, Krishna says to Arjuna, Maya Shaktamana Partha Yogam Yunjan Madashraya Yatha Gyasasita Chrunu Ashamshayam Mahabaho Yatha Gyasasita Chrunu. Krishna says to Arjuna, now hear. If you hear closely, then you can know me in full, free from doubt. The Bhagavad Gita is a spiritual science that has no holes. H-O-L-E-S. This is the process of the Bhagavad Gita. H stands for hear. O stands for observe. L stands for live. E stands for experience. And S stands for share. When you hear the Bhagavad Gita, the second thing that happens is that you can look at the world, observe the world, and see how everything the Bhagavad Gita is saying tallies with reality. Once you've heard and you've observed, then the third thing you can do is live it. And when you live the words of the Bhagavad Gita and you apply the teachings in your day-to-day functioning, then you experience the Bhagavad Gita as a reality. You experience Krishna. And then when you experience Krishna, the natural result is S. You want to share that with as many people as possible. The Bhagavad Gita is not like a traditional religion. A religion begins with faith and it ends in faith because people don't always apply the teachings. The Bhagavad Gita begins with faith, but when we apply the teachings and we actually perform the spiritual experiment which Krishna is offering us in the pages of the Bhagavad Gita, then we end with an actual experience, an observation, an actual realization of the spiritual reality. And therefore, someone who says that they want science, we invite them to come and perform the most profound scientific experiment in the entire universe, which is the spiritual experiment to find your own self. The Bhagavad Gita is not any less scientific than the science that we see in the world. When you see science in the world, you may want to take a little closer look because it may not be as scientific as you think it to be. In science, there is still so much underlying faith, often in claims which are unsubstantiated. In science, there is often irrational stubbornness, even when evidence arises which contradicts modern scientific theory. That evidence is sidelined and put out of public view. In science, there is artificial hype, claims that we have discovered and understood and disseminated reality far beyond what we have actually done. And therefore, if you take a closer look, then you'll see that science is not actually as factual as you may think it is. And spirituality is not as faith-based as you may think it to be. But actually, when you apply the same level of scrutiny to science and spirituality, then you'll see that it's somewhat of a level playing field. And what Krishna does in the 7th chapter of the Gita is he brings together spirituality and science, and he uses a very interesting word. He says to Arjun, Asamsayam Mahabaho. O Arjun, you can know me, asamsayam, free from any doubt whatsoever. So if you want to be a scientist, Krishna invites you to become a spiritual scientist and discover the most profound truths in the entire creation. And with that, we'll go to chapter number 8. Over to Radha Govinda Prabhu.
Taraka Brahma Yoga. Arjuna Uvacha. Kim tad Brahma kim adhyatmam kim karma purushottama adhibhutam cha kim proktam adhidaivam kim uchyate adhiyagya katham kotra dehesmin madhusudana prayana kale cha katham gyeyo shri niyatatmachaha Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Aksharam Brahma Paramam Swadbhavodhyatutam Uchyate Bhuta Bhavodbhava Karo Visarga Karma Samgitaha Adhibhutam Ksharo Bhava Purushaschadhi Daivatam Adhiyagyo Hame Vatra Dehe Deha Britam Vara Antakale Chamameva Smaran Muktva Kalevaram Ya Prayati Samadbhavam Yati Nastyatra Samshayaha Yam Yam Vapi Smaran Bhavam Tyajatyante Kalevaram Tam Tameveti Kaunteya Sada Tad Bhava Bhavitaha Tasmat Sarveshu Kaleshu Mamanusmara Yudhyacha Mayarpita Mano Buddhir Mameveshyasa Samshayaha Abhyasa Yoga Yuktena Chetasa Nanyagamina Paramam Purusham Divyam Yati Parthanuchintayan Kavin Puranam Anushashitaram Anoraniyam Shamanusmaredya Sarvasya Dhataram Achintya Rupam Aditya Varnam Tamasa Parastat Prayena Kale Manasa Chalena Bhaktya Yukto Yoga Balena Chaiva Bruvor Madhye Pranamavesh Samyak Satam Param Purusham Upaiti Divyam Yad Aksharam Veda Vido Vadanti Vishanti Yad Yatavo Vitaraga Yad Dinchanto Brahmacharyam Charanti Tatte Padam Sangrahena Pravakshye Sarve Dvarani Samyamya Manoridi Nirutyacha मूर्ध्यन्ध्यरात्मनः प्राणम् आस्थितो योगधारणम् ओमित्येकाक्षरं ब्रह्म व्याहरन् मामनुस्मरन् यः प्रयाति त्यजन् देहं स याति परमां गतिम् अनन्यचेता सततं यो मां स्मरति निश्चितः तस्याहं सुलभः पार्थ नित्ययुक्तस्य योगिनः मामुपेत्य पुनर्जन्म दुःखालयम् अशाश्वतं नाप्नुवन्ति महात्मानः संसिद्धिं परमां गता आब्रह्मभुवनाल्लोका पुनरावर्तिनो अर्जुन मामुपेत्य तु कौन्तेय पुनर्जन्म न विद्यते सहस्रयुगपर्यन्तम् अहर्यद्ब्रह्मणो विदुः रात्रिं युगसहस्रान्तं ते होरात्रविदो जनः अव्यक्ताद्व्यक्तवः सर्वा प्रभावन्त्यः रागमे रात्र्यागमे प्रलीयन्ते तत्रैव्यक्तः सम्यके भूतग्राम स एवायं भूत्वा भूत्वा प्रलीयते रात्र्यागमे वस पार्थ प्रभवत्यः रागमे परस्तस्मात् तु भावोऽन्यो व्यक्तो व्यक्तात् सनातनः यः सर्वेषु भूतेषु नाश्यत्सु न विनश्यति अव्यक्तोऽक्षरतित्युक्तस्तामाहुः परमां गतिं यं प्राप्य निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम पुरुषः स परपार्थ भक्त्या लभ्यस्त्वनन्यया यस्यान्तस्थानि भूतानि येन सर्वम् इदं ततं यत्र काले त्वनावृत्तिम् आवृत्तिं चैव योगिनः प्रयाति यान्ति तं कालं वक्ष्यामि भरतर्षभ अग्निज्योतिरः शुक्लः षण्मास उत्तरायणं तत्र प्रायत गच्छन्ति ब्रह्म ब्रह्मविदो जनः धूमो रात्रिस्तथा कृष्ण षण्मास दक्षिणायनं तत्र चन्द्रामसं ज्योतिर्योगी प्राप्य निवर्तते शुक्लकृष्णे गतिह्येते जगतः शाश्वते मते एकाय यातनावृत्तम् अन्यया वर्तते पुनः नैते श्रुति पार्थ जानन् योगी मुह्यति कश्चन तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु योगयुक्तो भवार्जुन वेदेषु यज्ञेषु तपस्सु चैव दानेषु यत्पुण्यफलं प्रदिष्टम् अत्येति तत्सर्वमिदं विदित्वा योगी परं स्थानमुपैति चाद्यम् ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे तारकब्रह्मयोगो नाम अष्टोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
In the comment section, Saroj Pishavadia has said, I am young. I have plenty of time to practice spirituality when I'm older and I have more time. Yes, this is an excuse. Monica Patel says, I'm too young. I'll read it when I'm older, when I have nothing more to do. This perhaps is something people always say, I'll do it in the future. I'll do it later on. I'm convinced. I don't have any excuses. I'm ready. I'm fully on board. I'm fully given to this, but I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it the week after. I'll do it in 2022. Krishna looks at us and says, as we look at Krishna and say, yes, Krishna in the future, just now coming, Krishna looks at us and says, death is also just now coming. In the 8th chapter, Krishna reminds Arjuna, Antakale chamameva smaran muktva kalevaram ya prayati samadbhavam yati nastyatra samsayah. Antakale, time is coming to an end. The body is a ticking time bomb. At one point, we will have to leave this world. We don't think about it, but it's definitely going to happen. Did you know that 72% of people that die without writing a will? Maybe they didn't think it would happen. Maybe they didn't want to think that it would happen. Regardless, it happened. Because time and tide wait for no person. When it comes to spirituality, a young person says, I'm too young for this. An old person says, I'm too old for this. And everyone in between says, I'm too busy for this. Everyone says, yes, someday I will do it. There are 7 days in the week, my friends, and someday is not one of them. If you're telling me you're going to do it, can you give me a day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? Don't tell me someday. If your mentality is that I will do it tomorrow, then tomorrow your mentality will also be, I'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow is a mystical land. It's a mystical land where 99% of human creativity, human achievement, human potential resides. The only problem is we never make it to that mystical land called tomorrow. And therefore, Krishna in the 8th chapter is reminding us, don't give the excuse that you'll do it in the future. Because if there's a good thing and you can do it now, why not do it now? What I would like to share with you today on this point is that spiritual success does not come overnight. Spiritual success does not drop is not like an apple which drops from a tree and hits you mystically at one point in time. Spiritual success comes in installments. Every single day when you apply yourself to your spiritual practices, you receive the spiritual success of that day. And the day after, you receive the spiritual success of that day. And the day that you procrastinate, and the day you say, not today, tomorrow, that's the day when you miss out on that installment of spiritual success. So don't miss out on spiritual success. It's available every single day, and that day can begin today, and that day can continue on to tomorrow, and it has to become every single day for the rest of our lives. Because what Krishna explains in the Gita, ya prayati samadbhavam yati nastyatra samsayaha. Whatever you remember at the time of death, that is where you will go. And what you remember at the time of death will be determined by what you did every single day of this life. And so, don't put it off to the future. That is not a very, very good excuse. Now is the time, and Krishna is inviting us. He's warning us, and He's also bringing up the reality that it doesn't matter whether you're the king, the queen, or the pawn. At the end of the chess game, every single piece ends up in the box. And that is the reality of the world we're living in. And so, let us seize the day and take spirituality while it's available. And with that, I'll hand over to Radha Govinda to take us through chapter number 9.
Chapter number 9, the Yoga of Royal and Hidden Knowledge, Rajaguhya Yoga. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Idam tu te guhyatamam pravakshyamanasoyave jnanam vijnana sahitam yajyatva mokshyase shubhat rajavidya rajaguhyam pavitram idamuttamam Pratyakshaavagamam dharmyam susukham kartum avyayam ashraddhadanaha purusha dharmasyasya parantapa aprapya mam nivartante mrityu samsara vartmane मया ततमिदं सर्वं जगत् अव्यक्तमूर्तिना मत्स्थानि सर्वभूतानि न चाहं तेष्वस्थितः न च मत्स्थानि भूतानि पश्य मे योगमेश्वरं भूतभृन्न च भूतस्थो ममात्मा भूतभावना यथाकाशस्थितो नित्यं वायु सर्वत्र गो महान् तथा सर्वाणि भूतानि मत्स्थानीत्युपधारय सर्वभूतानि कौन्तेय प्रकृतिं यान्ति मामिकान् कल्पक्षये पुनस्तानि कल्पादो विसृजाम्यहम् प्रकृतिं स्वामवस्तभ्य विसृजामि पुनः पुनः भूतग्रामम् इमं कृत्स्नम् अवशं प्रकृतेर्वशात् न च मां तानि कर्माणि निबध्नन्ति धनञ्जय उदासीनावदासीनम् असक्तं तेषु कर्मसु मयाध्यक्षेणापकृति सूयते सचराचरं हेतुनानेन कौन्तेय जगद्विपरिवर्तते अवजानन्ति मां मूढा मानुषीं तनुमाश्रितं परं भावम् अजानन्तो मम भूतमहेश्वरम् मोघाशामोघकर्माणो मोघज्ञानविचेतसः राक्षसीम् आसुरीं चैव प्रकृतिं मोहिनं श्रितः महात्मानस्तु मां पार्थ दैवीं प्रकृतिमाश्रितः भजन्ति अनन्यमनसो ज्ञानभूत्यादिमव्ययम् सततं कीर्तयन्तो मां यतन्तश्च दृढव्रतः नमस्यन्ताश्च मां भक्त्या नित्ययुक्ता उपासते ज्ञानयज्ञेन चाप्यन्ये यजन्तो मामुपासते एकत्वेन पृथक्त्वेन बहुधा विशतो मुखम् अहं क्रतुरहं यज्ञा स्वदहम् अहम् औषधं मन्त्रोऽहम् अहमेवाज्यम् अहम् अग्निरहं हुतं पिताहम् अस्य जगतो माता धाता पितामह वेद्यं पवित्रमोङ्कार ऋक्साम यजुरेव च गतिर्भर्ता प्रभुसाक्षी निवास शरणं सुहृद् प्रभाव प्रलयस्थानं निधनं बीजमव्ययम् तपाम्यहम् अहं वर्षं निग्रहाम्युत्सृजामि च अमृतं चैव मृत्युश्च असच्चाहमर्जुन त्रैविद्यमां सोमपापूतपाप यज्ञैरिष्ट्वा स्वेर्गतिं प्रार्थयन्ते ते पुण्यमासद्य सुरेन्द्रलोकम् अश्नन्ति दिव्यान् दिवि देवभोगान् ते तं भुक्त्वा स्वर्गलोकं विशालं क्षीणे पुण्ये मर्त्यलोकं विशन्ति एवं त्रैधर्ममप्नुप्रपन्ना गतान् कामकामा लभन्ते अनन्याश्चिन्तयन्तो मां ये जना पर्युपासते तेषां नित्याभियुक्तानां योगक्षेमं वहाम्यहम् येऽप्यन्यदेवता भक्ता यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्वितः तेऽपि मामेव कौन्तेय यजन्त विधिपूर्वकम् अहं हि सर्वयज्ञानां भोक्ता च प्रहुरेव च न तु मामभिजानन्ति तत्त्वेनान्तश्च वन्ति ते यान्ति देवव्रता देवान् पितॄन् यान्ति पितृव्रता भूतानि यान्ति भूतेज्य यान्ति मद्याजिनोऽपि माम् पत्रं पुष्पं फलं तोयं यो मे भक्त्या प्रयच्छति तदहं भक्त्युपाहृत्यम् अश्नामि प्रयतात्मनः यत्करोषि यदश्नासि यज्जुहोषि ददासि यत्तपस्यासि कौन्तेय तत्कुरुष्व मदर्पणम् शुभाशुभफलैरेवं मोक्ष्यसे कर्मबन्धने सन्न्यासयोगयुक्तात्मा विमुक्तो मामुपैष्यसि समोऽहं सर्वभूतेषु न मे द्वेष्योऽस्ति न प्रियः ये भजन्ति तु मां भक्त्या मयि ते तेषु चाप्यहम् अपि चेत् सुदुराचारो भजते मामनन्यभाक् साधुरेव समन्तव्य सम्यक् व्यवसितो हि सः क्षिप्रं भवति धर्मात्मा शाश्वच्छान्तिं निगच्छति कौन्तेय प्रतिजानीहि न मे भक्त प्रणश्यति मां हि पार्थव्यपाश्रित्य येऽपि स्युः पापयोनयः स्त्रियो वैश्यस्तथा शूद्रस्तेऽपि यान्ति परां गतिम् किं पुनर्ब्राह्मण पुण्य भक्ता राजर्षयस्तथा अनित्यम् असुखं लोकम् इमं प्राप्य भजस्व माम् मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो मद्याजी मां नमस्कुरु मामे वैश्यसि युक्त्वैवम् आत्मानं मत्परायणः ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुनसंवादे राजगुह्ययोगो नाम नवमोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Someone once came to me and said, I don't want to follow organized religion. Of course, I told them, we're very disorganized, so you'll love us. Of course, that wasn't convincing to them. He said, no, I don't like following rules and regulations. I don't like following systems. I don't like following the herd. I don't like to count what I do. I don't chant on beads and put a number on it. I like to do everything from my heart. For me, structure, systems, and all this organization is material. For me, spirituality is an affair of the heart, and I do it my way. I don't have to follow anyone else's way. So this is a very, very common excuse that people have. And interestingly, Krishna agrees with you that spirituality must come from the heart. Yes, the heart is the essence. Love is the essence. And in the 9th chapter of the Gita, Krishna reminds Arjuna, Patram pushpam phalam toyam yome bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhakti uparitam ashnami prayatat manaha. Krishna says, Arjuna, I don't require much from you. You can give a leaf, a flower, fruit, or water, no problem at all. All I'm looking for is the love, the devotion, and the sincere sentiment that you give it with. However, Krishna says in the very next verse of the 9th chapter, Yad karoshi yadashnashi yajjohoshi dadasi yat Yat tapasyasi konteya tat kurushva madarpanam. Krishna says, regulate whatever you do and do it as an offering to me. So if you're eating, make sure you offer it. If you're offering charity, then offer it in a spiritual way. If you're bowing down, then do it in a spiritual offering. In other words, in this verse, Krishna says that we should follow a regime, a system, a systemized way of dovetailing everything in our life in spirituality. Yes, spirituality is about the heart, but in order to awaken that very natural devotion, we have to go through a process. If someone said, I want to express my heart through music, but they never learned notes, they never learned keys, how much will they be able to express? If someone says, I want to express my heart through writing, but that person never took the time to learn spelling and grammar, how much will they be able to express their heart through writing? And if someone says, I want to express my heart through spirituality, but they never took the time to do sadhana or spiritual practice or regulated acts of devotion, how much spirituality will actually awaken? And so, while Krishna agrees that spirituality is something that comes from the heart, he also reminds us that we must follow a system, because systems allow us to overcome ignorance, to overcome imperfection, to overcome inner blocks within our consciousness. And once we've overcome those things, the natural flow of devotion can fully manifest unimpeded. And so, in the spiritual practice, the beginning is sadhana, which means daily acts of devotion. This will mature into bhava, which means genuine awakening of spiritual emotion. And this then matures into prema, which is pure love for Krishna. But it all begins with sadhana. And therefore, we must follow a regulated spiritual practice, just as we follow so many regulations within this material world, because it is that regulation which will ultimately lead to complete freedom. And with that, we'll go to chapter number 10 of the Bhagavad Gita with Radha Govinda Prabhu.
Chapter 10, the Yoga of Excellence, Vibhuti Yoga. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Bhuya eva mahabaho Shrinu me paramam vacha Yatte ham priyamanaya Vakshyami hitakamyaya Name vidusuragana Prabhavam na maharshayah Aham adir hidevana Maharshinam cha sarvashaha Yo mamajam anadim cha Veti lokamaheshwaram Asamuddha chamartyeshu sarva pape pramuchyate Buddhirgyanam asammoha kshama satyam dama shamaha Sukham dukkham bhavo bhavo bhayam cha bhayameva cha Ahimsa samata tushtis tapodanam yasho yashaha Bhavanti bhavabhutanam matta eva prithak vidaha Maharshaya saptapurve chatvaro manavastata Madbhava manasa jata yesham lokayma praja Etam vibhutim yogam cha mama yo veti tatvataha So vikalpena yogena yujyate natra samshayaha Aham sarvasva prabhavo matta sarvam pravartate Iti matva bhajante mam buddha bhava samanvitaha Madchitta madgata prana bodhayanta parasparam Kathayantascha mam nityam tushyanti cha ramanti cha Tesham satata yuktanam bhajatam priti purvakam Tadami buddhi yogam tam yena mam upayanti te Tesham eva anukampartham aham agyanajam tamaha Nashayamatma bhavasto jnanodipena bhashvata Arjuna uvacha Param Brahma Param Dhama Pavitram Paramam Bhavan Purusham Sashvatam Divyam Adidevam Ajam Vibhum Ahustvam Rishaya Sarve Devarshis Naradas Asito Devalo Vyasa Swayam Chaiva Bravishime Sarvametadritam Manye Yanmam Vadasi Keshava Nahite Bhagavan Vyaktim Vidurdeva Nadanavaha Swayam Evatmanatmanam Vethatvam Purushottama Bhuta Bhavana Bhuteshu Deva Deva Jagatpate Vaktum Arhasya Sheshena Divya Hyatma Vibhutayah Yabir Vibhutibir Lokan Imam Stvam Vyapyatishtasi Katham Vidyamaham Yogim Stvam Sada Parichintayan Keshu Keshu Jabhaveshu Chintyosi Bhagavan Maya Vistarenatmano Yogam Vibhutim Cha Janardhana Bhuya Kathaya Triptirhi Shrinvato Nasti Me Mritam Shri Bhagavan Vacha Hanta Te Kathayishyami Divya Hyatma Vibhutayah Pradanyata Kurushreshta Nastyanto Vistarasya Me Aham Atma Gudakesha Sarvabhutasayastitaha Aham Adishya Madhyam Cha Bhutanamanta Eva Cha आदित्यानामहं विष्णुर्ज्योतिषं रविरंशुमां मरीचिर्मरुतम् अस्मि नक्षत्राणामहं शशि वेदानां समवेदोऽस्मि देवानामस्मि वासवः इन्द्रियाणां मनश्चास्मि भूतानामस्मि चेतना रुद्राणां शङ्करश्चास्मि वित्तेषो यक्षराक्षसां वासूनां पावकश्चास्मि मेरुशिखरिणामहं पुरोधासां च मुख्यां मां विद्धि पार्थ बृहस्पतिं सेनानीनामहं स्कन्धः सरसम् अस्मि सागरः महर्षीणां भृगुरहं गिरामस्म्येकमक्षरं यज्ञानां जपयज्ञोऽस्मि स्थावराणां हिमालयः अश्वत्थः सर्ववृक्षाणां देवर्षीणां च नारद गन्धर्वाणां चित्ररथः सिद्धानां कपिलो मुनिः उच्चैश्रवसमश्वानां विद्धि माम् अमृतोद्भवम् ऐरावतं गजेन्द्राणां नरानं च नराधिपम् आयुधानामहं वज्रं धेनूनामस्मि कामधुक् प्रजानश्चास्मि कन्दर्प सर्पानामस्मि वासुकिः अनन्तश्चास्मि नागानां वरुणो यादसमहं पित्राणामर्यमः चास्मि यमः संयमतामहं प्रह्लादश्चास्मि दैत्यानां कालकालयतामहं मृगाणां च मृगेन्द्रोऽहं वैनतेयश्च पक्षिणां पवनपवतामस्मि रामशस्त्रभृतम् अहं जासानां मकरश्चास्मि श्रोतसामस्मि जानवी सर्गाणामादिरन्तश्च मध्यं चैवहमर्जुन अध्यात्मा विद्यानां वादप्रवर्धतामहम् अक्षराणामकारोऽस्मि द्वन्द्वसामासिकस्य च अहम् एव क्षयकालो दाताहं विश्वतोमुखः मृत्युः सर्वहरश्चाहम् उद्भवश्च भविष्यतां कृतिश्रीवाक्च नारीणां स्मृतिमेधाधृतिक्षमा बृहत्साम तथा साम्नां गायत्री छन्दसामहं मासानां मार्गशीर्षोऽहं ऋतूनां कुसुमाकरः द्यूतां छलयतम् अस्मि तेजस्तेजस्विनामहं जयोऽस्मिन् यवसासोऽस्मि सत्त्वं सत्त्ववतम् अहम् वृष्णीनां वासुदेवोऽस्मि पाण्डवानां धनञ्जयः मुनीनामप्यहं व्यासः कवीनाम् उशनः कविः दण्डो दमयतामस्मि नीतिरस्मि जिगीषतां मौनं चैवास्मि गुह्यानां ज्ञानवतामहं यच्चापि सर्वभूतानां बीजं तदहमर्जुन न तदस्ति विना यत्स्यान्मया भूतं चराचरं नान्तोऽस्मि मम दिव्यानां विभूतीनां परन्तप एष तुद्देशतः प्रोक्तो विभूतेर्विस्तरो मया यद्यद्विभूतिमत्सत्त्वं श्रीमदूर्जितमेव वा तत्तदेवावगच्छात्वं मम तेजोंशसम्भवम् अथवा बहुयान्त्यैवा किं ज्ञात्यैवा तवार्जुन विषितव्यमिदं कृत्स्नम् एकांशेन स्थितो जगत् ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे विभूतियोगो नाम 10मोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Someone once came to me and said, I've been praying to God for many, many years, but God never came to me. I never saw God. I never experienced God. I never felt close to God. And therefore, because I've never experienced or seen God, how can you expect me to go on this spiritual journey? How can you expect me to dedicate my life to the Bhagavad Gita when I don't see Krishna in my life? This is perhaps one of the most common excuses that we come across. One of the most common reasons that people give for not practicing spirituality. In the 10th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is actually demonstrating how he is fully available for anyone who wants to perceive his existence. In one beautiful verse he says, Yad yad vibhutimat sattvam shrimad urjitameva va tattadeva vagachatvam mamatejom sasambhavam. Krishna says, when you look out of the window and see all beautiful, wondrous, breathtaking creations, then you should understand that all of that comes from but one spark of my splendor. Krishna explains, Rasoham apsukonteya prabhashmi shashishuryayo pranava sarvavedeshu shabdhake paurusham rishu. Krishna says, I'm the taste in water. I'm the light of the sun and the moon. I am the sound in ether. I am the syllable in Om. And I am the ability in every single person. Is there a day when you don't drink water? Is there a day that goes by when you don't have at least one moment of silence? Is there a day when you don't see the light of the sun and the moon? Krishna is fully available. But the question is, are we awake, alert, and attentive to see Krishna? Once there was a very, very famous violinist named Joshua Bell. Joshua Bell was an award-winning violinist. He would perform at venues where thousands of people would come, and the ticket to enter his concert was no less than $100. Joshua Bell's violin itself was estimated to cost $3 million. This is Joshua Bell, one of the most famous violinists in the entire world. That Joshua Bell once went to an American subway station and began busking with his $3 million violin in the underground station. At rush hour, all of those people were rushing by, and in 1 hour, only 3 people stopped to watch him. And in that 1 hour, he collected donations which did not exceed $30. This is the same Joshua Bell who 2 nights before had played in a sellout concert with thousands of people who had paid $100 to see him. When we are busy, when our mind is preoccupied with many other things, when there is noise around us, we may not perceive the value that is right in front of our eyes. Just like all these busy commuters, many of whom may even have attended that concert, just as they were so preoccupied that they never saw Joshua Bell in the subway station. We may be so preoccupied in our life, so busy, so bombarded with many, many different thoughts, that even though Krishna is fully available, we're not able to see or perceive his existence. We don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. And therefore, if we actually want to perceive Krishna, if we want to see Krishna, if we want to experience Krishna, then he's fully available. However, it requires that we open our minds, we open our hearts, and we open our eyes to see him. And when we do that willingly, then we can actually see it's not a question of not seeing Krishna. Krishna is actually everywhere, all around me, acting, arranging, and fully involved in our life on a moment-to-moment basis. So Krishna consciousness and the Bhagavad Gita is not meant to just help you believe in God. It's a book which is meant to train you to perceive God's presence at every moment in our life. And that is the offer. So if someone says, I haven't seen Krishna, I haven't experienced Krishna, we have to go back to them and ask them, have you opened your mind? Have you opened your heart? Have you opened your eyes? Because Krishna is not a distant God. Krishna is a very close God, and a close God who is very, very active. We'll now go to the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita.
Chapter 11, the Yoga of Seeing the Cosmic Form, Vishwarup Darshan Yoga. Arjuna Uvacha Mad Anugrahaya Paramam Guhyam Adhyatma Samyitam Yattoktyakram Vachastena Mohoyam Vigato Mama Bhavapyayo hi bhutanam Shruto Vistarasho Maya Tvatta Kamalapatraksha Mahatmyam Api Chavyayam Evam Metad Yatha Tattvam Atmanam Parameshwara Drashtumichhami te Rupam Aishwaram Purushottama Manyase Yadi Tacchakyam Maya Drashtum iti Prabho Yogeshwara Tato Me Tvam Darshayatmanam Avyayam Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Pashya me partha rupani shatasotha sahasrasaha nana vidhani divyani nana varna kritani cha Pashyadityan vasun rudran ashvino marutastatha bahunydrashta purvani pashyascharyaani bharata Ihaikastam jagatkritsnam pashyadyasya characharam mama dehe gudakesha yachanya drashtumichasi na tumam shakyase drashtum anyenaiva chakshusha divyam dadami te chakshu pashyame yogameshwaram Sanjaya uvacha Evam muktva tato rajan mahayogeshwaro harihi darshayam mashaparthaya paramam rupam aishwaram Aneka vaktranayanam anekadbhuta darshanam aneka divya bharanam divyenekodyutayudam divyamalyambaradharam divyagandhanulepanam sarvashcharyamayam devam anantam vishvatomukham Divi Surya Sahasrasya Bhaved Yugapad Uttita Yadi Bhasadrashi Sasyad Bhashastad Mahatmanaha Tatraikastam Jagatkritsnam Pravibhaktum Anekada Apashyad Deva Devasya Sharire Pandavastada Tatha Sa Vishmaya Vishto Rishtaro Dhananjaya Pranamya Shirasa Devam Kritanjali Rabhashata Arjuna Uvacha Pasyami Devam Stavadeha Dehe Sarvam Statha Bhuta Vishesha Sangan Brahmanamisham Kamalasanastam Rishimscha Sarvam Surugamscha Divyan Aneka Bahu Daravaktra Pashyami Tvam Sarvato Nantarupam Nantam na Madhyam na Punastavadim Pashyami Vishveshwara Vishwarupam Kiritinam Gadinam Chakrinam Cha Tejo Rashim Sarvato Diptimantam Pashyami Tvam Durniriksham Samantad Deepi Nalarkadyutim Aprameyam Tvam Aksharam Paramam Veditavyam Tvam Asya Vishvasya Param Nidhantam Tvam Avyaya Shasvata Dharma Gopta Sanatanastvam Purusho Matome Anadimadhyantam Anantaviryam अनन्तबाहुं शशिसूर्यनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां दीप्तहुतस्य वक्त्रं स्वतेजसा विश्वमिदं तपन्तं द्वाया पृथिव्योरिदमन्तरं हि व्याप्तं त्वयैकेन दिशश्च सर्वः दृष्ट्वाद्भुतं रूपमुग्रं तवेदं लोकत्रयं प्रव्यथितं महात्मम् आमीहि त्वं सूरसङ्घा विशन्ति केचिद्भीतप्राञ्जलयो गृह्णन्ति स्वस्तीत्युक्ता महर्षिसिद्धसङ्गः स्तुवन्ति त्वां स्तुतिभिः पुष्कलाभिः रुद्रादित्या वसवो ये च साध्य विश्वेश्विनो मारुतश्चोष्मपाश्च गन्धर्वयक्षासुरसिद्धसङ्घा वीक्षन्ते त्वां विश्वताश्चैव सर्वे रूपं महत्ते बहुवक्त्रनेत्रं महाबाहो बहुरूपादं बहूदरं बहुदंष्ट्रकरालं दृष्ट्वा लोकप्रव्यथितस्तथाहं नाभस्पृशं दीप्तमनेकवर्णं व्यात्थानं दीप्ताविशालनेत्रं दृष्ट्वा हि त्वां प्रव्यथितान्तरात्मा धृतिं न विन्दामि क्षमां च विष्णु दंष्ट्रकरालानि च ते मुखानि दृष्ट्वैव्यकालानलसन्निभानि दिशो न जाने न लभे च शर्मा प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास आमी च त्वं धार्तराष्ट्रस्य पुत्रः सर्वे सहैवावनिपालसङ्गे भीष्मो द्रोणसूतपुत्रस्तथासु सहस्मदीयैरपि योधमुख्यै वक्त्राणि ते त्वरमाना विशन्ति दंष्ट्रकरालानि भयानकानि केचिद्विलग्ना दशान्तरेषु सन्दृश्यन्ते चूर्णितैरुत्तमाङ्गै यथा नदीनां बहवोऽम्बुवेगः समुद्रमेवाभिमुखा द्रवन्ति तथा तवामि नरलोकवीर विशन्ति वक्त्राण्यभिविज्वलन्ति यथा प्रदीप्तं ज्वलनं पतङ्गा विशन्ति नाशाय समृद्धवेगा तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोकास्तवापि वक्त्राणि समृद्धवेगा लेलीयसे ग्रासमाना समन्ताल् लोकान् समग्रान् वदने ज्वलद्भिः तेजोभिरापूर्य जगत्समग्रां पाशस्तवोग्रा प्रतपन्ति विष्णु आख्याति मे को भवानुग्ररूपो नामोऽस्तु ते देववर प्रसीदा विज्ञातुमिच्छामि भवन्तमाद्यं न हि प्रजानामि तव प्रवृत्तिं श्रीभगवानुवाच कालोऽस्मि लोकाक्षयकृत् प्रवृद्धो लोकान् समाहर्तुमिह प्रवृत्ता ऋतेऽपि त्वां न भविष्यन्ति सर्वे ये व्यस्थिता प्रत्यनेकेषु योधा तस्मात् त्वमुत्तिष्ठ यशो लभस्व जित्वा शत्रून् भुङ्क्ष्व राज्यं समृद्धं मयैवैते निहता पूर्वमेव निमित्तमात्रं भव सव्यसाचिं द्रोणं च भीष्मं च जयद्रथं च कर्णं तथान्यम् अपि योधवीरान् मया हतांस्त्वं जहिमा व्यतिष्ठा युध्यस्वजेतासि रणे सपत्नान् संजय उवाच एतात् श्रुत्वा वचनं केशवस्य कृताञ्जलिर्वेपमानकिरीटे नमस्कृत्वा भूय एवाह कृष्णं स गद्गदं भीतभीतप्रणम्य अर्जुन उवाच स्थाने ऋषिकेश तव प्रकीर्त्य जगत्प्रहृष्यत्यनुरज्यते च रक्षांसि भीतानि दिशो द्रवन्ति सर्वे नमस्यांति च सिद्धसङ्गाः कस्माच्च तेनेन मिरन्महात्मान् गरीयसे ब्राह्मणोऽपि दिकत्रे अनन्तदेवेश जगन्निवास त्वम् अक्षरं सत्तत्परं यत् त्वमादिदेव पुरुषः पुराणस्त्वमस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं वेत्सि वेद्यं च परं च धाम त्वया ततं विश्वमनन्तरूप वायुर्यमोऽग्निर्वरुणः शशाङ्कः प्रजापतिस्त्वं प्रपितामहश्च नमो नमस्तेषु सहस्रकृत्वः पुनश्च भूयोऽपि नमो नमस्ते नमः पुरस्तादथ प्रेषितास्ते नमोऽस्तु ते सर्वत एव सर्व अनन्तवीर्यावितमक्रमस्त्वं सर्वं समाप्नोषि ततोषि सर्वः सखेति मत्वा प्रसभं यदुक्त्वं हे कृष्ण हे यादव हे सखेति अजानता महिमानं तवेदं मया प्रमादात् प्रणयेन वापि यच्चावहसार्थशंसत्कृतोऽसि विहाय शय्यासनभोजनेषु एकोपव्याप्यच्युत तत्समक्षं तत्क्षामये त्वम् अहम् अप्रमेयम् पितासि लोकस्य चराचरस्य त्वमस्य पूज्यश्च गुरुर्गरीयान् न त्वत्समोऽस्त्यभ्यधिककुतोऽन्यो लोकत्रयेऽप्यप्रतिमा प्रभाव तस्मात् प्रणम्य प्रणिधाय कायं प्रसाद्यते त्वम् अहमीशनैद्यं पितेव पुत्रस्य सहेव सख्यु प्रियायार्हसि देव शोधुम् अद्रष्टपूर्वं ऋषितोऽस्मि दृष्ट्वा भयेन च प्रव्यथितं मनो मे तदेव मे दर्शय देवरूपं प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रहस्तम् इच्छामि त्वां द्रष्टुमहं तथैव तेनैव रूपेण चतुर्भुजेन सहस्रबाहो भव विश्वमूर्तये श्रीभगवानुवाच मया प्रसन्नेन तवार्जुनेदं रूपं परं दर्शितम् आत्मयोगात् तेजोमयं विश्वमनन्ताद्यं यन्मे त्वदन्येन न दृष्टपूर्वं न वेदयज्ञाध्ययनेर्न दानेर्न च क्रियाभिर्न तपोभिरुग्रे एवं रूपशक्यहं नृलोके द्रष्टुं त्वदन्येन कुरु प्रवीरा मा ते व्यथा मा च विमूढभावो दृष्ट्वा रूपं घोरमिद्रन्ममेदं व्यापेतभिप्रीतमाना पुनस्त्वं तदेव मे रूपमिदं प्रपश्य संजय उवाच इत्यर्जुनं वासुदेवस्तथोक्त्वा स्वकं रूपं दर्शयमाश भूय आश्वस्ययामाश च भीतमेनं भूत्वा पुनः सौम्य वपुर्महात्मा अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेन मानुषं रूपं तव सौम्यं जनार्दन इदानीम् अस्मि संवृत्तः सचेत प्रकृतिं गतः श्रीभगवानुवाच सुदुर्दशम् इदं रूपं दृष्टवानसि यन्मम देव आप्यस्य रूपस्य नित्यं दर्शनकाङ्क्षिणः नाहं वेदैर्न तपसा न दानेन न चेज्यया शक्य एवं विधो द्रष्टुं दृष्टवानसि मां यथा भक्त्या त्वनन्यया शक्या अहम् एवं विधोऽर्जुन ज्ञातुं द्रष्टुं च तत्त्वेन प्रवेष्टुं च परन्तप मत्कर्म कृन्मत्परमो मद्भक्तसङ्गवर्जितः निर्वैरः सर्वभूतेषु यः समामेति पाण्डव। ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुनसंवादे विश्वरूपदर्शनयोगो नाम एकादशोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
We all experience that life is full of many, many problems, and this is often one of the reasons that we give for not taking up spirituality fully. We say, I have too many problems. I have financial problems, I have family problems, I have career problems, I have relationship problems, I have problems and more problems. And in the midst of all of these problems, how can you expect me to take up spirituality in a concentrated way? Well, we may want to think for one moment how many problems Arjuna encountered in his life. When he was young, he was poisoned, he lost his father, he was stripped of the kingdom, so many injustices were committed against him, so many attacks, so much abuse. And then Arjuna came to the point where he had come to perhaps the greatest problem of his life. Now he was on a battlefield, faced with all his relatives, all his teachers, and so many other illustrious personalities who he would now have to contend with in a trial of arms. Arjuna had a lot of problems. And Krishna knew that Arjuna had many problems. And in the 11th chapter, Krishna wanted to allay all of Arjuna's concerns. And therefore Krishna showed a form which was unimaginable, a form which was so effulgent, a form called the universal form, the Vishvarupam, in which the entirety of creation, all the planets, all the species, all the demigods, all the living entities, a form in which past, present, and future was all predicted. And importantly for us, a form in which Krishna showed to Arjuna that all of his enemies had already been killed, even though the battle had not even started. Therefore, Krishna in a wonderful verse to Arjuna says, Tasmat tvam utishta yasho labhashva jitva shatrun bhungshva rajam samriddham mayevaitani hatapurvameva nimita matram bhavasavya sachin. Krishna says, look Arjuna, all of your enemies, all of the obstacles have already been killed by my grace, and therefore Nimita matram bhavasavya sachin. All you have to do, Arjuna, is now become my instrument. This is amazing. Problems appear in our life. We learn from them. We grow from them. And then Krishna ultimately takes away each one of those problems. Problems are not meant to be an obstacle to our spirituality. The temporary appearance of problems come in order to help us to intensify our spirituality. Some people look up at God and say, God, take away all of my problems. What we don't understand is that God is looking down at us saying, but I sent all of those problems so that you can change yourself. The problem is not the problem. The problem is our reaction to the problem. There were two boys who had an alcoholic father. One of them turned out to be an alcoholic, and another one turned out in his life never to drink one drop of alcohol. This was fascinating. So they went and asked the alcoholic son, why did you become an alcoholic? His answer, I watched my alcoholic father. They went to the other son who never drank one drop of alcohol in his whole life and asked him, why did you abstain from alcohol for your whole life? His answer, I watched my father who was an alcoholic. They both saw the same thing. They both experienced the same thing. They both went through the same thing. But the result was very, very different because their reaction was very, very different. In the 11th chapter, Krishna is saying these obstacles and problems, just see them as a stepping stone to your success. Some people see problems in opportunities, but other people see opportunities in problems. And therefore, if you're in this spiritual mindset, then you'll see that there is nothing which is disturbing or impeding your spiritual journey. You simply have to learn how to react. And Krishna says, I am there. I am there to help. And Krishna shows, I've resolved everything. Simply now, nimitta matram bhavasavya sachin. Now just become an instrument and act in my plan. And in this way, the excuse that I have too many obstacles and problems is not a very good excuse, because Krishna knows. Krishna has sent those, and Krishna will give you the power to overcome those, and Krishna will give you the intelligence to use those in such a way that you grow as a person and grow in your spirituality. Now we'll go to the 12th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita.
Bhakti Yoga. Arjuna Uvacha Evam Satata Yuktaye Bhaktastvam Paryupasate Ye Chapaksharam Avyaktam Tesham Ke Yoga Vittamaha. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Maya Veshya Manoye Mam Nitya Yukta Upasate Shraddhaya Parayopeta Ste Me Yukta Tamamataha Ye Tvaksharam Anirdeshyam Avyaktam Paryupasate Sarvatragam Achintyam Cha Kutastham Achaladhruvam Sanniyam Yendriya Gramam Sarvatra Samabuddhayah Te Prapnuvanti Mameva Sarvabhuta Hiterata Kleshodhika Tarastesham Avyakta Sakta Chetasam Avyakta Hi Gatir Dukkham Dehavad Bheravapyate Ye tu sarvani karmani mai sanyasya matparaha ananyenaiva yogena mam dhyayanta upasate teshamaham samuddartha mrityu samsara sagarat bhavami na chirat partha maya veshita chetasam mayeva mana adhastva mayi buddhim niveshaya nivashiyasi mayeva ata urdhvam na samshayah Atha chittam samuddhatum na shaknosi mai sthiram abhyasa yogena tato mamichhaptum dhananjaya abhyase piya samarthosi matkarma paramo bhava मदर्थम अपि कर्माणि कुर्वन् सिद्धिम् अवाप्स्यसि अथैतदप्यसक्तोऽसि कर्तुं मद्योगमाश्रितः सर्वकर्मफलत्यागं ततः कुरु ययात्मवान् श्रेयो हि ज्ञानमभ्यासात् ज्ञानात् ध्यानं विशिष्यते ध्यानात् कर्मफलत्यागस्त्यागात् शान्तिरनन्तरम् अद्वेष्टा सर्वभूतानां मैत्र करुण एव च निर्ममो निरहङ्कारः समदुःखसुखक्षमी सन्तुष्टः सततं योगी यतात्मा दृढनिश्चयः मयि अर्पिता मनोबुद्धिर्यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः यस्मान्नो द्विजते लोको लोकान्नो द्विजते च यः हर्षामर्षभवोद्वेगैर्मुक्तो ह्यः स च मे प्रियः अनपेक्ष शुचिर्दक्ष उदासीनो गतव्यथः सर्वारम्भपरित्यागी यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः यो न हृष्यति न द्वेष्टि न शोचति न काङ्क्षति शुभाशुभपरित्यागी भक्तिमान् यः स मे प्रियः समशत्रौ च मित्रे च तथा मानपमानयो शीतोष्णसुखदुःखेषु समसङ्गविवर्जितः तुल्यनिन्दास्तुतिर्मौनी सन्तुष्टो येन केनचित् अनिकेतस्थिरमतिर्भक्तिमान् मे प्रियो नरः ये तु धर्मामृतमिदं यतोऽध्यं पर्युपासते श्रद्धाधाना मत्परमा भक्तास्तेतीव मे प्रियः ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे भक्तियोगो नाम द्वादशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
We may well have the fear that when we take up to spiritual life, we will lose many, many friends in the process. Our friends may look at us and say, "You've changed, you're different, you're not the same person I knew before." And all of these people who we spent so much time with, who we exchanged so many loving experiences with, we're afraid that we will lose many, many friends. This is one of the reservations that one may have as they embark on the spiritual journey. In the 12th chapter of the Gita, Krishna explains in a very, very beautiful verse, Advaishta sarvabhutana maitra karuna evacha nirmamo nirahankara samadukha sukha kshami. Krishna says that as you take up spiritual life, something amazing happens. Your entire character becomes upgraded. Krishna says when you take up to spiritual life, Advaishta sarvabhutanam, you no longer have any envy towards others. Karuna, you become very, very compassionate. Nirmamo, you have no longer any greediness or sense of proprietorship. Nirahankara, you have no ego, pride, arrogance or vanity. Sukha, dukkha, sama, kshami, you are equal in all situations, peaceful, happiness or distress. And then Krishna says, by having such qualities, Maitra, you become a kind friend to all living entities. What Krishna explains is that far from losing friends, you will actually find real friends when you take up spiritual life. There are different types of friends in this world, and you could compare it to a tree. On a tree, there are leaves. Leaves come and go. They change with the winds. They come and leave with the seasons. Some friends are like leaves. They're in our life for some time. They seem very beautiful connection, but then the next moment they're gone. Some friends are like branches. They're stronger. They stay for longer. And you feel as though you can rely on them. But then at some point, they may also snap. Or a branch is hollow. And on the external, that friendship feels very powerful. But when we look a little bit deeper, we see that the internal substance of that friendship is lacking. And some friendships are like the trunk, which stay for the entirety of the lifetime of that tree. And that trunk, often overlooked, those friends overlooked, are actually our real friends. Krishna explains that when we take up spiritual life, we shouldn't be afraid that we will lose friends, but rather by developing wonderful character, by developing purity in our own personality, we will actually find real friends, true friends, and we will increase in our capacity to be a good friend to others. What's more, when you take up spiritual life, you actually are introduced to the best friend of all, because you make Krishna your friend. And Krishna says in the final verse of chapter number 12, Yetu dharma mritam midam yathoktam paryupashate tesham shraddha dhanamat parama bhaktaste tivame priyaha. When one comes and takes up this spiritual life with their heart, completely applying themselves, Krishna says, Bhaktaste tiva me priya, I become the greatest friend to that devotee. I become very, very dear to that devotee, and they become very, very dear to me. Krishna says, that devotee, madanyatena jananti naham tebyo managapi. I don't know anything about anything but that devotee, and that devotee doesn't know anything but me. This very beautiful friendship with Krishna is established. So we should not worry that you may lose your friends. Rather, see that when you take up spiritual life, you'll upgrade your character. You'll become a better friend. You'll attract the best friends. And ultimately, you'll become connected to the eternal friend, the smiling boy who plays a flute and runs in the pasturing grounds of the holy land of Vrindavan, who's smiling and who's standing in a threefold bending form. That greatest of enchanting personalities, Krishna, will become your best friend. Now, we will take a break. You've completed 6 more chapters of the Gita, so you can give yourself some round of applause at home for surviving this far and becoming nourished by the wonderful words of the Gita. I will hand over to Vaishnav Sarvabhauma Prabhu, who will leave us for a few comments, and then we will be taking a break. So Vaishnav Sarvabhauma, over to you.
Hare Krishna. So before we let you all stretch and run to the bathroom, just a quick few things about Bhaktivedanta Manor. As you're all aware, darshan is still open. Individual worship is still permitted, even in Tier 4. So we just want to impress and let everyone know that you're very much welcome to come and take darshan. So since the first lockdown was ended and the temple was open, we've been open for roughly 205 days. We've had more than 120,000 pilgrims, visitors that have come and taken darshan and prasad at Bhaktivedanta Manor over Janmashtami. In COVID year, we still had close to 14,000 visitors. During Diwali, another 5,000 visitors. And every day, the faithful devotees continue to come and take darshan in a very safe, COVID-secure environment. Over Christmas, Bhaktivedanta Manor is distributing to the underprivileged children in the borough of Harrow more than 5,000 meals. So, Bhaktivedanta Manor and its sister charities, Food for All in London, is distributing 5,000 meals every day to the homeless and others. In India, more than 4 or 5 million meals have been distributed since this year has been struck by COVID. So please do keep coming in a safe way to Bhaktivedanta Manor. Radha Gokulananda are always happy and very pleased to see the devotees. So on that note, please go and stretch a little bit. Go to the bathroom. We only have 5 minutes this time. We know you are all now looking forward to the conclusion. So 5-minute break, and then we will return. So please be back in 5 minutes. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sadhana Lalita Sri Vishakanitam Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Welcome back. This is the last lap of our Gita recitation, the last 6 set of chapters. So, before we embark on the 13th chapter, we have some very exciting and inspiring news for all of you. We would want to share what Bhaktivedanta Manor and in particular School of Bhakti have planned for all of you for 2021. We are all looking at the silver lining of the cloud, and similarly, just like you've been hearing Sutapa, there is more opportunities for you to hear Sutapa and other devotees at the School of Bhakti. So we will ask Radha Govinda Prabhu to please share that exciting news. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. So it's nice that all of us are here today reciting the Bhagavad Gita. And it is very nice to have Sutapa Prabhu, one of the most knowledgeable, inspiring devotees, sharing the Bhagavad Gita with us. But what we also want to bring to you is the fact that we need to learn Bhagavad Gita in a bit more depth. Srila Prabhupada always said that there is all sorts of education in this world, but where is education that can actually teach you about the science of the soul? So that's why, taking those instructions on board at Bhaktivedanta Manor, we have a school that teaches about this knowledge of bhakti, and it's called the School of Bhakti. And in this school we teach various courses which we would like to invite you to come and take on board. And one of the most important ones which we want to ask you to consider today is the Gita in 3. So just like we're reciting the whole Bhagavad Gita in 5 hours, this is not a recitation, but this is by Sutapadas, a whole explanation of everything about the Bhagavad Gita in 3 hours. So that's a one-off course. So we invite you to please take this on board, and it can be booked online from www.schoolofbhakti.com. And there are many, many other courses as well that are coming up in the next few weeks and for the rest of the year as well. There's a course on the Srimad Bhagavatam for those of you who are interested. But there is also another course called Gita Life, where you go through the Bhagavad Gita one chapter at a time, and over a few weeks we'll cover the entire chapter, entire Bhagavad Gita in depth. So it's a very good course to take as well to understand the Bhagavad Gita. So 2 courses, Gita in 3 and Gita Life. And for those of you who are interested, there's also a course on the Bhagavatam and also Bhakti Shastri and other in-depth courses. But these 2 courses, Gita in 3 and Gita Life, are the ones you can book from the School of Bhakti website. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. So now we will carry on our recitation of the Bhagavad Gita. We're more than 2/3 of the way through. My throat is just about surviving, and I hope your throat is well too. So we'll carry on with the recitation. 13th chapter is the yoga of distinguishing matter from spirit. Prakriti Purush Vivek Yoga. Arjuna Uvacha Prakritim Purusham Chaiva Shetram Shetragyameva Cha Etad Veditumichhami Jnanam Geyam Cha Keshava. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Idam Shariram Kaunteya Shetram Ityabhidhiyate Etad yo veti tam prahu Shetragya iti tadvidaha. Shetragyam chapi mam vidhi Sarva shetresu bharata. Shetra shetragyayor jnanam Yattaj jnanam matam mama. Tat shetram yaccha yadrikcha Yadvikari yatascha yad. Sacha yo yad prabhavascha Tat samasena me shrinu. ऋषिभिर बहुधा गीतं छन्दोभिर विविधै पृथक् ब्रह्मसूत्र पदेश्चैव हेतुमद्भिर्विनिश्चितैः महाभूतान्यहङ्कारो बुद्धिरव्यक्तमेव च इन्द्रियाणि दशैकं च पञ्चचेन्द्रियगोचरः इच्छद्वेषसुखं दुःखं सङ्गतश्चेतनधृतिः एतत् क्षेत्रं समासेन सविकारम् उदाहृतम् अमानित्वं मदम्भित्वम् अहिंसा क्षान्तिराजवम् आचार्योपासनं शौचं स्थैर्यम् आत्मविनिग्रहः इन्द्रियार्थेषु वैराग्यम् अनहङ्कार एव च जन्ममृत्युजराव्याधि दुःखदोषानुदर्शनम् असक्तिरनभिष्वङ्ग पुत्रदारगृहादिषु नित्यं च समचित्तत्वम् इष्टानिष्टोपपत्तिषु मयि चानन्ययोगेन भक्तिरवभिचारिणी विविक्तदेशसेवित्वम् अरतिर्जनसंसदि अध्यात्मज्ञाननित्यत्वं तत्त्वज्ञानार्थदर्शनम् एतज्ज्ञानमिति प्रोक्तम् अज्ञानं यद् अतोऽन्यथा ज्ञेयं यत्तत् प्रवक्ष्यामि यज्ञत्वात् अश्नुते अनादिमत्परं ब्रह्म न सत्तन्नासदुच्यते सर्वतः पाणिपादं तत् सर्वतोक्षिशिरोमुखं सर्वतः श्रुतिमल्लोके सर्वमावृत्य तिष्ठति सर्वेन्द्रियगुणाभासं सर्वेन्द्रियविवर्जितम् असक्तं सर्वभृच्चैव निर्गुणं गुणभोक्तृ च बहिरन्तश्च भूतानाम् अचरं चरमेव च सूक्ष्मत्वात् तदविज्ञेयं दूरस्थं चान्तिके च सत् अविभक्तिं च भूतेषु विभक्तिम् इव च स्थितं भूतभात्र च तज्ज्ञेयं ग्रास्निषु प्रभविष्णु च ज्योतिषम् अपि त्यज्योतिस्तमसः परमुच्यते ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं ज्ञानगम्यं हृदि सर्वस्य विष्ठितम् इति क्षेत्रं तथा ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं चोक्तं समासतः मद्भक्त एतद्विज्ञानमद्भावयोपपद्यते प्रकृतिं पुरुषं चैव विद्यनादि उभावपि विकारामश्च गुणांश्चैव विद्धि प्रकृतिसम्भवान् कार्यकारणकर्तृत्वे हेतुप्रकृतिरुच्यते पुरुषसुखदुःखानां भोक्तृत्वे हेतुरुच्यते पुरुषप्रकृतिस्थो हि भुङ्क्ते प्रकृतिजान् गुणान् कारणं गुणसङ्गोऽस्य असद्योनिजन्मसु उपद्रष्टानुमन्ता च वार्ता भोक्तमहेश्वर परमात्मेति चाप्युक्तो देहेऽस्मिन् पुरुषः परः य एवं वेत्ति पुरुषं प्रकृतिं च गुणैः सह सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि न स भूयोऽभिजायते ध्यानेनात्मनि पश्यन्ति केचिदात्मानमात्मना अन्ये संख्येन योगेन कर्मयोगेन चापरे अन्यत्वेवम् अजानन्त श्रुत्वनेभ्य उपासते तेऽपि चातितरन्त्येव मृत्युं श्रुतिपरायणः यावत् सञ्जयते किञ्चित् सत्त्वं स्थावरजङ्गमं क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञसंयोगात् तद्विद्धि भरतर्षभा समं सर्वेषु भूतेषु तिष्ठन्तं परमेश्वरं विनश्यत्येषवानित्यं त्यपश्यति स पश्यति समं पश्यं हि सर्वत्र समावस्थितमीश्वरं न हिंसत्यात्मनात्मानं ततो याति परां गतिं प्रकृत्यैव च कर्माणि क्रियमाणानि सर्वशः यः पश्यति तथात्मानम् अकर्तारं स पश्यति यदा भूतपृथग्भावम् एकस्थम् अनुपश्यति तत एव च विस्तारं ब्रह्म सम्पद्यते तदा अनादित्वं निर्गुणत्वात् परमात्मायमव्ययः शरीरस्थोऽपि कौन्तेय न करोति न लिप्यते यथा सर्वगतं सौक्ष्म्याद् आकाशं नोपलिप्यते सर्वत्रावस्थितो देहे तथात्मा नोपलिप्यते यथा प्रकाशयत्येक कृत्स्नं लोकम् इमं रविः क्षेत्रं क्षेत्री तथा कृत्स्नं प्रकाशयति भारत क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञयोरेवम् अनन्तरं ज्ञानचक्षुषा भूतप्राप्तिमोक्षं च ये विदुर्यान्ति ते परम् Om Tat Sat iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Prakriti Purusha Viveka Yogo Nama Trayodashodhyayah. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
What if I tell you I'm already happy? My life is great. Everything is absolutely amazing. Therefore, I have no need for spirituality. I'm actually doing perfectly fine. I have a car, I have 2 houses, I have a great career, I have a wonderful family, I go on 2 holidays every year, and I even have good health. What more could I ask for? Spirituality is only for those who need some hope and inspiration. It's for those people who are lacking something in their life. But for me, I'm doing great. Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita explains there are different ways in which we can pursue happiness. In the 13th chapter, which is entitled Nature, the Enjoyer, and Consciousness, and God, the Supreme Person, these subjects are described. And Krishna basically explains that there are 2 approaches to the world. Number 1, the soul tries to enjoy nature and takes God out of the picture. The second way, the soul utilizes material nature in order to serve God. And what Krishna explains is according to the vision and the approach we take, whether it's number 1 or number 2, then we will have a certain quality of happiness. If we opt for option number 1, where the soul enjoys matter and takes God out of the picture, then Krishna explains what the nature of that type of happiness is. Yehi samsparsha jaboga dukkha yonaya evate adyantavanta konteya nateshu ramate buddha. Happiness of this world, material pleasures, this is how Krishna explains that these pleasures won't actually satisfy our heart's yearning. Krishna explains that the first defect of happiness in this world, Adyantavanta Konteya, O Konteya, O Arjun, realize that this happiness that you're talking about in this world has a beginning and an end. This happiness is temporary and limited. It will satisfy you for some time, and then you will have to begin to look for something else, something different, some variety, because it won't stimulate you any longer. The first defect of happiness that people experience in this world is that it's a very, very temporary and limited type of happiness. Krishna explains that there's another defect of happiness in this world. Yehi samsparsha jaboga dukkha yonaya evate. Every type of happiness that you pursue within the materialistic sphere will, without question, also bring distress in your life. You may win the lottery, and that happiness may send you onto cloud 9, but then you'll experience so many problems as a result. You may get the car of your dreams and feel overwhelmed with pride and joy, but then every time you park it up, you may be in great fear that someone will scratch it. You may find the partner of your dreams, but you'll be constantly wondering whether they'll stay with you. Every type of happiness in this world is accompanied by some kind of distress. And therefore Krishna says, yes, you may think you're happy. You may think you're satisfied. You may think you're experiencing pleasure, and you're not wrong. However, that happiness and pleasure is of a lower quality. Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, 13th chapter, is inviting us, opening up the doors to a different type of happiness, a happiness which is not based on taking, but a happiness which is based on giving. A happiness which is not based on enjoying, but a happiness which is based on serving. And in this way, Krishna says in the 13th chapter of the Gita that yes, you may say you're already happy, but maybe you could be experiencing a much higher quality of happiness if you pursue happiness through service. Because the motto of the Bhagavad Gita is don't try to be happy, try to serve. Because if you serve and if you manage to develop a great level of selflessness in your service, then you will experience a happiness which nothing in this world can compare to. And now we'll go to chapter number 14.
Gunatraya Vibhaga Yoga. Shri Bhagavan Param Bhuya Pravakshyami Jnananam Jnanamuttamam Yagyatva Munaya Sarve Param Siddhim Ito Gataha Idam Jnanam Upashritya Mama Sadharmyam Agataha Sargepino Pajayante Pralayena Vyathanti Cha Mama Yonirmahad Brahma Tasmid Garbham Dadamyaham Sambhava Sarvabhutanam Tato Bhavati Bharata Sarvayonishu Konteya Murtaya Sambhavantiya Tasam Brahma Mahadyonir Aham Bija Pradapita Sattvam Rajastama Iti Guna Prakriti Sambhava Nibadnanti Mahabaho Dehe Dehinam Avyayam Tatra Sattvam Nirmalatvad Prakashakam Anamayam Sukha Sangena Badnanti Jnana Sangena Chanaga Rajo Ragatmakam Vidhi Trishna Sanga Samudbhavam Tanni Badnanti Konteya Karma Sangena Dehinam Tamastvagyanajam Vidhi Mohanam Sarvadehinam Pramadalasya Nidrabhis Tanni Badnanti Bharata Sattvam Sukhe Sanjayati Raja Karmani Bharata Jnanamavritya tu tamaha Pramade Sanjayatyuta Rajastamascha Vibhuya Sattvam Bhavati Bharata Raja Sattvam Tamaschaiva Tamasatvam Rajastatha Sarvadvareshu Dehesmin Prakasha Upajayate Jnanam Yada Tada Vidyad Vivriddham Sattvam Ityuta Lobha pravrittirarambha karmanamashama spriha rajasyetani jayante vivriddhe bharatarshava aprakasho pravritischa pramado mohe evacha tamasyetani jayante vivriddhe kurunandana yada sattve pravridetu pralayam yati dehabrit tadottama vidam yokan amalan pratipadyate Rajasi pralayam gatva karma sangishu jayate tatha pralinastamasi mudhayonishu jayate karmana sukritasyahu sattvikam nirmalam phalam rajasastu phalam dukkham ajnanam tamasa phalam sattvat sanjayate jnanam rajaso lobha evacha pramadamoho tamaso bhavato jnanam evacha Urdhvam gachanti sattvastha madhye tishtanti rajasa chagnaya gunavrittistha adho gachanti tamasa nanyam gunebhya kartaram yada drashtanupashyati gunebhyascha param veti madbhavam sodhi gacchati gunane tanati yatrin dehi deha samudbhavan janma mrityu jara dukkher vimukto mritamashnute Arjuna Uvacha कैर्लिङ्गे स्त्रीन् गुणानेतान् आतीतो भवति प्रभो किम्माचर कथं चैतां स्त्रीन् गुणान् अतिवर्तते श्रीभगवानुवाच प्रकाशं च प्रवृत्तिं च मोहम् एव च पाण्डव न द्वेष्टि सम्प्रवृत्तानि न निवृत्तानि काङ्क्षति उदासीनावदासीनो गुणैर्यो न विचाल्यते गुणावर्तन्त इत्येवं योऽवतिष्ठति नेङ्गते समसुखदुःखसत्स्थः समलोष्टास्मकाञ्चनः तुल्यप्रिया प्रियो धीरस्तुल्यनिन्दात्मसंस्तुतिः मानपमानयोस्तुल्यस्तुल्यो मित्रारिपक्षयोः सर्वारम्भपरित्यागी गुणातीताति स उच्यते मां च यो व्यभिचारेण भक्तियोगेन सेवते स गुणान् समतीत्यैतान् ब्रह्मभूयाय कल्पते ब्रह्मणो हि प्रतिष्ठाहम् अमृतस्य व्यव्यस्य च शाश्वतस्य धर्मस्य सुखस्यैकान्तिकस्य च ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे गुणत्रयविभागयोगो नाम चतुर्दशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Sometimes we look at ourselves and wish we were different. We wish we were better. We wish we didn't have certain bad qualities. And sometimes people say, I'm a bad person. I have too many bad habits and bad qualities. Spirituality is not for me. It's for the pure. It's for the saintly. It's for those who are good-hearted. But me, I have too many bad habits, and for me, it won't be possible. In the 14th chapter of the Gita, Krishna introduces us to a wonderful explanation of the influences around us in the form of the three modes of material nature. Krishna explains that every single person, every single soul in this creation is pure. Unfortunately, every single soul in this material creation is also influenced by different modes of material nature. And in this way, we develop qualities, the good, the bad, and the ugly. In the 5th verse of this 14th chapter, Krishna says, Sattvam rajastama iti guna prakriti sambhava nibadnanti mahabaho dehe dehinam avyayam. Krishna says, everyone in this material world is affected by different combinations of sattva, goodness, rajas, passion, and tamas, ignorance. No one is a bad person. No one is bad at heart. However, we are influenced by different qualities, and therefore sometimes it appears as though we are bad people. Krishna explains that when we take up the process of devotional service, we can begin to transform our character. In fact, in the 14th chapter, he says, Mam chayo vyabhicharena bhakti yogena sevate sagunan samatityetan brahma bhuyaya kalpate. That when you engage in spiritual life, sagunan, you transcend, you go beyond all of your bad qualities, and you become established in your spiritual goodness. So there is great hope for each one of us. They say you can't change the beginning, but you can start where you are and change the end. Sometimes we think the process of change is so slow, but let me share with you that giving up won't make it any quicker at all. And so in the 14th chapter, Krishna gives us the keys. He says if you eat these kind of foods, if you surround yourself with these kind of environments, if you associate with these kinds of people, if you structure your day in this kind of way, then by embracing such spiritual lifestyle, you will actually begin to see your character transform. We each have an inclination. If you think of a floor, it may have an inclination like this, and whenever water drops down, it will then naturally go in one direction. Right now, we seem to have a very easy time developing bad habits, but a very hard time developing good habits. But as we change our inclination, then the tendency towards going towards good habits, the tendency towards good qualities, the tendency towards acting in godly and saintly ways will become very, very natural to us. However, it requires that we change our inclination. And therefore, in the 14th chapter, Krishna says, don't worry, you can't change where you started from, but you can accept where you are and change where you're going to end. And in that way, we see in the 14th chapter that Krishna says there's no excuse, because yes, we are all infected with bad qualities to a greater or lesser extent, but the good news is we're all pure, and the even better news is that Krishna is giving us the knowledge to achieve that purity again. Now we'll go to the 15th chapter.
Chapter 15, the Yoga of the Supreme Person, Purushottam Yoga. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Urdhvamulam Madhashakham Ashvatham Prahuravyayam Chandamsi Yasya Parnani Yastam Veda Savedavid Ardhaschodhvam Prashritastasya Shakha Guna Pravruddha Vishaya Pravala Adhascha Mulyan Yanusantatani Karmanubandhini Manushya Loke Na Rupamasyeha Tathopalabhyate Nanto na chadir na cha sampratishta Ashwattamenam suvirudhamulam Asanga shastrena dridhena chitva Tata padam tad parimargitavyam Yasmin gatana nivartanti bhuyaha Tam eva chadyam purusham prapadye Yata pravritti prashrita purani Nirmana moha jita sanga dosha Adhyatma nitya vinivritta kamaha Dvandvair vimukta sukha dukha samyair Gacchantya padam avyayam tad Na tadbhashayate suryo na shashanko na pavakaha Yadgatva na nivartante taddhama paramam mama Mamevamsho jivaloke jivabhuta sanatanaha Manashashtanindriyani prakritisthani karshati Shariram yaddavapnoti yachapyutkramati Grihitvaitani samyati vayurgandhani vashayat Shrotram chakshu sparshanam cha rasanam ghranam cha Adhishtaya manaschayam vishayan upasevate Uktramantam stitam vapi bhunjadam vagunanvitam Vimudhanadupashyanti pashyanti jnanachakshusa Yatanto yoginaschainam pashyantatmanyavastitam Yatantopyakratamano nainam pashyanta chetasaha Yaddadityagatam tejo jagadbhasayate khilam Yatchandramasi yatchagno tattejo viddimamakam Gama vishya bhutani dharayam mahamojasa Pushnami chaushadhi sarva somo bhutva rasatmaka Aham vaishnavanaro bhutva praninam dehamashriyah Pranapana samayukta pachamyannam chaturvidam सर्वस्य चाहं हृदि सन्निविष्टो मत्तः स्मृतिर्ज्ञानमपोहनं च वेदैश्च सर्वैरहमेव वेद्यो वेदान्तकृद्वेदविद् एव चाहम् द्वाविमो पुरुषो लोके क्षरश्चाक्षर एव च क्षरः सर्वाणि भूतानि कुटस्थोऽक्षर उच्यते उत्तमपुरुषस्त्वन्या परमात्मेत्युदाहृतः यो लोकत्रयमाविश्य बिभर्तव्यय ईश्वरः यस्माक्षरम् अतीतोऽहम् अक्षरादपि चोत्तमः अतोऽस्मि लोकवेदे च प्रथितः पुरुषोत्तमः यो मामेवमसम्मूढो जानति पुरुषोत्तमं स सर्वविद् भजति मां सर्वभावेन भारत इति गुह्यतमं शास्त्रम् इदम् उक्तं मया नघ एतद्बुद्ध्वा बुद्धिमान् स्यात् कृतकृत्यश्च भारत। ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे पुरुषोत्तमयोगो नाम पञ्चदशोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे।
Sometimes people shy away from spirituality because they feel if I become too philosophical, if I become too reflective, if I become too otherworldly, then I'll lose my ambition, I'll lose my hunger for success, I'll lose my ability to achieve all the amazing potential things I could achieve in this world, and therefore I'm a little bit scared, I'm a little bit reserved about taking up spirituality because I also want to be successful. In the 15th chapter of the Gita, Krishna gives us an entire paradigm shift of what this world actually is. In the very first verse of the 15th chapter, Krishna says, Urdhvamula madhashakam ashvatam prahuravyayam chandamsi yasya parnani yastam veda savedavit. Krishna says, I'll tell you what this world that we're living in right now is. I'll tell you by giving you an analogy. If you imagine there is a great banyan tree, and then you see that there is a river, and that banyan tree is reflected in the river, then the reflection is the material world, and the real banyan tree is the spiritual world. Yes, Krishna explains to us that this world is simply a reflection. This world in one sense is real, but in another sense is just a temporary, transitory, dream-like place. Krishna wants us to be successful, but Krishna wants us to be successful in the reality. He doesn't want us to be successful in the dream. At our funeral, will people remember us for the percentage we got on a test? Will people remember us for the position we were in a ranking? Will people remember us for the number of people that followed us on Facebook? Will people remember us for the price of our clothes? Maybe people will remember us for who we were. People will remember us for how we made other people feel. People will remember us for the change, the positive effect that we had in making the world a better place. Let's for one moment analyze what is success. Maybe we found our definitions of success upon lies. It's said that if enough people tell a lie for long enough, that lie becomes a truth. If that so-called truth is accepted by enough people, then it becomes a culture. And if that culture is transmitted from one generation of people to another, it becomes a tradition. And people then continue living their lives based around a tradition of what is success, which is actually founded upon lies. We may have so many definitions of success. Ask yourself, is success to have a really nice car? Because then you can look out of the window and see people who have really nice cars and ask yourself, are they happy? Is your definition of success to have an amazing career? Well, look out there and see all the people who have amazing careers and ask yourself, are they happy? Is your definition of success to have family, holidays, and so many other things? Do you think that in and of itself brings happiness? There must be an added element of spirituality, because that added element of spirituality takes us from dreamlike happiness, dreamlike success, to the reality of what is really success. So yes, spiritual people do lose their drive for material ambition. Spiritual people do lose their drive for material success, not because they're faint-hearted, but because they're firmly determined. Not because it's too hard, but because it's too insignificant. And not because we're unambitious, but actually because we're super ambitious. Krishna is inviting us to embrace spiritual success, and that kind of spiritual success is the real goal of life. And so, let us think as 2021 comes and we decide all of our resolutions, all of our goals, and all of the things by which we'll define whether 2021 is a successful year. And let's question whether those goals of success are founded upon real substantial knowledge and awareness. Because once we have the right measures of success, then we can fully embrace that endeavor for success and find true happiness and contentment within our hearts. Now we'll go to chapter number 16.
Chapter 16, the yoga of differentiating godly and ungodly assets. Devasur Sampad Vibhag Yoga. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Abhayan Sattva Samshuddhir Jnana Yoga Vyavastiti Dhanam Damascha Yagyascha Swadhyayas Tapa Arjavam Ahimsa Satyam Akrodhas Tyaga Shantir Apeshanam Daya Bhutvesha Loluptvam Mardavam Rir Achapalam Teja Kshama Dhriti Shaucham Adroho Nati Manita Bhavanti Sampadam Devim Abhijatasya Bharata Dambho Darpobhimanasya Krodha Parushyameva Ajnanam Chabhitajasya Partha Sampadamasurim Devi Sampad Vimokshaya Nibadhyaya Surimata Mashucha Sampadam Devim Abhijatosi Pandava Dvau Bhuta Sargo Lokesmin Devasura Evacha Devo Vistarasha Prokta Asuram Parthameshranu Pravritim Cha Nivritim Cha Janana Vidurashriya Na Shaucham Na Pichacharo Na Satyam Teshu Vidyate Asatyam Apratishtam Te Jagat Ahuranishwaram Aparaspara Bhutam Kimanyat Kama Hetukam Etam Drishtim Avastabhya Nashatmanolpa Buddhayah Prabhavantyugra Karmana Kshayaya Jagato Hitaha Kamam Ashritya Dushpuram Dambamana Madanvitaha मोहात् गृत्वा सद्ग्राहान् प्रवर्तन्ते शुचिव्रताः चिन्तामपरिमेयाञ्च प्रलायन्तम् उपाश्रितः कामोपभोगपरमा एतवाद् इति निश्चितः आशापाशशतेर्बद्ध कामक्रोधपरायणः ईहन्ते कामभोगार्थम् अन्यायेनार्थसञ्चयान् इदम् अद्य मया लब्धम् इमं प्राप्स्ये मनोरथम् इदम् अस्ति इदमपि मे भविष्यति पुनर्धनम् असौ मया हतः शत्रुर्हनिष्ये चापरन्नपि ईश्वरोऽहम् भोगी सिद्धोऽहं बलवान् सुखी आद्यो बीजनवान् अस्मि कोऽन्योऽस्ति सदृशो मया यक्षे दास्यामि मोदिष्य इत्यञ्जना विमोहिता अनेकचित्तविभ्रान्त मोहजालसमावृत प्रसक्ता कामभोगेषु पतति नरकेषु च आत्मसम्भावितस्तब्ध धनमानमदान्विता यजन्ते नाम यज्ञैस्ते दम्भाने विधिपूर्वकम् अहङ्कारं बलं दर्पं कामं क्रोधं च संश्रिता माम् आत्मपरदेहेषु प्रद्विषन्तोऽभिषूयकः तानहं द्विषितः क्रूरान् संसारेषु नराधमान् क्षिपां यज्जासरं शुभान् आसुरीष्वेव योनिषु आसुरीं योनिमापन्ना मूढा जन्मनि जन्मनि माम् अप्रेयैव कौन्तेय ततो यान्त्यधमं गतिम् त्रिविधं नरकस्येदं द्वारं नाशनमात्मनः कामक्रोधस्तथा लोभस्तस्मादेतत्त्रयं त्यजेत् एतैर्विमुक्तकौन्तेय तमोद्वारे स्त्रिभिर्नरः अचरत्यात्मनः श्रेयस्ततो याति परां गतिम् यः शास्त्रविधिमुत्सृज्य वर्तते कामकारतः न स सिद्धिम् अवाप्नोति न सुखं न परां गतिम् तस्मात् शास्त्रं प्रमाणं ते कार्याकार्यव्यवस्थितो ज्ञात्वा शास्त्रविधानोक्तं कर्म कर्तुम् इहार्हसि ॐ तत्सत्सिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे दैवासुरसम्पादविभागयोगो नाम षोडशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
In the world we're living in, there's so much fighting, there's so much conflict, there's so much friction, there's so much division. And sometimes people come to us and they say, no religion, no more religion, no more spirituality, because it causes more problems, it causes more aggravation, it causes more difficulty in the world. To be honest, one person said to me, the world, I think, would be a better place without spirituality. He looked at me and he said, you guys say rest in peace, but can't we also live in peace? I tried to explain to this person some of Krishna's amazing teachings from the 16th chapter of the Gita, because here Krishna explains where does divine and demoniac come from, and how do the divine and demoniac think. Here in this chapter, Krishna explains to Arjuna, Asatyam apratistam te jagatahuranishwaram aparaspara sambhutam kimanyat kamahaitukam. Krishna says there are some people who say Asatyam apratistam te. This world is unreal and it has no God in control. Aparaspara sambhutam, it comes randomly, kamahaitukam, simply by the interactions of material nature, and there's no God in control. Krishna says that when one embraces such a philosophy of atheism, when one takes spirituality completely out of the equation, what's the next result? Etam drishtim avashtabhya nashtatmanolpabuddhaya prabhavantyugra karmana kshayaya jagato hita. When one takes spirituality out of the equation, when one literally becomes nashtatma alpa buddhaya, when one loses their intelligence and becomes lost to themselves, not understanding their spiritual identity and the spiritual identity of others around them, then what happens? Kshayaya jagato hita. In this universe, in this world, they create so much problems, so much terrible works, so many unbeneficial activities. So it's interesting that in the 16th chapter, Krishna actually explains that true religion, pure religion, religion practiced according to how it should be practiced, is actually the solution to all problems in the world. Ignorance plus money equals corruption. Ignorance plus power equals dictatorship. Ignorance plus freedom equals anarchy. And ignorance plus religion equals terrorism and fanaticism. In each of those equations, you may realize there is one common element, and the common element is ignorance. The problem is not power, the problem is ignorance. The problem is not freedom, the problem is the ignorant people who use freedom. The problem is not money, but the problem is the ignorance with which money is then used to exploit. And the problem is not religion, but the problem is the ignorant people behind so-called religion. And so, in the 16th chapter, what Krishna is saying is, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Yes, there may be some negative effects of religion because of religionists who are not actually following authentically. Does that mean we disregard the religion in its entirety? Actually, the world needs real religion. The world needs real spirituality. The world needs real people who are practicing a very high level of purity according to principles of life, which will actually bring unity and harmony in the world. And so if someone says, I don't want to practice the Bhagavad Gita and be part of spirituality and religion because it causes problems, we'll look back at them and say, actually, my dear friend, you'll find that authentic spiritual practitioners are the only hope for actually creating real unity and harmony in an otherwise disunited and disharmonious world. Now we'll go on to chapter number 17.
So chapter 17 is the yoga of the three types of faith. Shraddha Traya Vibhag Yoga. Arjuna Uvacha Ye Shastra Vidimutsrijya Yajante Shraddhayanvita Tesham Nishtha Tuka Krishna Sattvam Maho Rajastamaha. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Trividha Bhavati Shraddha Dehinam Sasvabhavaja Satviki Rajasi Chaiva Tamasi Chetitam Shranu Sattvanurupa Sarvasya Shraddha Bhavati Bharata Shraddha Mayo Yam Purusho Yo Yat Shraddha Sa Eva Saha Yajante Satvika Devan Yaksha Raksham Sirajasaha Pretan Bhuta Ganamschanye Yajante Tamasa Janaha Ashastra Vihitam Goram Tapyante Ye Tapojana Dambha Hankara Samyukta Kamaraga Balanvita Karshayanta Sharirastam Bhutagramam Achetasaha Mam Chaivanat Sharirastam Tan Vidyasura Nishchayan Aharastvapi sarvasya trivido bhavati priyah yagyastapasthatha danam tesham bhedam mimam shrunum आयु सत्व बलारोग्य सुख प्रीति विवर्धना रस्या स्निग्धस्थिरहृदया आहार सात्विका प्रियः कट्वं ललवनात्युष्णा तीक्ष्णा रुक्षविदाहिना आहार राजसस्येता दुःखशोकमया प्रदः यातयाम्यं गतारसं पूतिपर्युषितं च यत् उच्छिष्टम् अपि चामेड्यं भोजनं तामसप्रियम् अफलाकाङ्क्षिभिर्यज्ञो विधिदिष्टो यलिज्यते यष्टाव्यमेवेति मनः समादाय स सात्विकः अभिसन्धया तु फलं दम्भार्थम् अपि चैव यत् ईज्यते भरतश्रेष्ठ तं यज्ञं विद्धि राजसम् विधिहीनम् अशस्त्रस्नं मन्त्रहीनम् अदक्षिणं श्रद्धाविरहितं यज्ञं तामसं परिचक्षते देवद्विजगुरुप्रज्ञा पूजनं शौचमार्जवं ब्रह्मचर्यमहिंसा च शरीरं तप उच्यते अनुद्वेगकरं वाक्यं सत्यं प्रियहितं च यत् स्वाध्यायाभ्यासनं चैव वाङ्मयं तप उच्यते मनः प्रसाद सौम्यत्वं मौनम् आत्मविनिग्रहः भावसंशुद्धिरित्येतत् तपोमानसमुच्यते श्रद्धया परया तप्तं तपस्तत्त्रिविधं नरै अफलाकाङ्क्षिभिर्युक्तैः सात्विकं परिचक्षते सत्कारमानपूजार्थं तपोदम्भेन चैव यत् क्रियते तद्दिह प्रोक्तं राजसं चलमध्रुवम् मूढग्रहेणात्मनो यत् पीडया क्रियते तपः परस्योत्सदः हर्तं वा तत्तामसम् उदारितं दातव्यमिति यद्दानं दीयतेनुपकारिणे देशकाले च पत्रे च तद्दानं सात्विकं स्मृतं यत्तु प्रत्युपकारार्थं फलम् उद्दिश्य वा पुनः दीयते च परिक्लिष्टं तद्दानं राजसंस्मृतम् अदेशकाले यद्दानम् अपात्रेभ्यश्च दीयते असत्कृतम् अवज्ञातं तत्तामसम् उदारितम् ॐ तत्सद् इति निर्देशो ब्राह्मणस्त्रिविधः स्मृतः ब्राह्मणस्तेन वेदाश्च यज्ञश्च विहितः पुरा तस्मादोमित्युदाहृत्य यज्ञदानतपक्रियः प्रवर्तन्ते विधानोक्ता सततं ब्रह्मवादिनां तद्दित्यनाभिसन्धाय फलं यज्ञतपक्रियः दानक्रियाश्च विविधा क्रियन्ते मोक्षकाङ्क्षिभिः सद्भावे साधुभावे च सद्दित्येतत् प्रयुज्यते प्रशस्ते कर्मणि तथा सच्छब्दपार्थयुज्यते यज्ञे तपसि दाने च स्थितिः सद् इति चोच्यते कर्म चैव तदर्थीयं सद् इत्येवाभिधीयते अश्रद्धाय हुतं दत्तं तपस्तप्तं कृतं च यत् असदित्युच्यते पार्थ न च तत्प्रेत्यनो इह ॐ तत्सद् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुनसंवादे श्रद्धात्रयविभागयोगो नाम सप्तदशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
I like your teachings. I think this philosophy is incredible. I mean, the way Krishna has explained everything is faultless. But one thing I can find fault in is the people who practice the Bhagavad Gita, the people who practice your religion. I've seen too much hypocrisy in religion, too many lies, too many cheaters, too many charlatans. And therefore, I don't want to practice spiritual life because I don't want to be part of something in which there is hypocrisy, there is cheating, and there are lies. This is sometimes an excuse which has been presented before us that people have seen too much hypocrisy in religion. In the 17th chapter, which is entitled Divisions of Faith, Krishna reveals to us that within anything, there are different people who do that thing in different ways. Krishna says to Arjuna, Trivida bhavati shraddha dehinam swasvabhavaja satviki rajasi chaiva tamasi chaititam shrunu. Krishna says, in anything that is done in this world, you will find those who are sattviki in the mode of goodness, those who are rajasi in the mode of passion, and those who are tamasi in the mode of ignorance. And therefore, we should not be utopian in our vision. Even amongst those who practice spiritual life and practice religion, there are different gradations. That is the world that we're living in. But before we look at that, let me ask you a question. Are there not lies, hypocrisy, and cheating in every single aspect of life that we see around us? Now it's December and there are sales, of course, with social distancing in the shopping centers. And in a shop, you may see a sign, £1,000 reduced by 50% to £500. And you go into that shop and you purchase the item, you come out and you're thinking, I've just saved £500. But what you don't realize is that the shop has employed an ingenious technique to get you to spend £500. Cheating. Yes, shops are cheating, yet we still buy from them. Yes, politicians are lying, yet we still have to vote for one of them. Yes, in everything in life, the media is cheating, but we still read the newspaper. In everything in life, there will be some hypocrisy, lies, and cheating. Krishna says, even amongst religious practitioners, there are different gradations. Krishna says, for example, if one performs charity, there are 3 different types of charity, in the mode of goodness, in the mode of passion, and in the mode of ignorance. The act of charity may look the same externally, but according to mentality, they are different. Similarly, there are people who have faith, people who worship, people who engage in religion. They can be in sattva, rajas, or tamas according to what they worship, how they worship, and the motivation with which they worship. We should not look for a religion or anything in life where there is no hypocrisy, because, my friends, it doesn't exist. But what we should look for is sincere, pure, spiritual practitioners who live with integrity. And from whatever small experience I have, I can assure you that amongst those who are practicing the Bhagavad Gita and following the Bhagavad Gita, you will find many individuals who are pure, many individuals who live with great integrity, and many individuals who are walking the talk, who follow and practice what they preach. And therefore, if you come with the excuse that I'm walking away from religion because there's hypocrisy, I will tell you, go back to the religion and find someone who's living with integrity and purity, because that is a much more progressive path in life. And with this, we will go to the final chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, chapter number 18. And before we go to chapter number 18, I'm looking on the internet and I'm seeing that we still have 1,500 viewers on our platform. We began with 1,500, and I'm not sure whether you are all the same individuals. So what I'd like everyone to do, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube, is write Gita and then the number of chapters that you've been with us. So if you've been with us for 18 chapters, put Gita 18. If you've been with us for 4 chapters, put Gita 4. And in this way, we want to know how many individuals were on this call reciting the Bhagavad Gita for this wonderful occasion of Gita Jayanti. So please do post your message, Gita 1, Gita 5, Gita 18. Tell us how long you've been with us. And I'll hand over to Radha Govinda Prabhu to take us to the final chapter, chapter number 18 of the Bhagavad Gita.
Chapter 18, the Yoga of Liberation, after which you'll all be liberated from your seats, also called Moksha Yoga. Arjuna Uvacha Syanyasyasya Mahabaho Tattvam Ichchami Veditum Tyagasya Cha Rishikesha Prithak Keshi Nishudana Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Kamyanam Karmanam Nyasam Sanyasam Kavayo Viduhu Sarva Karma Phalatyagam Prabhustyagam Vichakshanaha Tyajyam Doshavadik Karma Prahur Manishinaha Yagyadana Tapa Karma Nyatyajyam Miti Chapare Nischayam Shrunume Tatra Tyage Bharata Sattama Tyago hi Purusha Vyagra Trividha Samprakirtitaha Yagyadana Tapa Karma Nyatyajyam Karma Evayat Yagyodanam Tapaschaiva Pavanani Manishinaha Etanyapi tu karmani Sangam Tyaktva Falani cha Kartavyaniti me Partha Nishchitam Matamuttamam Niyatasya tu sannyasa Karmano nopapadyate Mohatasya parityagas Tamasa parikirtitaha Dukkham mityeva yat karma Kaya klesha bhayatyajet Sakritva rajasam tyagam Naiva tyaga phalam labhed Karyam ityeva yat karma Niyatam kriyate arjuna Sangam tyaktva phalam chaiva Satyaga satviko mata Nadveshta kushalam karma Kushalena nusajjate Tyagi sattva samavishto Medhavi chinna samshayaha Nahi deha brita sakyam Tyaktum karmanya sheshataha Yastu karma phalatyagi Satyagitya vidhiyate Anishtam ishtam mishram cha Trividham karmana phalam Bhavatitya tyaginam pretya Na tu sannyasinam kvachit Panchaitani mahabaho Karanani nibodhame Sankhye kritante proktani Siddhaye karma karmanam Adhishtanam tatha karta Karanam cha prithak vidam Vividascha prithak cheshta Daivam chaivatra panchamam Shariravan manobhiryat Karma prarabhate naraha Nyayam va viparitam va Panchaite tasya hetavaha Tatraivam sati kartaram Atmanam kevalatu yaha Pashyatykrita buddhitvan Na sapashyati durmatihi Yasya nahankrito bhavo Buddhir yasya nalipyate Hatvapi sa imalokan Nahanti na nibadhyate Jnanam gyayam parigyata Trividha karma chodana Karanam karma karteti Trividha karma sangraha Jnanam karma cha karta cha Tridaiva guna bhedataha Prochyate guna sankhyane Yathavrachunathanyapi Sarvabhuteshu yenaikam Bhavam avyayam akshate Avibhaktam vibhakteshu Tagyanam vidhi satvikam Prithaktvena tu yagyanam Nana bhavan prithak vidan Veti sarveshu bhuteshu Tagyanam vidhi rajasam Yattu kritsnavadekasmin Karye saktam mahaitukam Atatvartha vadalpam cha Tattamasam udaritam Niyatam sangarahitam Araga dveshta kritam Afala prepsuna karma Yattat satvikam uchyate Yattu kamepsuna karma Sahanankaraneva puna Kriyate bahulayasam Tadrajasam udaritam अनुबन्धं क्षयं हिंसम् अनापेक्ष्य च पौरुषं मोहादारभ्यते कर्म यत्तप्तामसमुच्यते मुक्तसङ्गो नहं वादी धृत्युत्साहसमन्वितः सिद्ध्यसिद्ध्योर्निविकारः कर्ता सात्विक उच्यते रागिकर्मफलप्रेप्सुर्लुब्धो हिंसात्मको शुचिः हर्षशोकान्वितः कर्ता राजस परिकीर्तितः अयुक्तप्राकृते स्तब्धः शठो नैष्कृतिको लशः विषादी दीर्घसूत्री च कर्ता तामस उच्यते बुद्धेर्भेदं धृतेश्चैव गुणतस्त्रिविधं शृणु प्रोच्यमानामशेषेण पृथक्त्वेन धनञ्जय प्रवृत्तिं च निवृत्तिं च कार्याकार्यभयाभये बन्धं मोक्ष च यायेति बुद्धिः सा पार्थ सात्विकी यया धर्मम् अधर्मं च कार्यं च कार्यमेव च यथावत् प्रजानाति बुद्धिः स पार्थ राजसी अधर्मं धर्ममिति या मन्यते तमसावृता सर्वार्थान् विपरीतांश्च बुद्धिः स पार्थ तामसी धृत्या यया धारयते मनः प्राणेन्द्रियक्रियः योगेन व्यभिचारिण्या धृतिः स पार्थ सात्विकी यया तु धर्मकामर्थान् धृत्या धारयतेऽर्जुना प्रसंगेन फलकाङ्क्षीर्धृतिः स पार्थ राजसी यया स्वप्नं भयं शोकं विषदं मदमेव च न विमुच्यते दुराधेन धृतिः स पार्थ तामसी सुखं त्विदानीं त्रिविधं शृणु मे भरतर्षभा अभ्यासद्रमते यत्र दुःखान्तं च निगच्छति यत्तदग्रे विषमिव परिणामे मृतोपमं तत्सुखं सात्विकं प्रोक्तम् आत्मबुद्धिप्रसादजम् विषयेन्द्रियसंयोगाद् यत्तदग्रे मृतोपमं परिणामे विषमिव तत्सुखं राजसंस्मृतम् यदग्रे चानुबन्धे च सुखनं मोहनमात्मनः निद्रालस्य प्रमोदत्थं तत्तामसम् उदारितं न तद् अस्ति पृथिव्यां वा दिवि देवेषु वा पुनः सत्वं प्रकृतिजैर्मुक्तं यद्देभिः स्यात् त्रिभिर्गुणैः ब्राह्मणः क्षत्रियः वैश्यः शूद्राणां च परन्तप कर्माणि प्रविभक्तानि स्वभावप्रकृतिर्वैगुणैः समोदमस्तपः शौचं शान्तिरार्जवमेव च ज्ञानं विज्ञानमास्तिक्य ब्रह्मकर्म स्वभावजम् शौर्यं तेजो धृतिर्दाक्ष्यं युद्धे चापपलायनं दानम् ईश्वरभावश्च क्षात्रं कर्म स्वभावजम् कृषिगोरक्षवाणिज्यं वैश्यकर्म स्वभावजं परिचर्यात्मकं कर्म शूद्रस्यापि स्वभावजम् स्वे स्वे कर्मण्यभितात संसिद्धिं लभते नरः स्वकर्मनिरतः सिद्धिं यथा विन्दति तच्छृणु यत प्रवृत्तिर्भूतानां येन सर्वम् इदं ततं स्वकर्मणा तमभ्यार्च्य सिद्धिं विन्दति मानवः श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणा परधर्मात् स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वभावनियतं कर्म कुर्वन्नाप्नोति किल्बिषम् सहजं कर्म कौन्तेय सदोषम् अपि न त्यजेत् सर्वारम्भा हि दोषेण धूमेनाग्निरिवावृतः असक्तबुद्धि सर्वत्र जितात्मा विगतस्प्रियः नैष्कर्म्यसिद्धिं परमां सन्न्यासेनाधिगच्छति सिद्धिं प्राप्तो यथा ब्रह्म तथाप्नोति निबोध मे समासेनैव कौन्तेय निष्ठज्ञानस्य या परा बुद्ध्या विशुद्धया युक्तो धृत्यमानं नियम्य च शब्दादीन् विष्यमानस्त्यक्त्वा रागद्वेषो व्युदस्य च विविक्तसेवी लाघ्वासी यत वाक्कायमानस ध्यानयोगपरो नित्यं वैराग्यं सम्प्रविशतः अहङ्कारं दलं दर्पं कामं क्रोधं परिग्रहं विमुच्य निर्ममः शान्तो ब्रह्मभूयाय कल्पते ब्रह्मभूतप्रसन्नात्मा न शोचति न काङ्क्षति समः सर्वेषु भूतेषु मद्भक्तिं लभते पराम् भक्त्या मामभिजानाति यावान् यश्चास्मि तत्त्वतः ततो मां तत्त्वतो ज्ञात्वा विशते तदनन्तरम् सर्वकर्माण्यपि सदा कुर्वाणो मद्व्यपाश्रयः मत्प्रसादमवाप्नोति शाश्वतं पदमव्ययम् चेतस सर्वकर्माणि मयि सन्न्यस्य मत्परः बुद्धियोगमुपश्रित्य मच्चित्तः सततं भव मच्चित्तः सर्वदुर्गाणि मत्प्रसादत्तरिष्यसि अथ चेत्त्वम् अहङ्कारं न श्रोष्यसि विनक्ष्यति यद् अहङ्कारमाश्रित्य नो योत्स्या इति मन्यसे मिथ्यै स व्यवसायस्ते प्रकृतिस्त्वां नियोक्ष्यति स्वभावजेन कौन्तेय निबद्धस्वेन कर्मणा कर्तुं नेच्छसि यं मोहात् करिष्यस्वशोऽपि तत् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां हृद्देशेऽर्जुन तिष्ठति भ्रामयन् सर्वभूतानि यन्त्रारूढानि मायया तमेव शरणं गच्छ सर्वभावेन भारत तत्प्रसादात् परं शान्तिं स्थानं प्राप्स्यसि शाश्वतम् इति ज्ञानम् आख्यातं गुह्यात् गुह्यतरं मया विमृश्यैतदशेषेण यथेच्छासि तथा कुरु सर्वागुह्यतमं भूयं शृणु मे परमं वचः इष्टोऽसि मे दृढमिति ततो वक्ष्यामि मे हितं मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो मद्याजी मां नमस्कुरु मामेवेष्यसि सत्यं ते प्रतिजाने प्रियोऽसि मे सर्वधर्मान् परित्यज्य मामेकं शरणं व्रज अहं त्वां सर्वपापेभ्यो मोक्षयिष्यामि मा शुचः इदं ते न तपस्काय न भक्ताय कदाचन न चाशुषुवाचव्यं न च माम्यो भयास्युति य इदं परमं गुह्यं मद्भक्तेष्वभिधास्यति भक्तिं मयि परां कृत्वा मामेवेष्यत्त संशयः न च तस्मान् मनुष्येषु कश्चिन्मे प्रियकृत्तमा भविता न च मे तस्माद् अन्यप्रियतरो भुवि अध्येष्यते च ये इमं धर्म्यं संवादमावयो ज्ञानयज्ञेन तेनाहम् ईशास्यामिति मे मतिः श्रद्धवान् अनसूयश्च शृणुयादपि यो नरः सोऽपि मुक्तः शुभालोकान् प्राप्नुयात् पुण्यकर्मणां कच्चिदेतच्छ्रुतं पार्थ त्वयैकाग्रेण चेतसा कच्चिदज्ञानसम्मोहः प्रनष्टस्ते धनञ्जय अर्जुन उवाच नष्टो मोहः स्मृतिर्लब्धा त्वात्प्रसादन्मयाच्युता स्थितोऽस्मि गतसद्देहः करिष्ये वचनं तव सञ्जय उवाच इत्यहं वासुदेवस्य पार्थस्य च महात्मनः संवादमिममश्रौषम् अद्भुतं रोमहर्षणं व्यासप्रसादात् श्रुतवान् एतद्गुह्यमहं परं योगं योगेश्वरात् कृष्ण साक्षात् कथयत स्वयं राजं संस्मृत्य संवादम् इममद्भुतं केशवार्जुनयो पुण्यं हृष्यामि च मुहुर्मुहुः तच्च संस्मृत्य रूपम् अत्यद्भुतं हरे विस्मयो मे महान् राजन् हृष्यामि च पुनः पुनः यत्र योगेश्वर कृष्णो यत्र पराधो धनुर्धरो तत्र श्रीर्विजयो भूतिर्ध्रुवनीतिर्मतिर्मम ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे मोक्षयोगो नाम अष्टादशोऽध्यायः
हरे कृष्णा
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
So we have now reached the conclusion of the Gita, and if you were all here, all 1,500 of you in the Haveli, I'm sure we'd have a huge cheer, but we can't do that because there's only about 6 of us in here. But we would like you on the comment section to show your appreciation to His Grace Radha Govinda Prabhu for an incredible recitation of the Bhagavad Gita, 5 hours. We have been bathing our minds and hearts in the wonderful Sanskrit vibration of those immortal gems of wisdom that Krishna imparted 5,000 years ago, and Radha Govinda Prabhu has expertly taken us through that journey, along with Prem Sankirtan Prabhu, who has been playing the harmonium and giving us that extra glue which will keep us in the flow of Krishna's words. So please, on the comment section and the chat section, show your wonderful appreciation for them, for their amazing, incredible service on this beautiful day of Gita Jayanti. Yes, Krishna has answered all of our excuses. We're left with no more excuses. I'm so pleased to see that so many of you have been with us for 18 chapters, the young, the old, the local, the international, everyone from every walk of life. Together we've walked through these 700 verses. And now we're going to do a quick recap. So if you're at home, then you can all test each other as I go through each chapter. As I'm about to say it, you can say to each other what the answer is or what the excuse is. And in this way, we will recap and then finally come to the final summary of chapter number 18. So this year, we were trying to explore how Krishna refutes every single excuse. In chapter 1, people often come with the excuse, I just don't have time. That excuse was refuted. Who could have been more busy? Who could have been having a more hectic and chaotic situation than Arjun? But Arjun made the time. We have to make the time. In chapter 2, we came with the excuse that I already know all of this. It's been in my family for generations. We talked about Arjun, who also had grown up in a family of spiritual culture, but he came in front of Krishna and said, please instruct me. I know on one level, but on another level I don't know. And therefore we must have humility in order to understand. In chapter number 3, we explored the excuse that people have. I have so many duties to family, to society, to my organization and in my career. After I've completed everything, then I'll do spirituality. Krishna talked to us about a life of integration where your svadharma, your worldly duty, goes hand in hand with your sanatan dharma. In chapter 4, we looked at the excuse, I'm not intelligent enough. This is for all of the intelligent, philosophically minded Sanskrit scholars. I'm a very simple person. Krishna said, don't worry. Bhakto sime sakha cheti rahasyam yetadutamam. If you're a bhakta, if you're devoted, and if you're friendly, then rahasyam yetadutamam. You will understand this most confidential knowledge. Don't worry. This knowledge is understood through character, not competence. In number 5, we looked at the excuse. I want to do something practical to help the world. Practically, I want to help solve the suffering of the world. Krishna explained the biggest lack in the world is the lack of samadarshan, spiritual vision, equal spiritual vision. When there is spiritual vision, every other problem will get solved at its root. And therefore, Krishna blew that excuse out of the water. Chapter number 6, we said, no, I'm too active, I'm restless, my mind is very, very busy. These things are not for me. We explored about how Krishna says everyone has an active mind. And the mind, Arjun said, is more difficult than to control the wind. But Krishna said, asamsayam, you must control the mind. Because if you control the mind, then you can be active in the world in the most powerful way. So this is not an excuse. In chapter number 7, we looked at those people who say, I'm a scientist, I'm a rationalist, I'm logical. I want to see evidence. I want to see empirical facts. I want to conduct an experiment. Krishna beautifully married the principles of spirituality and science and explained to us that this Bhagavad Gita is not a religion, it's not a faith, it's not a belief, it's actually a spiritual science. In 8, we said, this is all fine, I have no excuse. I'll do it in the future, I'll do it tomorrow, I'll do it the week after. Krishna said, remember, the body is a ticking time bomb. At any moment, our final call could come. No one puts that date in their diary, but that date arrives. Therefore, Krishna said, don't wait till tomorrow, because if that's your mentality, you'll be waiting your whole life. In chapter 9, one may say, I don't follow organized religion, systems. I don't follow all of this structure. Spirituality is an affair of the heart, and I follow my spontaneous way. Yes, Krishna said, give your heart to me. Man mana bhava mad bhakto. Give your heart to me. But in order to reach that level of purity, first, you have to engage in regulated sadhana. The daily commitment to acts of devotion will awaken the true heartfelt devotion that you're talking about. In chapter 10, there was the excuse, but I don't see God, I don't experience Him, I've never come in contact with God. Krishna said, how is that possible? I'm everywhere. I'm the taste in water, the light of the sun and the moon. I'm the ability in man. The problem is not that not that God is not available. It's the problem that our eyes and our perception is not able to tune in. In chapter 11, one may say, my excuse is, I've got too many problems in my life. Who could have had more problems than Arjuna? But Krishna showed Arjuna the universal form and said, Maya vita nihata purvameva. It's all been resolved by me already. Don't worry at all. In chapter number 12, we said we came up with the excuse, I'll lose all my friends. Krishna said, no. Maitra karuna evacha. You will become non-envious, compassionate, free of ego, and you will become the best friend to others. You will attract the best friends, and you will ultimately get connected to the ultimate friend, who is Krishna. In number 13, the excuse was, I'm already happy. But Krishna explained there's different ways to be happy, and there's different types of happiness. If you want to find the highest happiness, then the way to that happiness is to try to serve. Don't try to be happy, try to serve. And if you serve, you will find real happiness. In chapter 14, one came with the excuse, I'm too bad, too many bad habits, too much of a bad person. Krishna said everyone is pure, but we're all tainted by different qualities of material nature. The good news is by engaging Mamcha yovya bicharena bhakti yogena sevate sagunan. By bhakti yoga, spiritual practice, you can go sagunan, beyond all these bad influences. In chapter 15, Krishna gave the answer to the excuse, no, I can't take up spirituality, I'll lose my ambition, I'll lose my drive to be successful. Krishna said, be the most ambitious, be the most successful, but be ambitious and successful not in the reflection, but in the reality. Because in the material world, all the reality will exceed our dreams, but in the spiritual world, the reality exceeds our dreams. In chapter number 16, we came with the excuse, I think religion causes more problems. Krishna actually explained that the cause of problems is a lack of spiritual vision, demoniac mentality, where we try to take God out of the picture. Yes, religious people may cause problems because they're not actually following the true religious teachings. Therefore, find true, genuine spiritualists and follow that. In chapter 17, one said, no, there's too much hypocrisy, too much lies, cheating. The Gita is great, but the people following the Gita are not great. We talked about in this chapter how there are different types of spiritual practitioner. However, one should not walk away because one had 1 or 2 or a few or 10, even 20 bad experiences. Rather, one should look for a pure soul who has integrity and who actually practices what they preach, and associate with such people, and the Gita will come to life. We have reached the 18th chapter. So many excuses have been given and so many excuses have been refuted. Yet there can still be one final excuse that one may come up with. And that excuse is that I don't want to be forced into spiritual life. I have to do this from my heart. I have to do it from my own volition. Sutapa, you've given many answers to many excuses, and it all makes sense on an intellectual level, but I have to now practice this Bhagavad Gita with my heart when the time is right, with my own volition. To this excuse, my friends, I have no answer, because Krishna says the same thing to Arjuna. After Krishna has presented all this incredible knowledge, then Krishna looks at Arjuna and says, Iti te jnanamakyatam guyad guyataram maya vimrashe dadashe shena yatechasi tatha kuru. Krishna looks at Arjuna and says, Iti te jnanamakyatam. Arjuna, I've given you all this amazing knowledge. Guyat guyataram maya. This is knowledge which is so confidential that only a select few have heard it before. Vimrashe dadashe shena. Now, Arjuna, I want you to think about it. I want you to reflect upon it. And I want you to deeply consider everything I've said. And then, what does Krishna, who's the supreme controller, say to Arjuna? Yatechasi tatha kuru. Now, Arjuna, you do what you want to do. And so that is how the Bhagavad Gita ends. We cannot force you. Neither Krishna will even force you. The choice is yours. 2021 is coming. What will you make of 2021? How will you grow your spirituality? What change will you make? Small minds discuss people. Average minds discuss events. But great minds discuss wisdom. So the final thoughts we can leave you with is, read the Gita every single day. Not only that, study the Gita, take a course, and in the association of other spiritual people, try to deeply understand its principles. Don't just read the Gita and study the Gita, but then live the Gita. Start changing elements of your life so you bring this wisdom into reality. And then we can only hope and pray that you then go on to share the Gita with as many people as possible, because this really is the only hope for happiness in the world we live in today. So it's been a historic event here on Gita Jayanti Day. We have gone through 700 verses of the Gita and we've reflected upon these amazing, incredible teachings of Krishna. Let us not finish our study of the Gita here, but just take this as a fresh inspiration to continue living with the Gita. And in this way, offering our respects to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, who lived such an amazing life, and who through his own example showed us there's no excuse for not taking up spiritual life. We offer our respects to Srila Prabhupada. We offer our homage to Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda, who are our constant shelter and our directors. And in this way, we conclude our 18 chapters of the Bhagavad Gita. And thank you very, very much for being online with us. And we'll hand over to Vaishnav Sarvabhauma Prabhu for some final announcements as we close this very, very wonderful event.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Usually every year at this stage, we've got people standing, clapping away, and I can almost feel that's also what's happening in your hearts. We feel very grateful to both Sutapa Prabhu and Radha Govinda Prabhu. But we're going to conclude our yagya here with the Purnahuti. Purnahuti is the final oblations into the yagya, into the Havan Kund. Purnahuti is where our minds are meditating on all that has been heard and done through the yagya, and we culminate it all and offer it to the Supreme Lord's lotus feet, and that offering makes the ceremony Purna, means complete. So please meditate. We'd like to really, really thank His Grace Sutapa Prabhu for picking at our hearts, picking out all those excuses that we bring out every day in our spiritual practice, and really, getting rid of them. Hopefully, we can keep that inspiration going. Just a quick few points to take home from the presentation today. Firstly, obviously, it is Gita Jayanti. We're celebrating World Gita Day with our efforts to try to accumulate our sources together and sponsor Bhagavad Gitas. So please, krishnatemple.com/Gitas is the website if you would like to help and offer more offerings into the fire of the Gita Jayanti. Then we talked about Bhaktivedanta Manor and the facility that is there to take darshan and come and take some prasad in a safe and pure environment. Connect with the Supreme Lord. Radha Gokulananda are here very much. Looking forward to that. Then also, looking at the silver lining, looking at 2021, we spoke about the school of bhakti and how what we've learned, we've heard a snippet of the Bhagavad Gita today, but we have opportunity here at the manor to learn more, go deeper into our understanding of the Gita. I'd like to invite you to think of the highlight in your mind today. Obviously, we got so much treasure from Sutapa, but think of your favorite. My favorite I'd like to share is whether you're the rook, whether you're the knight, whether you're a pawn, at the end of the game, everything goes back into the box. So that really stuck in my heart. I'm sure you also have your favorites you can meditate on. We will now perform the Purnahuti. For this, I've got devotees who are here with me. So generally, we do this Purnahuti in a responsive manner. So we will do the same, and if I can ask you to please repeat after me, that way everyone will get a chance to chant the Purnahuti. Okay. Again, as Purnahuti suggests, it is the offering that completes our ceremony today. If you please repeat after me. Om Namo Brahmanya Devaya Go Brahmana Hitaya Cha Jagad Dhitaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namaha Om Purnam Adha Purnam Idam Purnat Purnam उदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णम् आधाय पूर्णम् एव वशिष्यते स्वाहा स्वाहा स्वाहा। श्री श्री राधा गोकुलानंद की जय, सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान जी की जय, गौर निताय की जय, श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय, ग्रंथराज श्रीमद् भागवत गीता की जय। There is a program at 5 p.m. Today, if you'd like to log on, and it'll be available on the Facebook page of Bhaktivedanta Manor. You can see this in front of you. We have a culminative program celebrating World Gita Day. So please do log on, take a good break, and at 5 o'clock we will hope to see you. We will now conclude on a very auspicious note, chanting the names of Krishna. Sankirtana is the conclusion of all sacrifice. We hand over to Prem Sankirtan Prabhu for Kirtan. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tinamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Punyavadi Prasyata Desatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Jaya Radha Gokul Nanda Radha Gokul Nanda Radha Radha Gokul Nanda Radha Gokul Nanda Radha Jaya Sita Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Gaura Nitai Jaya Gaura Nitai Gauranitai Jaya Gaurani Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Sai